Every person has a soul. One day, people learned that the soul has its own essence, anima. Sometime later, they learned to manifest it in the form of various abilities. But not everyone had a strong anima. Because of the emerging distribution of ranks, people whose anima was too weak began to be despised. Since E rank was the lowest class of society, they were treated the worst. Schools became a tool to raise the status of the country, and during military operations, people with the highest ranks were sent to the front lines. The school where our main character studies was no exception. Students with strong abilities often chose to be bullied in order to prove their superiority. But today, Michael and his friends were unlucky enough to choose a target that was beyond their capabilities. Jumping up, John created a huge iron axe. Smiling, he quickly approached Michael. The guy himself froze in place. He was amazed that his opponent turned out to be stronger than he expected. Coming to his senses, he created a tonfa in each hand to hold back John's attack. The next moment, the iron axe collided with the iron tonfa, producing a characteristic sound. Due to the oppressive force of the enemy, it was difficult for Michael to stay in this position for too long. He turned to Ethan, who was standing to the side, wondering why he was simply watching everything in this situation. Our hero was in no hurry to answer Michael. However, a couple of seconds later, scratching the back of his head, he said that he would not be able to help him in any way. These words made Michael even more angry, and he promised that he would definitely deal with him later. The next day, Michael, as promised, decided to deal with his wayward classmate. He asked how long Ethan was going to continue to cause them problems. He was disgusted even by the thought that someone so weak was in their class. Our hero apologized, saying that one cannot expect anything from someone who is in last place. His words infuriated Michael. Gathering all his strength in his fist, he was about to hit Ethan, hoping that he would die and go to hell, but our hero managed to safely dodge. He said that wishing for death was too harsh, so he asked if simply admitting his guilt would be enough. Sean, standing behind Michael, began to roll up his sleeves, saying that Ethan should get 10 strokes for each member of their team. Sighing, the hero realized that he would be beaten for the entire break, so he had no choice but to run away. Other classmates laughed as they watched this scene. However, Ethan was unable to escape from his classmates. He was surrounded at the exit from the classroom. One of the guys said that using abilities in school is prohibited, so Ethan shouldn't even try to counter them. Immediately after this, our hero received a strong blow to the chest. Others watched Ethan's beating, saying that this was the only treatment an F rank deserved. They genuinely didn't understand why someone like him would come to school and disgrace their class. Slowly rising from the floor, Ethan said that it wasn't his fault Michael's team lost. Sean was about to hit our hero again, wondering how Ethan dared to contradict them so brazenly. At that moment, the door opened and their form teacher, Mr. Thomas Reed, entered, announcing from the doorway that he had good news. Due to the teacher's arrival, Sean and Michael had to leave Eton and return to their seats. Noticing that Mr. Reed was too cheerful today, the students asked what it was about, and someone shouted out the suggestion that their teacher was finally getting married. Our main character managed to get up from the floor during this time and sit down in his place. Thomas saw that the hubbub in the classroom was not going to stop anytime soon and got everyone's attention by slamming his fist on the chalkboard, telling everyone to listen carefully. After that, everyone became silent, and he said that their school had been recognized by the state. Glenn assumed that they had once again received some stupid offer from a dubious organization. When he asked how long they would continue to participate in something like this, the teacher approached him and said that it was not up to him to decide and that they would just have to accept what was happening. Mr. Reed said it was all down to the achievements of senior pupils. Afterwards, he returned to the board and announced that from that day on, the school would become a training ground for combat exercises, so all students would be divided according to military rank. Everyone listened attentively to their teacher, amazed that the school had actually agreed to this. Meanwhile, Mr. Reed continued, saying that from this moment on, his charges would become comrades in arms. He also said that all the teachers were given a title, so now he should be called the commander of the 10th platoon. Glenn asked what would happen to the students in the future. The man replied that there would most likely be many people willing to take on graduates of this school. After which he said that they needed to make every effort to attract someone more influential to their side. Ethan asked what would happen if one of the students did not want to be a soldier. Mr. Reed looked at the boy who asked him the question for a few seconds, taking his time answering. After which he said that no one is forced to become a soldier against their will. If someone does not want to take part in this, then they should send a request to transfer to another school. The man said that Ethan should carefully consider the presented opportunity to transfer because he himself understands his situation. The hero was about to answer something, but he was interrupted. The classmates sitting in front of him demanded an explanation from Mr. Reed for the reason why their school had been made a military school so suddenly. Taking a box out of his desk, the teacher replied that he had mentioned earlier that the 11th graders had done well. As Mr. Reed poured the contents onto the desk, he explained that they had helped to give the school military status and had all been promoted to sergeant. The next moment, everyone saw on one of the desks a multitude of student cards indicating their rank. Patting one of his charges on the shoulder, Mr. Reed said that the 11th graders were the hope for a bright future for their country. Handing out a ticket to each student, the teacher said that only the best of his charges would receive the rank of corporal, while all the rest would receive the rank of lance corporal. After handing out tickets to everyone except Ethan, he announced that the platoon commander could re-evaluate ranks at any time. Our hero turned to Mr. Reed to ask a question, but the man ignored him, continuing his speech. Ethan made another attempt to ask why he was not given a ticket. With his back to him, Mr. Reed said that in the entire school there was only one student who had failed to achieve the rank of private. What he heard greatly surprised our main character. Turning to him, the teacher said that Ethan would just be a greenhorn. The hero was not at all happy with his new title, which foreshadowed even more bullying from his classmates. After class, Mr. Reed called Ethan into the teacher's lounge. While looking through the documents, the man said that they needed to discuss Ethan's future. He admitted that he would not be able to help such a hopeless student and suggested that the hero change schools. The boy was shocked when he was offered to change schools. After looking at the documents, the teacher explained that even regular schooling was not easy for Ethan, and if we were talking about military training, he simply would not be able to handle the load. Ethan said that if Mr. Reed helped him realize his potential, there was a chance he would succeed. After his words, the man looked at the guy in surprise. The next moment he laughed, saying that Ethan had a good sense of humor. The hero was unpleasant to realize that the teacher had paid attention to him for the first time only to laugh. After calming down, Mr. Reed said that the ranking system would make it even more difficult for Ethan to survive in this school, and as a teacher he could not help everyone. After these words, the hero's assumption that Mr. Reed was aware of all the bullying was confirmed, and it became obvious that he simply did not want to have an F-rank student. It was also not difficult to understand that the man secretly hoped that constant insults would force Ethan to give in. He asked the teacher his opinion on whether souls could be divided into ranks. The man laughed at his question, the answer to which was too obvious. Of course, souls are also divided by rank. After receiving the teacher's answer, Ethan clenched his fist. Looking at Mr. Reed, he said that he did not agree with this statement. As soon as the break was over, the teacher and our hero returned to the classroom, where he announced that since the classes were now divided into squads, each sergeant must report on attendance. Turning around, Anna counted everyone who was in her squad and reported that there were 10 people in the first squad. No one was missing. Next was Michael. He said that there were 11 people in his squad with no missing people. Watching them, Ethan couldn't understand what all these army games were for. Mr. Reed asked the remaining third squad to report. Glenn raised his hand and asked if that was all he had to do, to which the man replied that he had to follow the orders of his superior. The guy sighed and replied that there were 10 people in total. 2 were missing and 1 was a loser. Leaning back in his chair, he summed up that there were 8 people in his squad, which caused laughter among his classmates. All eyes were on Ethan, who was no longer even considered human. The hero was already accustomed to various kinds of bullying, so he simply ignored all the ridicule directed at him. The teacher didn't pay any attention to this either, and announced that instead of lessons today, there would be an event in the field. He said that government spies are hiding in the school, but even the teachers don't know where exactly. They will observe how the students react to such sudden changes. Mr. Reed was interrupted and asked to get to the point. Sighing, the man said that fights would be held among the school students. All the teams were assigned by the administration. Alicia said with disappointment that if only 11th graders fought among themselves, then their class would no longer be interesting to anyone. Ethan, on the other hand, was glad that he would be able to while away the time by watching the fights. Suddenly, Mr. Reed asked what rank Glenn's ability was. The guy irritably replied that he had a C rank. Afterwards, the man asked what rank his fighting ability was. Questions about his strength irritated Glenn, and he asked why there were so many questions because even without them, it was obvious that he could defeat anyone. Mr. Reed approached his charge and, placing his hand on his shoulder, said that in that case his first battle would be against the 11th graders of the first squad. Realizing who he was about to fight, a stunned Glenn jumped up from his seat. Mr. Reed, meanwhile, told everyone except the third squad to go to the field, after which he announced that Glenn's squad had 20 minutes to prepare. Everyone started to leave the classroom, wishing the third squad good luck. Glenn didn't know what to do because it was obvious that they couldn't stand up to the high school students who all received high ranks. Besides that, there was another factor that irritated him greatly, namely the fact that there was an F rank on his team. Rising from his seat, he walked towards Ethan, who was lying quietly on his desk. A couple of seconds later, Glenn stopped next to him. Rising from his desk, our hero asked what Sergeant Glenn needed. Glenn grabbed Ethan by the hair, saying that he was annoyed by this manner of communication. Coming closer, he said that if the hero did not want to get beaten up in advance, then he should change his manner of speaking. Afterwards, Glenn tossed Ethan aside, saying that the team they were about to fight had a real monster in Antonio. He said that it was difficult to defeat him even with a joint effort, but this time Ethan takes the place of a normal warrior, so the result of this battle is already obvious. The hero asked, confused, if they were going to lose anyway, then what use was he to them? Glenn grabbed Ethan by the tie, asking if he knew the difference between shame and mere defeat. Afterwards, he touched our hero's forehead, saying that if he were to fall in the rankings, it would be Ethan's fault. Turning away, the hero replied that Glenn's rank was not so high that he needed to worry about that. Holding back his irritation, Glenn knelt down next to Ethan, saying that he couldn't even give him a good beating right now because he was needed on the battlefield. Ethan smiled and asked what difference it made who ended up getting hit on the head by. Looking at his classmate, Glenn said that he would assign him one simple task. After which he sat down next to Ethan, asking if he could handle it. The hero replied that he would do whatever he was ordered to do. After receiving his answer, Glenn grabbed Ethan by the vest. He said that Ethan would become his human shield. A few minutes later, the third squad in full force was on the field. Before starting, Mr. Reed checked the microphone to make sure it was working. A few moments later, he announced the start of the battles between the squads. The teacher announced the leaders of both squads, between whom the battle would take place any minute. Even though Glenn took Ethan as his shield, he had a bad feeling about this. Approaching the leaders, Mr. Reed asked if their troops were ready to begin, and they nodded in agreement. The man turned to Antonio, telling him to show everything he could do today. Looking away, he explained that they were being watched by government intelligence agents today, so they couldn't afford to make a mistake. Antonio replied that his squad would do everything possible. After this, it was announced that the teams needed to take their starting positions. Glenn's squad didn't even expect to win this battle. They thought it was a waste of time. When all the participants stood opposite each other, Mr. Reed announced the start of the fights. He also announced that the leader of each squad should receive a bracelet. Glenn grabbed Ethan by the vest, telling him to follow him. He put the bracelet on our hero's hand, saying that it would help him last longer, because the bracelet uses the owner's strength for protection but breaks from a powerful blow. It was also announced that the rules usually say the one whose bracelet breaks is eliminated, but due to the difference in experience between the teams, a change was made to the rules. Ethan asked if he had to be held by the scruff of his neck like a cat, to which Glenn irritably replied that he should silently fulfill his role as a shield. Meanwhile, Mr. Reed announced that the victory would be counted to the team that could hold out for 5 minutes. For Glenn's team, this change did not make the situation any better, because none of them would be able to withstand the opponents for that long. Immediately after this, Ethan started the timer on his watch. Looking at the teacher, he thought that if his team won, then perhaps they would reconsider his transfer to another school. A few moments later, the leaders greeted each other. After this, Mr. Reed gave permission for the fight to begin. Glenn immediately grabbed Ethan and pulled him along with him. He rushed behind the backs of his comrades, hiding from his opponents. The guy hoped that this way he would be able to hold out for these 5 minutes. As Antonio's squad began to advance on them, one of the squad members asked what formation they were in. But moments later, no orders came from their commander, leaving everyone confused and unsure of what to do as the enemy began to surround them. Glenn shouted for everyone to shut up and just protect him. He had to last the allotted time for them to win. The next moment, Olivia kicked the enemy standing in front of her in the stomach, incapacitating him. Antonio also went on the attack. In a matter of seconds, Olivia managed to defeat several opponents and collect their bracelets. When the girl looked towards Ethan and Glenn, the latter was overcome with real horror. The next moment, she ran towards them. Glenn pulled Ethan even closer to him, telling him that he had to stop Olivia and protect him by any means necessary. The hero suggested running in the opposite direction to gain time. When he looked to the side, he saw a smiling teacher. The man said he would help him change schools. This infuriated our hero, so he broke free from Glenn's grip, standing in front of the approaching girl. When she was at a sufficient distance, he grabbed her hand, causing Olivia to be surprised. However, the next moment she materialized armor. A few moments later, her entire body was covered in armor, hiding the bracelet underneath. Ethan excitedly said that this armor suited Olivia perfectly. Her abilities were not only unimaginably strong, but she could also create something so beautiful. The girl interrupted him, telling him not to make a fool of himself because he was not as weak as he wanted to seem, since he was keeping up with her. In response to her words, he pointed at Glenn, saying that his leader was running away. While Olivia turned her attention to Glenn, Ethan checked the time on his watch and saw that there were still 3 whole minutes left. He tried to figure out how he could hold out all this time. When the girl turned to him again, he asked if he could call her sister. Judging by Olivia's lack of reaction, Ethan assumed she didn't like the offer and suggested that they could just be acquaintances. The girl told the hero to stop wasting time and show his ability. Ethan didn't know what to do and tried to get Olivia to talk in any way possible, which began to significantly irritate the girl herself. She again demanded that Ethan reveal his abilities. He seemed much stronger than his comrades. The hero asked her not to rush things. He said that she must be well aware of the importance of consistency, especially when meeting new people. Olivia couldn't listen to his empty chatter any longer and began to approach the guy with a murderous aura. Noticing her change in mood, Ethan said that he would reveal his ability to her. The next moment, a dim glow began to appear in his palm. Olivia froze in anticipation of what would happen next. Contrary to all her expectations, a small F-rank dagger materialized in his hand. She looked at the dagger for a few seconds, occasionally glancing at Ethan. Then she sighed heavily, running her hand over her face. When Olivia asked if Ethan was the F-rank loser, the boy nodded, confirming her guess. A strong disappointment washed over her. Despite everything, Ethan himself was proud of the dagger he had created, saying that it was no worse than an S-rank weapon. When the guy noticed that the girl turned around and headed in the opposite direction, he called out to her. Ethan screamed that she couldn't just leave when she insisted so hard to see his ability. The two ignored him and walked on. He made another attempt to stop her, shouting that if she didn't stop, he would sneak up behind her and attack her. Olivia turned around, saying that she didn't see the point in wasting time on an F-rank loser. However, something happened that she didn't expect. In a matter of seconds, Ethan was behind her with his blade raised. The girl froze in surprise, watching the blade approaching her. At the last moment, she put her hand in front of her, blocking the attack. Olivia watched as the blade slid across her armor, leaving a small scratch in its wake. Ethan smiled and said that his dagger was indeed sharp. Our hero's classmates, who were watching this scene, laughed, saying that Olivia was afraid of some weakling who couldn't even do any harm to her. The girl said that even though Ethan's reaction speed was not bad with his rank, it would not help him. Then she turned around, saying that she had seen everything she wanted. Watching her retreating back, Ethan thought that he had managed to buy himself a little more time. However, when he looked at his watch, he saw that only 1 minute had passed and he needed to hold on for another 2. Olivia was approaching Glenn at this time, who was backing away. Stepping back, he said that it would be better for her not to come near him. But the girl ignored his words and instantly appeared next to him, asking if he could prove to her that he was better than Antonio. At that moment, Glenn noticed a stone nearby. He was delighted by this and thought that it was a great chance because there were quite a lot of stones here. Olivia asked how exactly Glenn was going to prove his superiority. Glenn replied that since she was so interested, he would be happy to show her everything, after which he sat down and touched the ground, activating his ability. Olivia didn't understand what he was doing. Ethan, on the contrary, understood everything perfectly. He realized that Glenn had been hiding his true rank all this time. Our hero called out to Olivia, warning her that her opponent's technique was too dangerous. Glenn himself used extraction on one of the stones sticking out of the ground. A couple of seconds later, the guy towered over the girl, standing on a huge rock. Looking at Olivia, he said that the most interesting part of the show was about to begin, after which he used the swing ability, which allows the extracted object to be used as a weapon. Everyone watched what was happening in amazement. Olivia guessed that all this time her opponent had been running away, looking for a suitable stone for his ability. The next moment, he lifted the stone he had just been standing on up as if it weighed nothing, after which he threw it at the girl. He said that with this attack he would get rid of Olivia and prove his superiority to everyone. Glenn was so caught up in his fantasies that he didn't notice someone else's presence behind him. The next moment, Antonio attacked him, knocking him to the ground. Glenn shouted that sneaking up on an enemy from behind was for weaklings. Noticing Olivia, who had managed to build a shield that prevented her from colliding with the stone, Glenn realized that she was stronger than he had assumed. Suddenly, the stone in front of her broke into many small pieces. Afterwards, the girl saw Antonio in front of her, who broke the stone with his ability. Olivia looked at him and said that this was her opportunity to prove herself, and he shouldn't interfere. The guy replied that it was too dangerous and that it was his duty to protect his subordinates. Olivia looked at him with displeasure and asked if he really thought she couldn't handle this situation on her own. Antonio replied that he was absolutely sure that the girl would have done a great job on her own, but the problem lay elsewhere. Looking behind him, he nodded towards Glenn, who was rushing towards him with a club, and said that this guy would not calm down so easily. Using his ability, Antonio instantly appeared behind Glenn and attacked him, throwing him over his back. Standing to the side, Ethan watched what was happening with interest. Suddenly, Antonio turned his attention to him, causing the hero to tremble. Ethan shouted out that he surrendered. He had no desire to fight someone like Antonio. The guy who came up asked why Ethan warned Olivia about the danger before Glenn attacked. The hero replied that their sergeant can sometimes overdo it without thinking about the consequences. Continuing to approach, Antonio said that Ethan was completely incapable of lying, who in turn retreated back, reminding him that he had given up a couple of seconds ago. However, Antonio ignored him and appeared next to Ethan, intercepting his hand with the blade. The hero of the hands, due to such an unexpected attack, released the weapon from his hands, pointing it upwards. But the next moment, the dagger was already on his right, and he grabbed it with his free hand. Ethan swung it at his opponent. Antonio had no choice but to let our hero go. After that, he jumped back to a safe distance. He looked at Ethan intently, studying him. Antonio took a defensive stance and asked who he really was. Ethan replied that he was an ordinary warrior from the 3rd Squad of the 10th Platoon who possessed an F-rank ability. Antonio wanted to say something, however. At that moment, our hero's attention switched from the enemy to his wristwatch, which showed that he would only have 1 minute to hold out. The guy asked what Ethan was looking at there. Instead of answering, our hero scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. Then he pointed towards the stands, saying that there was a crowd there just waiting for Ethan to make another mistake. Antonio realized that his opponent was just stalling for time and said that he hated people like him the most. When he asked why Ethan didn't want to at least try to win, the hero backed away from the boy, asking what he could do on his own. Antonio said it was advice, not a warning. Ethan asked if that made sense since he was only an F rank. Antonio said that at the end of the battle, the scouts will pick out the worst and send them to other schools. After his words, the hero began to approach his opponent, saying that he did not want to go to another school. When Ethan stopped, he said that he could not guarantee Antonio would stay alive since he had become his opponent. Immediately after this, a red aura began to surround our hero. It seeped out of his body, filling the surrounding space. The system reported that Ethan's physical indicators had increased 3-fold, and he could see not only the level of someone else's ability, but how it worked as well as its weaknesses. Ethan's condition will only return to normal if the enemy dies or his soul essence is completely destroyed. Our hero's true ability is a skill that can completely destroy an enemy and has an S rank. All this time, Antonio remained in place, watching the changes that were happening to the guy opposite. He guessed that the low-level dagger was just a part of the manifestation of his true ability. Turning his attention to Antonio, Ethan saw that the opponent's ability was only B rank, which was that he could catch any target. Antonio was shocked when our hero said that his ability was not as outstanding as he had previously thought. The guy realized that he needed to be careful with Ethan, since he was able to see the abilities of other people. Meanwhile, the hero, surrounded by an aura of murder, pointed a dagger at the enemy, saying that he could no longer endure and hold back. He asked if Antonio could stop him. Not having received an answer from his opponent, he again asked if he could handle this task. Feeling completely superior to his opponent, Ethan changed his position. Twirling the dagger in one hand, he waited for Antonio to make his move. The classmates who were watching this did not understand why those two were just standing there. Michael, who was starting to get annoyed by this, shouted at Antonio to go on the offensive because he had come to watch Ethan get beaten up. Antonio himself tried to determine how best to approach his opponent. Although our hero was not in a protected stance, he also had no open areas to strike. Olivia also felt this strange aura coming from Ethan. This guy no longer looked like the loser he had seemed to her at first. Looking at him, she felt fear. She tried to control her emotions, realizing that they had to help Antonio, and ordered everyone to attack Ethan. The next moment, everyone ran to carry out her order, attacking the enemy, but he deftly evaded them. Having surrounded the hero from all sides, Olivia finally managed to reach Ethan. The next moment, our hero found himself pinned to the ground by Olivia. Dissatisfied with what happened, Antonio asked the girl why she did it. She replied that she too was obliged to protect all members of the squad she belonged to. Antonio said that he did not need anyone's protection. Olivia's words about whether he was sure about this made him think. When the girl attacked him, the guy quickly moved away from the line of attack. He also avoided a trap set by other members of the squad. It all looked more like a cat playing with its prey. Straightening his tie, he replied that he wasn't sure if he could really handle Ethan on his own. Seeing the shadow of a smile on Antonio's face, Olivia was shocked and did not hear his words about how she had better dispel her ability before she got hurt. The next moment, her armor collapsed and began to disappear, leaving the girl confused. Others also didn't understand what was happening, watching as their bracelets began to break for no apparent reason. When Ethan noticed Antonio's gaze, he said that they had great teamwork. However, the guy continued to stare intently at the hero, making him wary. Antonio sighed and asked if Ethan had come to his senses. Ignoring this question, our hero turned to Olivia, saying that 5 minutes had already passed and they should get off him. Turning around, Antonio said that next time no one would disturb them. Ethan replied wearily that once was enough for him. However, Antonio ignored him, advising him to practice a little before their next meeting. With a resigned voice, Ethan shouted after the guy as he was leaving that this time was enough for him, and there was no point in them meeting again, but he was again ignored. Following their sergeant, the rest of the squad members hurried to leave the field. Left alone, our hero wearily sank to the ground. A shocked Mr. Reed announced the result of the fight, which was hard to believe. Glenn's squad had won. At the same time, an important conversation took place in the director's office. Director Roger handed over to his guest the documents he had requested earlier. Picking up a stack of documents containing the personal files of students, he came across a recently exposed 11th grade student, Antonio. Patrick noted that he didn't win a single award in middle school, but in high school, he won every single victory. After looking through all his data, he concluded that he was only able to get this far thanks to his rank. While looking at the other students' cases, his attention was drawn to the fact that one of the students had an F rank. He asked Principal Roger for details about this student. The man replied that Ethan was the lowest rank. After much discussion, they had to place this student in the combat class. Patrick became interested in this student. Turning the page over, he saw that there was a more detailed description, but the director said that it was not worth reading. In the special circumstances footnote, it was stated that Ethan lost his parents at age 8 and was unable to awaken his powers due to the shock, was then bullied by other relatives, and awakened his powers at age 10 when the family was burglarized. Something about this made Patrick uneasy, because usually all children awaken their abilities at the age of 8. He had never encountered other cases before where the awakening of a child's ability manifested itself later due to some circumstances. Patrick asked if Ethan's fighting abilities had changed since they were awakened, and the principal replied that when he came to school, he was still an F rank. Something about this guy's case was bothering him, and Patrick began to suspect that Ethan might be deliberately hiding his powers. Putting the stack of documents aside, he said he would like to meet the student in person. The director was surprised by such a request, and he hastened to tell that Ethan would soon change schools due to his low rank. The man then asked why it was decided to introduce military training into this particular school. Patrick froze when he heard this question. Faced with the warning look of his guest, the director became frightened, thinking that he had asked a question concerning a secret government project that was not supposed to be disclosed. He apologized, saying that he shouldn't have asked that question. Looking at the affairs of the two students who had caught his attention, Patrick replied that they were preparing for attacks from the north. And the system he introduced will help students change and become stronger. Every morning, our hero began the same way. He woke up exactly at 6 in the morning, after which he starts getting ready for school. In front of the mirror, he tells himself that today will be a good day, and at 6:30 he leaves the house. Because he has been given the cleaning duties, he has to go to school so early. This morning, at the entrance, he met other students who had come to school at such an early hour. Rumors of what happened yesterday spread throughout the school, so Ethan's name became on everyone's lips. Smiling, the girl said that most likely Antonio's team simply lost their vigilance yesterday, since they lost to someone like that. They couldn't believe that some loser had defeated 11th graders with a simple dagger. Upon arriving at his classroom, Ethan washed the board and then shook the chalk off the brushes, thinking that it would be better if they had regular whiteboards. Having finished with this, the hero moved on to washing the floors not only in the classroom but also in the entire corridor. Michael and Sean approached him a little later, the latter saying that Ethan's attempts to do at least something brought benefits to their team. Putting his hand on the hero's shoulder, he said that he had managed to surprise everyone greatly that day. Sean admitted that they didn't expect anything from Ethan back then, but somehow they managed to come out on top. After that, he left the classroom. During the next break, Glenn approached him. Ethan thought that they were going to start beating him again. However, contrary to his expectations, a classmate asked our hero to get him a handout on mathematics. Ethan was surprised that they weren't going to beat him up. He thought that because of what happened on the field back then, they stopped bullying him. The next day, students from parallel classes also began to approach him with various requests, such as doing their homework for them. Even though the bullying of him stopped, they began to use him for their own purposes, which exhausted our hero much more. When the lesson was over, Mr. Reed asked everyone not to leave. He reminded everyone that today was the last day to join the units. For the 10th grades, this was mandatory and there was no way to avoid it, so the teacher rushed his charges to make a choice. Ethan thought for a long time about what to choose and whether they would take him anywhere at all. Mr. Reed said those who did not choose anything would be given a separate interview. Everyone in the class started laughing at Ethan, saying that no normal unit would accept an F-rank fighter. Our hero did not attach any importance to their words. However, when he read the list of units offered to him, the former calm evaporated and was replaced by horror. All units in the list are directly related to the Army or the use of the ability. Many have already decided where they want to go and have even split into groups. Michael was no exception and immediately headed to the chosen unit to submit his application. Ethan was left alone in the class, still undecided where he should enroll. He had already studied the proposed list several times, but our hero did not see a solution to the current situation. Suddenly he noticed that in one of the divisions there were no rank restrictions, and there was no interaction with abilities. It was only intended for the development of physical abilities. Ethan decided to sign up here because he assumed it would only be regular physical training and there wouldn't be many people there. True, the hero found it strange that one unit was given an entire gymnasium, while others had to cram into smaller rooms, which caused discontent among some. When he approached the gym, he was surprised by the huge number of people crowded at the entrance. Ethan thought he had come to the wrong place. He looked at the sheet that indicated the location of the unit he needed to make sure it was in the right place. Suddenly, someone from the crowd shouted out that there was an F rank here, drawing everyone's attention to Ethan. Having looked at everyone, the hero realized that almost everyone here was from the 9th grade. He didn't understand why they were gathered here because they didn't have to join the unit. As everyone excitedly shouted that the leader was coming, Ethan moved closer to see who they were talking about. The next moment, he realized who exactly they were calling the leader and decided that he needed to leave here immediately. Antonio noticed Ethan's face among the crowd and walked towards him. Due to constant pushing, our hero was unable to get out of the crowd. He was accidentally pushed towards an approaching guy. Confronted by him, Ethan asked in confusion if Antonio was the leader of the training unit. He nodded, saying he didn't expect to see Ethan here. Our hero was convinced that he needed to get out of there as quickly as possible. He didn't want to cause a fuss if they fought with him in front of so many witnesses. This did not escape Antonio's keen eye, and he asked Ethan where he was going. The hero replied that he had made a mistake and had come to the wrong place. Ethan promised that he would go and look around here and return as soon as he found the office he needed. To his words, Antonio replied that there was nothing else nearby. He looked at Ethan for a few seconds before he made his guess that he had come here in the hopes that there wouldn't be many people here. The hero admitted that this was indeed the case, but there was too much crowd there, so he changed his mind about entering. Antonio replied that it was not so easy to get into his unit, so Ethan could not worry about a large number of participants. But even with these arguments, our hero refused, reminding that his abilities were too insignificant. The unit leader had no choice but to forcefully drag our hero inside. Heading to the middle of the room, Antonio said that he would now conduct the entrance test, which Ethan would take along with everyone else. Taking a quick look at everyone who wanted to join here, he was surprised that there were more people than usual today. Afterwards, he announced that the testing would consist of simply repeating a couple of exercises for Antonio, namely 30 burpees, 30 push-ups, 30 burpees again, and 30 squats. When Ethan heard that the one who would be able to pass would have to complete 10 approaches, he thought that it would be easier to die than to fulfill this condition. A few minutes later, the daredevils from the first group were already running out of steam, completing only the third approach. Some were unable to continue and decided to give up. They chose this unit because they thought it would be easier to get into than others, but that turned out to be far from the case. Ethan stood to the side and watched this, realizing that he had made a huge mistake in deciding to come here. Looking at Antonio, who was doing all the exercises he had listed without any difficulty, without even slowing down for a second, the hero understood why they called him a monster. Looking across the hall, the hero could only sympathize with the exhausted students. A couple of minutes later, having stopped on the fourth approach, everyone gave up, unable to even stand up. After announcing that the first group had been eliminated, Antonio turned around, announcing that the second group would now begin testing. After his words, everyone recoiled from the guy in horror, confident that they would definitely not be able to cope with this impossible task. The girl standing next to our hero pushed him forward, saying that he would go first. Thus, only Ethan remained in front of Antonio while the others moved aside. Turning to the guy standing opposite, the hero asked if Antonio was really human, since he wasn't tired after doing so many approaches. Looking at Ethan, the unit leader said that he shouldn't try to stall for time like he did that time on the battlefield. Then he turned to those who had decided to sit on the sidelines and said that the second group could begin doing the exercises, ignoring all the disgruntled objections. A few minutes later, while doing the exercises, Ethan's attitude towards this introductory task changed. At home, he often trained on his own so that he could defend himself. Although the hero thought he was pretty good at sports, training face-to-face with Antonio awakened his competitive spirit. But unfortunately, our hero's stamina reserve was far from that of his opponent. At some point, Antonio said that the second group was stronger than the first, so he decided that they should speed up a little. Ethan was sure that this guy got pleasure from torturing other people in such a horrible way. After a minute of fast-paced action, everyone except Ethan decided to give up and now just watched what was happening. Seeing our hero perform approaches on par with Antonio, they couldn't believe that his abilities really had an F rank. Our hero had no intention of giving in to his opponent, so he performed exercise after exercise, struggling with his irritation towards Antonio. The unit leader himself was not even out of breath, calmly performing the exercises at the set pace. One of the observers lost count of how many approaches they were already doing, but the girl sitting next to him suggested that they were already on their 7th. Hearing this, others began to support Ethan, admitting that he was not as bad as people said. A smile also appeared on Antonio's face. He thought that it was not in vain that he had noticed this guy on the day of the battle. Ethan himself was already at the limit of his strength. Continuing with his exercises, Antonio said he was sure that the hero's reaction speed that day was not just a coincidence, but that his well-developed endurance helped him maintain his pace. After these words, Antonio sped up again, challenging Ethan. The hero could not believe that his rival was seriously determined to do this. Many thought that competing with a newcomer at such a speed was too cruel even for Antonio. But when they saw that Ethan was doing everything on par with the leader, they were very surprised. The second group began to support our hero, shouting that there was only a little left and he would succeed. As Antonio finished his final set, he praised Ethan for his excellent work. The next moment, joyful cries were heard in the hall. After finishing all the exercises, Ethan wanted to lie down and not get up. This pace was not usual for him. Congratulations poured in from the sidelines on the successful completion. He sank to the floor, thinking that since he had been praised, everything had not turned out so bad. Antonio, standing next to him, extended his hand to Ethan, saying that he had been accepted into the training unit. Grabbing the offered hand, the hero thanked the guy and said that it was enough for him. Picking him up from the floor, Antonio said that Ethan could come here to train starting tomorrow. Trying to pull his hand away, the hero repeated again that what he had received today was more than enough. Coming close to him, Antonio said that training together was much more effective, and besides, he had been waiting for a suitable opponent to appear for a long time. Ethan replied that if he had done even one more approach, he would have died, and also reminded that Antonio was irritated by people like our hero. Ignoring all his words, the guy slowly said that it took him a whole year to find a member for his unit. Ethan realized that he was not being heard at all, and that there was no point in arguing with Antonio. A few days later, our hero stayed after school to clean the classroom. He sighed heavily, thinking that he didn't want to go to training today. Ethan still couldn't believe that he had actually ended up in Antonio's unit, even though he absolutely didn't want to run into him ever again. Because of this, everyone's attention was now focused on our hero, which he didn't like very much. Every day, everyone and their dog started teasing him about the unit he chose. Some were jealous and tried to find out how he got to Antonio. Ethan tried to get out of training several times, but it was useless, because in such cases, Antonio did not leave our hero alone for a minute. For a moment, he considered breaking his arm, but he quickly dismissed this idea, realizing that even so, Antonio would not leave him alone. Lost in thought, Ethan didn't notice that there was someone else in the classroom the whole time. When the hero finally paid attention to the stranger, she asked him if he studied here. Ethan nodded and asked what was wrong. The next moment, she pulled out her student ID card with her rank, saying that if she was not mistaken, this was the custom in this school to greet people. Ethan was surprised to learn that this girl already had the rank of corporal. Alicia asked what our hero's rank was, but he was slow to answer. Noticing this, she demanded his name and rank in a commanding voice. Ethan immediately reported that he had been awarded the rank of Rookie of the 3rd Squad of the 10th Platoon. Only then did he realize that he had answered her without thinking because they had been forced to memorize it many times. Looking at Ethan, Alicia was surprised that he was just a newbie. After she extended her hand, saying that she was glad to meet him, the hero returned her handshake and asked what she was doing there. Alicia replied that she would be joining the ranks of the 10th Platoon starting tomorrow. After receiving her answer, Ethan smiled, saying that he hoped they would get along in the future, and then headed towards the exit. He said that he still had some things to do, so he had to go. Before Ethan could open the classroom door, Alicia grabbed his backpack and pulled him back, after which she pushed him against the wall. Ethan watched in surprise as the girl approached him and blocked his escape route. The hero said that he really needed to go. Looking into his eyes, Alicia said that he should show her around the school first. Ethan had no idea what to do in this situation, especially since Antonio could come here at any moment, and then he would not be able to escape. The hero made another attempt, saying that he was in a hurry and that she should look for someone else, but the girl stood her ground, replying that Ethan suited her just fine. He realized that today was an extremely unlucky day, and he would not be able to get away from either Alicia or Antonio. Getting a little closer to Ethan, the girl said that he should show her the school immediately. Sighing, the hero asked where she needed to go. Alicia asked him to take her to Sergeant Antonio. The hero could not help but be pleased with such a fortunate coincidence of circumstances. He hoped that since he would be busy because of Alicia, Ethan could be allowed to go home. He replied that he was just heading to Antonio's, at which moment the object of their discussion appeared outside the door, clearly in a bad mood. The unit leader opened the door, causing Ethan to become startled by his sudden appearance. When he asked if our hero had thought about skipping today's training, Ethan replied that he was just on his way to it. Alicia turned to the guy who came in, asking if he was Sergeant Antonio. He replied that she should communicate more respectfully with her elders, and the girl said that here, rank distribution is more important than age. Coming close to him, she asked if his rank was higher than hers. Without waiting for his answer, Alicia pulled away from Antonio, saying that they were on about the same level. Loosening his tie, he asked if she wanted to make sure. Ethan noticed their belligerent attitude and asked them not to start a fight right there. Suddenly, Alicia changed the subject, asking if Antonio had a girlfriend. The guy replied that there was no one there. Alicia smirked and said that it was pretty obvious, and that she also found guys like Antonio very annoying, and he replied that their feelings were mutual in that regard. Afterwards, she took a couple of steps back, saying that he should have come up with something for the sake of decency, whether it was a girl or a bride. When Antonio asked what Alicia was talking about, the girl replied that her family was quite conservative, so for his own safety, he had better listen to her advice. Ethan, standing to the side, had no idea what was going on or what the relationship was between the two. Having lost interest in Antonio, the girl switched to our hero, asking if he wanted to date her. Ethan was surprised by such a sudden question from the girl. He asked why him. She answered that they were the same height, and she liked it when the interlocutor's gaze was at the same level as hers. Confused, Ethan responded that it was too sudden and he needed to think about it, causing Alicia to be surprised by his reaction. For a while, she just stood there looking at the guy. Afterwards, the girl smiled, saying that although he was embarrassed, he looked quite cute. Approaching him, she asked what rank his ability was. Ethan hesitated and replied that it was F rank. Alicia pulled away from him, saying he was lying. The hero replied that he was telling the truth. Taking a step forward, the girl declared that such people simply do not exist. Antonio intervened in their argument and reminded them that it was time for Ethan to go to training. He asked the girl to leave so that he could take his ward. Sometime later, our hero completed his last set of pull-ups. Seeing that Ethan's body was already shaking slightly, Antonio said that he was staying only one last time. As the hero sank to the floor in front of Alicia, the girl admitted that she thought their training was just an excuse, but to her surprise, the guys had actually been exercising the whole time. Turning to the girl, Ethan asked her for help. Since she had decided to follow them, the girl replied that she did not see the need for it. The hero was amazed that only recently she demanded to be shown the school, and now instead she was watching their training. Pointing at Ethan, she asked why Antonio was training with him. He replied that the guy was an ordinary newbie, whom he decided to help because for him, physical indicators were more important than rank, and he had also been looking for a suitable partner for a long time. The girl smiled, guessing that the real reason was not so simple. Approaching Antonio, she said that she did not understand why she would waste her time on him unless he saw some potential in Ethan. The guy tensed up after her words. Alicia asked him to tell her what Ethan was hiding. After what she saw in this training, the girl was sure that Ethan's abilities were much higher than just F rank. Antonio replied that he did not know anything. Alicia realized that it would be difficult to get any information out of him. Then she decided that it would be best to ask Ethan himself about it. Lying on the floor, the hero replied that the girl was very much mistaken about him. He was just a useless F-rank rookie. From his answer, it was too obvious to Alicia and Antonio that it was a lie, but there was nothing they could do about it. Sighing, the unit leader grabbed the hero by the shirt, saying that there was plenty of time to rest and they needed to continue training. The next day, Mr. Reed announced that there was a new student in their class. Looking towards the door, he told the girl that she could come in. A few seconds later, Alicia stood in front of the entire class, smiling. Everyone looked at her with interest, because it was the first time someone had been transferred to them. Alicia turned to the teacher, asking where her place was. The man replied that she was sitting in the horse with the first squad, but first she needed to introduce herself. Having determined where Ethan was sitting, the girl replied that she liked the third squad and headed in his direction, ignoring the teacher's objections. As she walked past the rows, Alicia asked to be placed in the third squad. Ethan and his deskmate watched the new girl with bewilderment. Pointing to Ethan's neighbor, Alicia said she wanted to sit there and asked to switch seats. The guy replied that this was his place and he had no intention of giving it up. The girl didn't like his answer. Slapping her hand on the desk and leaning towards the guy, she asked if he really didn't want to move, adding threatening notes to her voice. He had no choice but to give up his seat to her. When the girl took her new place, one of the boys called out to her. Glenn asked with displeasure who she thought she was to allow herself to do such a thing. She smiled and asked if his rank was higher than hers, then said that she knew that the highest rank among the students was corporal, and that she was a corporal. Glenn stated that he was the leader of the squad, but the girl no longer listened to him, telling the teacher that she would sit here. Mr. Reed approved of this new girl's self-will. Alicia turned her attention to Ethan, noticing how he sighed in resignation, covering his face with his hands. The girl asked if he really didn't like her that much that he looked so unhappy. Placing her hand on his shoulder, she said that she had sat down next to him in the hopes of establishing communication with each other, but now she didn't know what to do. Ethan replied that he would like to be friends with her and it wasn't that he didn't like her. The teacher didn't let him finish speaking and asked Alicia to introduce herself to the class and tell about herself. The girl inhaled, saying that she had already sat down. A moment later, she stood up, saying that she would introduce herself from here. Glenn turned around, telling her that she needed to stand up in front of the entire class, as it was just common courtesy. Alicia replied that she could be heard well from here, and then smiled sweetly, saying that she was very pleased to meet everyone. The other students couldn't help but notice her overly impudent behavior. When she said that her rank was corporal and her manifested ability was White Jade Goblin, everyone was very surprised. Alicia ended her story by saying that she hopes for productive study together. Mr. Reed and many of the students kept staring at the girl in surprise until the very end. Ethan also looked at the girl. He didn't expect someone like her to be interested in him. He knew that the White Jade Goblin was the only inherited ability. Usually, abilities are not passed on by inheritance because the engraving of the soul, the essence of which is manifested in abilities, cannot be the same. One day there appeared people who believed that they could pass on their ability to others. They wanted to make her stronger, more precise, and more dangerous, like a sharp blade. One of the families succeeded after some time. It was the Kim family, whose members were descendants of the king of the Shang dynasty. They had to leave their families and devote themselves to education and fighting. To protect their lineage, they practiced internal marriages. All the children born in this family had skin as pale as marble. Thus, this family managed to obtain the inherited ability that allows them to summon a white jade goblin. But over time, it became clear that only the daughters of this family could summon the goblin. After several centuries, the family's numbers had greatly decreased, and the clan was on the verge of extinction. In the last generation, a child was born who could summon a sword-wielding goblin. The girl adopted all the abilities and hidden skills of her family. At the moment, Alicia was the only one who had the highest level of swordsmanship. She was special from birth and was a true genius. Having finished telling her story, the girl asked if she could sit down. Mr. Reed, still in shock, replied that she could take her seat, after which he announced that from today on, Alicia is the deputy leader of the third squad. An unhappy Glenn jumped up from his seat, asking how some new girl could suddenly become his deputy. The teacher slapped the teacher's desk and said that no objections would be accepted. Glenn knew his place as leader was under threat, and he didn't like it very much. Meanwhile, Ethan said that Alicia turns out to be quite famous. The girl, in turn, replied that she was simply pretty, that's all. Looking into his eyes, she said that it wasn't just her who was special here, but he too, because it wasn't often that you met someone with an F rank. Ethan had never heard anyone of his rank referred to as special before. He sighed and asked Alicia to stop looking for things in him that weren't there. Laughing, the girl replied that she would definitely reveal all his secrets. Glenn couldn't think of anything else except the threat that had appeared in the form of the new student. He was determined to show this impudent girl his place at all costs. After the lesson ended, the big break began, during which everyone rushed to the cafeteria. Some have discussed how Alicia would be a much better leader of the third squad than Glenn, who is inferior to her in many ways. Sean remembered that on the day of the battles between the squads, Glenn gave strange orders, hiding behind others' backs the whole time. Passing by Glenn, Sean's interlocutor admitted that at first she thought of Alicia as a simple, arrogant girl, but after watching the video of her fights, she realized that she was excellent at giving orders. Elena still can't forget how cool Alicia was in that battle on video. The girl had no doubt that Alicia would soon displace Glenn from his position. Listening to all this, the anger inside their current leader boiled up even more. He realized that if he didn't do something about the new girl immediately, she would take his place without delay. Alicia herself was in the classroom with Ethan. Rising from her seat, she invited him to have lunch together. Our hero declined her offer, saying that he still had cleaning to do. Grabbing him by the vest, the girl said that she had no one to eat with, to which Ethan responded by saying that at the moment she was the most popular student in school. After letting him go, Alicia replied that she hated those who communicated with her only because of her merits. Ethan apologized in front, saying that he wouldn't be able to join her for lunch because he was really busy. When he listed to her all the things he had to do in exchange, Alicia said that it was too much for one person, and even the leader of the squad could not do it all alone. Ethan looked away and agreed that it was indeed difficult to do it alone. Leaning closer to him, Alicia asked if he was sometimes running errands for other leaders. Her gaze turned wild as she suggested that Ethan could carry out the tasks assigned to him by the entire class. Moving away from the girl, the hero replied that he helps everyone else from time to time. It seemed to him that if they start dividing up the responsibilities, then there will be complete confusion, and asked that Alicia not misunderstand this situation. The girl listened to her friend with surprise. When he finished his explanation, Alicia pursed her lips in irritation. The next moment, she grabbed Ethan by the vest again and dragged him along with her. When he asked where they were going, the girl replied that she needed to deal with those who were irresponsible in their duties, shifting them onto others. Entering the cafeteria, where all her classmates were, Alicia easily found Michael and approached him. He looked at her in surprise, asking what she wanted. The girl asked if he was the one appointed to be responsible for cleaning the office. If so, then why was he shifting his responsibilities onto the shoulders of someone else? Michael spread his arms wide and replied that it should go without saying, since Ethan was only an F rank who could only be assigned to tasks like this. Covering his mouth with her hand, Alicia said she wasn't interested in his pathetic excuses. Smiling, she said that everyone must mind their own business. Alicia considered bullying the weak to be a very low act. She said that she would not stoop to something like that and hoped that Michael understood perfectly well what she was getting at. After her words, the guy turned very pale. When the girl removed her hand, he apologized, saying that he would not behave like that again. Pointing at Ethan, Alicia said that Michael should apologize to him, not her. Having received the apologies due to our hero, they then went to the teacher. Alicia told him about the situation. The man said that he was not aware of what was happening with Ethan and appointed the girl responsible for distributing responsibilities. The girl was happy with the powers given to her and thanked Mr. Reed. Ethan himself did not share her joy because she literally turned his entire usual way of life upside down. Meeting Sean in the hallway talking to Nicholas, Alicia said that she was now assigning responsibilities and handed one of them a mop, making him responsible for the floors and the other for washing the boards. The boys looked at the girl in bewilderment, asking why they had to do the frill. When Sean said that this was something an F rank should do, Alicia silenced him by hitting both of them in the throat with a mop. She said that shifting responsibilities onto one person does not add to their honor. At that moment, a disgruntled Glenn called out to her. Alicia turned her attention to him, asking if he wanted to help with the cleaning. The guy ignored her question, saying that she should call him leader. The girl nodded, then asked what he needed. He asked in bewilderment whether a leader should approach his subordinate only on business. The girl didn't respond to this, silently checking Glenn with her eyes. Afterwards, she shrugged, saying that it would have been better if she had become the leader of the squad instead of him. The guy was infuriated by her words. Turning around, she said that since the squad leader didn't need anything, she would go. Glenn stopped her, telling her to come to the roof of the school after school because they needed to discuss something regarding the squad. Ethan heard Alicia being called to the roof to hear her answer. He got up from his seat and sat by the door to avoid being noticed. When the lessons were over, the girl went to the roof. Our hero followed her, keeping his distance so as not to be noticed. Having reached the very top, the girl opened the door and walked out through it without the slightest hesitation. Ethan was in no hurry to climb higher, expecting that Alicia might change her mind and come back. He waited a minute, making sure that no one was going to come down from the roof. Only after that did he rise higher, thinking that Glenn had made a big mistake by challenging someone like Alicia. The hero stopped near the half-open door, listening attentively to the conversation. Alicia asked what exactly Glenn wanted to discuss with her, to which the guy replied that, when she came here, she should have realized everything herself, after which he pointed to a group of his people standing behind him. The girl grinned and said that their leader was no slouch and was quite popular at school. Several dozen students from different classes stood in front of Alicia. Glenn said that since she was a member of his squad, he did not intend to raise his hands in the future after today's conversation. Alicia wondered if her squad leader was so weak that he couldn't talk calmly without a crowd of his friends behind him. Her words made Glenn laugh. Trying to contain his laughter, he said it was time to teach his deputy a lesson. The surprised girl pointed to herself, asking again what exactly they were going to do. Then she looked at Glenn, asking what exactly he was going to teach her. The boy, flexing his wrists, replied in a more understandable language that he would make Alicia regret her behavior. The girl asked what was wrong with her behavior. Glenn replied that she should obey her leader's orders. His words made her laugh a lot. She asked why she should do that. Alicia said that Glenn would have to be either stronger than her or smarter for her to obey him. But the guy standing in front of her didn't fit any of these points, so she said that she didn't recognize him as a leader. Glenn couldn't believe that Alicia actually dared to say something like that. He commanded those standing behind him to activate their abilities. The girl watched her opponents assessing their strength. She replied that they had quite a few melee weapons, but they were completely ordinary without any additional enhancements. Glenn was sure that such a number of opponents must have shaken Alicia's confidence. He asked if she felt her abilities were insignificant looking at his team. The girl replied that this should apply more to them than to her. Glenn told her to stop talking nonsense because his people would have no trouble dealing with her in a matter of minutes. He reminded her that using abilities in school was forbidden, especially one as strong as hers, so if she activated it, she would be severely punished. At that moment, several fighters stepped forward. He was confident because he selected only those who could use their abilities safely without fear of being noticed. He knew that in order to fully utilize her power, Alicia needed a sword, which the girl did not have. Comparing a professional without the ability to use his ability and losers with abilities, it was obvious to him that the latter would win. Glenn said that the girl had better give up from the start because she wouldn't be able to handle such a crowd. If she changed her mind about him, he promised that she would be treated a little more gently. Suddenly, Alicia asked if Glenn had any thoughts when he looked at Antonio, who was quite famous in this school. The guy didn't understand what she was trying to say. Alicia said that everyone knew the rank of her normal ability, then asked if they knew the rank of her combat ability. When she took a step forward, the guys who had stepped forward began to back away in fear. Glenn didn't understand what they were doing because a swordsman without his sword was no threat against a whole crowd with abilities. Alicia sighed and said that he should have tried harder during the squad battle. Then she pointed to her forehead, asking if he had forgotten what they had been taught. She reminded him that according to statistics, one A-rank fighter could easily defeat 100 lesser opponents, after which a single horn grew from her forehead and her hair began to lighten. Alicia said that the first thing a fighter must learn to get an A rank is to go against the crowd alone. After her words, everyone froze in horror, realizing that such an opponent was beyond their capabilities. Noticing that everyone was starting to retreat hesitantly, Glenn shouted that it was stupid to be afraid of an enemy who didn't even have a weapon. Then he pointed at the girl, ordering everyone to attack her together. The guy holding the bat decided to trust Glenn's words. The next moment, he was the first to attack her, swinging the bat at Alicia. Contrary to his expectations, the girl simply stood there, not reacting in any way to his attack. Alicia watched the bat approach her face, wondering if this guy was overestimating himself. The next moment, the bat stopped a couple of centimeters away from her. The guy looked at her in surprise. The girl intercepted his hand, holding the bat at a distance. Afterwards, she threw the enemy aside and he flew into his comrades standing nearby. As a result, all three lay unconscious, having flown into the fence. After that, she attacked a guy standing nearby. Alicia dealt with a large number of opponents in a matter of seconds without much effort. One of the guys she had defeated tried to get up from the ground, thinking that this girl was invincible even without a sword. He admitted that against her, who was an A rank, they were nothing. Sitting down next to him, Alicia said that he gave up too quickly, so he would never reach her level. Her words seemed like a mockery to the guy. Raising his head, he said that being special from birth, she would not understand ordinary people and the efforts they make to achieve something. Alicia listened calmly to the guy, waiting for him to finish. He was firmly convinced that a person who was born with the strongest ability would never be able to understand how difficult it is for others to achieve something. When the boy fell silent, the girl rose from her knees, saying that he could continue to think like that, but her original combat abilities were D rank. It was clear from his face that he didn't believe her words. Glenn shouted out that there was no way she could be a D rank. There wasn't a single person in the entire country who hadn't heard of her family and what gifted children they produced. He said that for her manipulations, Alicia should have come up with something better. No one would believe that someone like her doesn't have talent. Shrugging her shoulders, the girl agreed that having a D-rank combat ability, while the main ability passed down from generation to generation was of A rank, was a manifestation of true lack of talent. Afterwards, she said that despite her desire to use the sword, she would have to restrain herself to avoid disciplinary action. By this time, many had already managed to come to their senses and rise from the floor, looking at her with fear. Alicia realized that there was no point in trying to prove anything to them with words because they would never acknowledge the enormous amount of effort she had put in to become who she was now. Looking at her palm, covered with many calluses, she said that she would show them all her efforts in practice. Glenn decided to attack her first, rushing at her at the same time as everyone else. However, less than a minute had passed before all the attackers lay helplessly on the floor. Alicia turned her attention to Glenn, who was keeping to the side. He didn't like that everything didn't go according to his plan, and the girl turned out to be much stronger than he expected. Alicia stretched her neck and said that it would all be over once she dealt with him. Glenn chuckled, saying that they could only resolve the situation between them by fighting one-on-one. Then he spread his arms out to the sides, telling the girl to attack him first. Alicia was alarmed by Glenn's careless confidence in himself. She assumed that he had hidden something under his sweater in advance. She complied with his request, moving towards him with lightning speed and telling him that he should relax his abdominal muscles. After which she directed her fist towards his stomach, intending to destroy what the guy had hidden there. Watching Alicia, Glenn was glad that she had fallen into his trap so easily. He knew that the girl was deliberately avoiding punches to the face because she would be punished if everything was found out. That's why he took a step back and ducked, intending to take that blow in the face. Alicia tried to understand the reason why her opponent was smiling in such a situation. At some point, Glenn leaned even lower, exposing himself to the girl's fist. He was confident that if he pretended to have been beaten by Alicia, he would not be punished. When the girl's fist was a few centimeters away from him, suddenly someone intercepted the blow, not allowing Alicia's fist to touch Glenn. Ethan was glad that he made it on time because if he had been even a second late, something irreparable would have happened. Glenn was surprised that an F rank decided to interfere in their fight. Ethan stood up, throwing away the pieces of plastic that had taken the brunt of the impact, ignoring the surprised boy's questions about what he was doing there. The hero stepped on Glenn's hand, silencing him, after which he apologized for such a gross mistake in relation to his leader and asked if he was seriously hurt. Holding his sore arm, Glenn looked at Alicia, asking if she was the one who called this worthless thing here. Pointing at our hero, the girl replied that he had followed her himself. The note of discontent in her voice touched Ethan to the depths of his soul. He said that this life was too cruel to him because he was not welcome anywhere. A few moments later, Alicia's ability wore off. Looking at the distance from where they were to the front door, she couldn't understand how Ethan had managed to cover that distance in such a short time. To make it in time, he would need at least 10 seconds. Somehow he managed to get to them before her fist hit Glenn's face. He was also able to completely absorb her blow without being harmed. The girl clenched her fist, realizing that this guy might be stronger than she initially thought. Feeling something digging into her palm, she opened her fist and was surprised to find pieces of plastic there. Our hero pointed to the sky, saying that the sun was already setting and suggested that everyone go home, forgetting about what had happened here. Glenn stood up and asked who Ethan thought he was to dare to make decisions for others. He said that our hero and Alicia would be in big trouble if he complained to the teacher. Making the most innocent face Ethan could muster, he asked in surprise what he had done. He had only protected his fellow soldier, for which he should be praised. Alicia agreed with him, saying that their junior had indeed protected Glenn's face, so there would not be enough evidence to accuse them of anything. The guy laughed at her words, saying that she shouldn't be so self-confident. Pointing towards the door where he had hidden the camera earlier, Glenn said that everything that happened was recorded. The boy admitted that he was going to show this video to the teacher, proving that Alicia and Ethan, being in collusion, not only violated school rules, but also brutally beat other students. When the guy finished his enthusiastic speech, the hero pointed down, asking if this was the camera he was talking about. Glenn looked down in bewilderment and saw the wreckage of his camera, which would be very difficult to restore in such a state. Ethan apologized to the leader, saying that he didn't know it was a camera and he mistook it for a regular piece of decor. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, the hero said that it was the first thing that came to hand, that he could find here to soften the blow. Kicking one of the camera fragments, Olivia said that Glenn's plans were not destined to come true, but there was something that worried her more at the moment. Grabbing Ethan by the vest, she asked how he managed to stop her blow. Raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, the hero asked why she was treating him like this, since he had just helped her. The students who had come to their senses watched what was happening in surprise. One of them said that A-rank fighters not only have good skills, but also good luck. Alicia heard these words spoken and froze for a couple of seconds. Then she headed in their direction, dragging Ethan along with her. The boys watched the girl, wondering what she was going to do. She suddenly told them to stop whining about their low rank and advised them to learn a lot from Ethan. Alicia said that they should seriously consider her words and what had happened today, and then turned towards the door. Everyone just watched in surprise as the girl walked away, dragging our hero along with her. Glenn didn't move from his spot even as the door slammed shut, leaving him and his defeated team on the roof. He lowered his head, clenching his fists. Glenn really lost today. That same night, Ethan had a dream about events that happened many years ago. In an apartment covered in blood, a woman with severed limbs screamed and tried to crawl away from a little boy with a knife, calling him a monster. Blood covered the boy's entire body, which was covered with countless bruises from the beatings, which gave him a frightening appearance. Standing in front of the man's corpse, the boy said that he was no different from his uncle and aunt, who raised him like that. At this point, Ethan woke up, jumping up in bed. The next moment, the alarm clock set for 6 in the morning rang. But the hero did not pay attention to this annoying ringing, being overwhelmed by memories from the past that haunt him in nightmares. He breathed out heavily for a few moments. Coming back to reality, he had stopped seeing this dream since entering high school, but recent events made his nightmare return. A few hours later, walking next to Ethan, Alicia noticed that something was wrong with him today. She asked him if something had happened. Smiling, Ethan replied in his usual manner that he was just a little tired, then changed the subject, asking where they were heading anyway. Looking at Michael's group walking next to them, the girl replied that she didn't know because the teacher had only given the detailed information to the sergeants, but most likely they would have a joint lesson with the medical class. A few minutes later, they stopped near a tall building, after which Glenn said that they were there. Alien voices were immediately heard from the side. Students from another school had been waiting for them for a long time and openly mocked our hero's class because they had not shown their best side by being late on such an important day. An irritated Glenn approached them, asking who they were. The girl in front ignored his question and said that they were just interested in taking a look at Alicia, who was rumored to be unusually beautiful and talented. Glenn said irritably that Alicia was the deputy in his squad and if they had something to say, they could say it to him. After his words, the students from the other school laughed, saying that their attempts to appear military looked stupidly funny. Glenn couldn't listen to this any longer, so he said that he was the sergeant of the 3rd Squad of the 10th Platoon of the Special Training High School, and then demanded that they tell him who they were. One of the girls asked him who they looked like in his opinion. He responded irritably that they were the scum of the earth. A man suddenly appeared and put his hand on the shoulder of one of the girls, saying that they should not quarrel with other schools. Lewis apologized for his classmates' behavior, saying they had been a little overexcited, after which he extended his hand to Glenn, saying that he was very pleased to meet him. Glenn pushed away the hand that was extended to him, replying that Lewis should not waste his time and explain what was going on here. The guy suggested that Glenn calm down first so that they could have a normal dialogue. Alicia came out in front and said that he really should calm down and watch what he says because their training rating had dropped a lot lately and they needed to restore it. Afterwards, the girl turned her attention to Lewis and asked for forgiveness for Glenn's behavior. Lewis replied that everything was fine and then said that he was very glad to meet her. Alicia ignored his outstretched hand in greeting, saying that their squad had come for a joint lesson with the medical class. After which, she asked what the students from another school were doing here. Lewis smiled and replied that they were the class that was supposed to be working with them today. The guy also said that they had been waiting for this day to come for a long time. Afterwards, the students from the 2 schools headed to the bank building, where their assignment would most likely take place. Lewis said both schools are committed to the bank and felt it would be a great place for their practice. Noting the absence of people on this street and the presence of a security guard at the entrance, the guy assumed that the bank was closed for today on the occasion of their arrival. When they went inside, a man met them there saying that they had come on time. Some of the students had heard that they would be assigned security personnel, so they were not very surprised by the appearance of men in uniform. She took a few steps forward and introduced herself, saying that she had been looking forward to this day. The men laughed and replied that she was brave beyond her years. Alicia asked what they were going to do today. After her question, Jack, who met them, laughed even more, saying that he was starting to like her, and he would be happy to take her into his unit when she grew up. Sometime later, they were taken inside the bank. As Alicia took off her sword, she thought that their fighting abilities were completely ignored, and they were treated like little children, and she would have to try hard to prove her worth. Suddenly, she called out to Lewis, who was standing next to her. He immediately approached her, asking what business she had with him. Alicia asked him to split his class into 4 temporary squads because they needed to present themselves in a good light to the bank. Then I looked at my classmates who were busy communicating with the staff. Sighing, the girl said that they were acting too carelessly and no one was taking the whole situation seriously. A passing employee said that he and some other guys were going to get coffee and asked if they would like something to drink. When Alicia heard that there was a coffee machine in the cafeteria and that other drinks could also be purchased, all her seriousness disappeared. Leaving her sword behind, she ran after the man, figuring that it wouldn't hurt to relax a little, and besides, there were people from the security department here. Ethan, however, decided not to join the others in the cafeteria. Staying in his room, he thought everyone was too relaxed. Suddenly, Lewis approached him. The hero did not expect such an unexpected appearance of the guy, so he could not hide his surprise, wondering what he needed. Smiling, Lewis asked if Ethan was close to Alicia. The hero assumed that Lewis wanted him to arrange a date with Alicia and assured him that he would do a great job of it. The guy waved his hand, saying that he hadn't approached Ethan for that. The hero turned out his empty pockets, saying that if Lewis wanted to ask him to buy something, he didn't have any money on him. Lewis said that this assumption was also incorrect. The next moment, he said that he was interested in Ethan himself. Afterwards, he asked him if he wanted something to drink. Pointing behind him, Lewis said he saw a vending machine nearby. Ethan agreed to his proposal and headed in the indicated direction. He paused for a second, wondering if he should warn Glenn, but deciding that everything would be fine without him, he moved on. A few minutes later, he was enjoying a cool cola. Watching Ethan, Lewis said he thought he was too carefree. When asked if Ethan was hiding his abilities from the entire school, the hero almost choked on his drink. Even though he replied that this was not the case, Lewis could not shake the strange feeling that Ethan did not fit into the class group at all, and seemed superfluous. Smiling, the hero replied that being carefree is his motto in life. Lewis asked what rank his ability was. Ethan replied that he had an F rank. Surprised, Lewis asked if he was deceiving him, and the hero replied that he really was. Not fully believing Ethan's words, the guy asked if he was testing him, to which the hero replied that he had no need to do that. Afterwards, Ethan took a step back and threw the empty can into the trash can, which was standing a few meters away from him. Lewis was surprised when the can went straight into the trash. He looked at Ethan with enthusiasm, saying that it was cool, and then asked how he did it. The hero did not understand what in this action struck Lewis so much, and replied that he simply threw the can. After his words, the guy was eager to do the same. After making sure there was no drink left in the can, Lewis got into a throwing stance and threw the can into the trash. However, he was unable to do the same as Ethan because his can flew over the trash can, crashed into the wall, and then fell to the floor. Lewis ran for the can, saying it wasn't as easy as it looked, to which Ethan replied that the guy just had bad reflexes. After throwing away the can, Lewis said that he wasn't very good at fighting, so he transferred to the first aid section and then asked how Ethan, with such a weak rank, managed to stay in the combat class. The hero replied that Alicia and his innate luck were helping him. Afterwards, Ethan approached Lewis, asking what his ability was. The next moment, the guy's right hand transformed into a blade. Looking at this, Ethan said that this was a pretty good ability with a lot of potential. Lewis transformed his hand back, saying that he hears it often, but the problem is that it hasn't changed at all in all this time. The hero guessed what thoughts were going through Lewis's head and assumed that he was interested in Ethan's rank because he was thinking about transferring to the combat class. The guy smiled awkwardly, replying that it was indeed so. Ethan had absolutely no idea about the man standing in front of him. He said he felt that providing medical care was much better because it would allow him to save the people he cared about. Rubbing his neck, Lewis admitted that he hadn't thought about it that way, and that perhaps he really did need to rethink his approach. Listening to him, Ethan bit his lip painfully, trying to suppress his emotions. A few moments later, he put on his usual smile and, placing a hand on Lewis's shoulder, encouraged him, telling him that he needed to be more confident and take things easier. Deep down, Ethan was terribly jealous of him and thought that it would be much better if he too could use his ability to save people instead of killing. Afterwards, the hero turned around, saying that they had lingered here too long and that they should hurry back. At the same time, Mr. Reed met with the organizers of the task for his students near the bank building. One of the men pulled out grading forms with a list of students from an envelope, offering to begin assigning grades. The teacher looked at Pavel in surprise, saying that the main task had not even begun yet, to which the man replied that improvisation saves in such situations. He advised Reed to first evaluate his best students by imagining what grade they could get, since this was a typical theory reinforcement assignment. The teacher liked the proposed approach and agreed. He quickly ranked the students based on their rank. The only one that Teacher Reed gave the lowest grade to was Ethan. After he handed the documents back to Pavel, he suggested going out for a coffee. He had just recently heard about a new coffee shop nearby. After returning from the cafeteria, 2 people were posted at the entrance as security, which was very tiring if you had to stand around doing nothing for a long time. Sometime later, Sean suggested to a girl standing next to him that they play rock, paper, scissors, and whoever loses gets to buy drinks. Lisa agreed and they began the game, not noticing that men dressed in military gear were approaching the entrance of the building. At that moment, Michael approached them with an open package of chips, saying that someone was coming here. A few moments later, a group of unfamiliar men stopped at the front door of the building. Hearing the students talking about the appearance of some strange people, Jake stopped with a mug of hot coffee in his hand and looked towards the entrance. The next moment, he threw down his unfinished coffee and, cursing, ran there. As he approached the students, the man shouted for them to step aside immediately. But they stood still, not understanding what was happening. Jack moved behind them in a flash and pushed them aside, after which he created a tonfa blocking the enemy's attack. With difficulty holding back the onslaught of the attacker, John shouted to all the students present to run to the emergency exit. The students themselves did not understand what was happening and were dumbfounded with fear, ignoring John's order. Noticing that everyone remained standing in their places, the man asked what they were doing because they had been ordered to run away from here as quickly as possible. At that very moment, his weapon began to become covered with deep cracks, unable to withstand the enemy's force. A few moments later, everyone saw John being cut in two by an enemy unknown to them. Throwing the blood-stained sword over his shoulder, Douglas said that he was glad to meet his comrades from South Korea. A terrifying aura emanated from this man, and the scar on half of his face made him even more dangerous. A few moments later, 2 more guards came running here, and one of them asked Douglas who he was and what he wanted here. The man ignored the question, telling the guard that he looked pretty tough and that maybe he could at least cheer Douglas up a little. Paul's partner said that the stranger's accent sounded like North Korean, and based on these words, Paul asked the attackers if they were spies sent from the north. Douglas replied that today they were not playing the role of spies but of beggars. After this, he threw a large bag on the floor, saying that if they did not want to lose their heads, they had better hurry and fill this bag with money. Paul was at a loss. He could not fulfill this request, but he was in no hurry to part with life. A few moments later, reinforcements arrived. Realizing that his polite request was not going to be fulfilled, Douglas said that they had better fill the bag with money while he asked them nicely. Paul shouted at the man to stop demanding the impossible and get as far away from there as possible. Raising his huge sword, Douglas said that to this day he wondered whether the people of the southern part suffered from hearing or sight, since they dared to challenge him every time. Alicia was behind the guards all this time. Looking at Douglas, she realized that he had a fairly high rank, and they had absolutely nothing to counter such a monster. Paul created a wall of steel to shield himself from Douglas, allowing his colleagues to get closer to the enemy and protect the school children who had become unwitting hostages of the situation. Alicia realized how reckless the man's actions were and ran forward, shouting that he needed to get out of there. But she was too late. At that very moment, the wall built by Paul was destroyed in one blow. Alicia watched in horror as the guard's bloody body collapsed to the floor. Standing next to him, Matt recoiled, realizing that the man who could have provided them with some measure of safety had been killed in a split second. The girl couldn't believe that Douglas had dealt with an A-rank fighter so easily. She came to the conclusion that this man's rank was no lower than A rank, if not S. Douglas looked with disdain at the corpses lying nearby, saying that all attempts to maintain order were completely pointless. Afterwards, he brushed the blood off his sword. Alicia got the attention of the other students by shouting for everyone to obey her orders. She ordered everyone to run behind the bankers' desks. Sean nodded his head, starting to rise from the floor. Watching the students run to the bankers' workstations, Douglas, standing at the ticket dispenser, asked if, since they had decided to become bank employees, he needed to take a ticket to get money. Once on the other side of the room, Alicia told everyone to activate their abilities, and from now on, the sergeants are in charge of their squads. Having never received an answer to his question, Douglas kept pressing the ticket button, saying that he would like to get some money. The sound emitted by this device was very harsh on the ears of our heroes. Jumping onto one of the tables, Alicia said that everyone needed to get together and hold out until the police or teachers came to help. Moving his bag a little closer, Douglas asked that the students not be so inhospitable to their new friend, because they should support each other. Taking a look at the men, Alicia was sure that in terms of strength, they were in no way inferior to Douglas. Meanwhile, the man continued his monologue, saying that their wallets were empty, so they wanted to ask the bank for help, but they encountered an inhospitable attitude towards them which greatly depresses him. Standing opposite Alicia, he asked the name of such a brave girl. When she told him her name, Douglas asked why she had remained silent all this time, ignoring his concerns. Alicia decided that she not only needed to try to buy as much time as possible, but also to try to get some useful information out of him, so she said that the man did not look like a spy, they would not rob a bank, and she suggested that they had escaped from North Korea. Douglas was amused by the girl's words and couldn't help but smile. Without removing the smile from his face, he said that he had better introduce himself. Alicia was surprised that the criminal decided to reveal his identity on his own. The next moment, the man said that they were members of the Plague. The girl had heard about this group before. She remembered that the location of their base was never revealed, and the members of this terrorist group were against all of humanity. Wherever their footsteps, not even insects survive. The only trace that the members of the Plague left behind were piles of dead bodies and pools of blood. The others knew about this group as well as Alicia, which is why fear began to take hold of each of the students. Kicking the bag with his foot, Douglas said that since everyone understood everything, they should start filling his bag with money. One of the girls offered to fulfill his request and simply give him the money. At that moment, Alicia stepped forward, activating her ability. Douglas looked at the girl with some admiration. Alicia, on the other hand, was completely serious and planned to engage in battle with him if necessary. She told her classmates that they should calm down and pull themselves together. Alicia also said that no one said that they would be left alive after Douglas took his money. Looking at the appearance of the girl standing in front of him, he remembered that he had heard about this ability before, but he was able to see its carrier in real life for the first time in his life. From his face, Alicia realized that he already knew about her family and offered the man a fight. She decided to use the chance given to her and convince Duke to fight one-on-one. The man smirked, guessing the girl's plans. He said that she was quite smart, but he would not fall for such a pathetic trick. Spreading her arms out to the sides, Alicia asked if Douglas would go after one student with a whole crowd. The man laughed, then admitted that he liked her bravery, and then accepted the girl's offer, gesturing for his men to step back. When he asked if Alicia was as crazy as her predecessors, the girl replied that there was too much talk, and then asked if they would fight or just gossip. Gripping his sword more comfortably, Douglas said that her provocation was very sweet, and he would gladly give in to it. Pointing his sword at Alicia, the man told her to attack. Without showing her excitement, the girl replied that it was very presumptuous of him to give her such an honor. Looking at Douglas's subordinates standing a little further away, Alicia was sure that he would not break his promise to them, so if she could stay alive, if she could immobilize the man. The girl reached for her sword, but it was not there. Looking behind her and making sure that there was no weapon, the girl felt horror, because without her sword she would not be able to resist Douglas. The next moment she remembered that she had left it during the break. When the man attacked her, she managed to lean back, dodging the attack. The wall behind it was destroyed by one blow of Douglas's sword. Alicia managed to hide for a few moments behind this debris. She understood that if it weren't for her reaction speed, she could have been in the place of this pile of stones. Alicia decided to use the wall debris as her weapon and then jumped on one of the debris that was falling near Douglas, hoping to pin him to the floor. The man noticed her and turned around, cutting the fragment into small pieces, wondering where Alicia's former courage had gone since she had decided to attack from behind. Cursing, the girl landed opposite her opponent. The man pointed his sword at her again, asking if she was sure she was indeed a goblin and not a flying squirrel. Alicia managed to successfully dodge all of his subsequent attacks. The other students watching their fight were amazed that Alicia was able to withstand such a strong opponent. They started supporting the girl, shouting her name and that she would succeed. Ethan was currently analyzing the current situation, thinking about how best to proceed. Lewis, who was sitting next to her, said with delight that Alicia was simply incredible for being able to withstand the onslaught of a monster like Douglas. Ethan put his hand on the guy's shoulder, saying that now was not the time for this. Hearing that they had to run, Lewis asked, confused, where to run. Looking at the ceiling, the hero replied that it would be best for them to run upstairs, to the restroom, to the offices. They needed to hide where they could not be found quickly. Ethan was well aware that Alicia wouldn't last long, so he decided it would be better to try to hide the students. A few moments later, Douglas caught the girl, changed the trajectory of his sword strike, and struck her. This caused Alicia to fly to the side, hitting the wall hard. The man began to slowly approach her, dragging his huge sword across the floor. He said with a smile that it was time for them to stop playing cat and mouse. When Alicia coughed up blood, the mood of the students watching her changed. They were horrified because their strongest student had lost. Pointing the blade of his sword at her, Duke asked if this was all Alicia was capable of, and the girl replied that if he was so interested, he should check it out for himself. After her words, the man smiled bloodthirstily. At that moment, Ethan shouted for everyone to run towards the stairs. Douglas was about to finish off Alicia, raising his sword over her head, but our hero's scream made the man freeze in surprise. Immediately after this, Ethan grabbed Lewis by the collar of his jacket and dragged him along with him. Everyone else ran after him. Michael was running in the line, one of the first. He was overcome with fear no less than the others. Looking back, he shouted to those lagging behind that they should not get caught if they wanted to live on, so everyone should hurry. At the same time, Douglas scratched the back of his head, saying that the kids were smart. The subordinates who approached asked him if there would be an order regarding this matter, the man replied, giving the order to catch all the children. His subordinates saluted, replying that this order would be carried out. After that, they went up the stairs and split into groups, several people per floor. Alicia assumed that since Douglas had only given the order to catch everyone, he was not going to kill them. The girl decided to drag out the time as long as she could, once again standing in front of her opponent. Smiling, Douglas said he appreciated her tenacity. He asked if she wanted to join him. Alicia replied that she had no reason to switch sides. Smiling, the man advised her to think carefully about his offer because girls were lining up to meet him. Alicia asked, confused, why she should trust some robber. Douglas realized that he had completely forgotten to introduce himself, after which he gave his full name, Douglas Taylor. Alicia knew the name very well. The man in front of her was not only an outstanding politician in North Korea, but also the best military commander. Douglas said he was excited about rising to the top at such a young age, so he needed a talented woman by his side. Alicia was at a loss. She could not come up with a single good reason to explain why such an influential person would come here in person. Noticing that the girl began to back away, Douglas sighed, sadly saying that it was for this very reason that he usually did not reveal his identity. A slight tremor began to run through the girl's body, trying not to betray her fear in her voice. She said that such a person must have a good fortune and a lot of money. Smiling, Alicia said that with his money she could treat all her friends to dinner at an expensive restaurant. Her words made Douglas laugh. He found the girl standing in front of him quite interesting. Looking at her, the man thought that meeting her was worth coming here, carrying out the order he received to rob a bank with students inside. Pointing to himself, Douglas said that the winner of their duel had long been decided, and she had better be a little more polite to him while he was kind. At this moment, Alicia had just reached the place where she had previously left her sword. Kicking her weapon into the air, the girl said that she almost died trying to get it. When the sword was in her hand, the girl said that in future she should take better care of her things. After that, he began to slowly pull the sword out of its sheath, releasing all his strength. Smiling, Alicia said that in order for Douglas to see what she was truly capable of, she would need a sword. At the same time, the students tried to escape from their pursuers. However, the military still managed to catch up with and capture the terrified students. They returned to the first floor, dragging the children they had found behind them. At the same time, Ethan and Lewis managed to successfully hide in one of the toilet stalls. He looked around and said with surprise that the banks were pretty good at keeping things clean. Lewis asked excitedly if they should go up even higher, since they were only on the 5th floor now while the others had gone up higher. Sitting down on the toilet, Ethan replied that he needed a little time to catch his breath. Looking at the hero, Lewis asked if everything was okay with him. Ethan looked at him in surprise, replying that he was fine. Lewis remembered what had happened to the guards on the 1st floor and was sure that if they were caught, the same fate would befall them. He looked away, deciding not to voice his concerns, and simply said that it was better for them not to stay here for long because they would be caught quickly. So Lewis took Ethan's hand, helping him stand up. Our hero thought that Alicia would be able to hold out for some time. His assumptions about what would happen when Douglas finally played enough were not rosy. Ethan pushed the guy's hand away, saying there was no point in running. He said they needed to fight, which puzzled Lewis. The guy tried to reason with the hero, saying that it was better for them not to catch the eye of the military, because even the teachers would not be able to do anything against these people, not to mention the C and F-ranked ones themselves. Suddenly, Ethan asked Lewis if it was possible to divide souls into ranks. Faced with a face full of incomprehension, the hero said that he once heard an interesting story. He said that Alicia's combat abilities were previously only D rank, but now they have risen to A rank. Ethan explained that one shouldn't focus on just ranks, which can be increased through hard training. At the same time, one of Douglas's subordinates went up to the 5th floor, finding no one on the lower floors. Lewis asked why Ethan brought this up so suddenly. Hearing approaching footsteps, the boy panicked, saying that they had already been discovered. The man intended to check every room on the floor, but due to the noise coming from the toilet, he would most likely limit himself to this room only. Lewis said that now was not the time to talk because they might be overheard. Ethan put his hand on his shoulder, asking him to listen. Coming closer, the hero said that now Lewis should trust him and do what he says. The next moment, the man came inside, telling the students to come out because their conversations could be heard clearly even from the corridor. But his words were ignored and no one was going to come out. Then the man said that his boss doesn't like slow people and they'd better hurry up if they don't want to make him angry. After his words, Ethan looked out from behind the opened booth, saying that the man had a very interesting accent and asked to teach him to speak like that. Thomas told the guy to stop fooling around. Douglas wouldn't mind if Ethan broke one of his arms or legs. Standing opposite the man, the hero noted that without the presence of his boss, the man seemed much more talkative. The next moment, he created a dagger, after which he directed it at Thomas, who was standing opposite him. The man chuckled and asked if his ability was really that insignificant. The next moment, using the acceleration, Thomas ran towards Ethan, telling him that he better give up. The hero turned to Lewis, telling him that he must escape at the first opportunity. As Thomas approached Ethan, he said that they had nowhere to run because they were both trapped. After his words, the hero stopped holding back, releasing all his power. Just like last time, all of Ethan's stats have been tripled. Thomas, who had previously been moving at high speed, became much slower, which allowed the hero to calculate the trajectory of the enemy's strike. Dodging his fist, Ethan said the man was too slow. Standing next to this guy, his body began to shake slightly. Thomas did not understand what was happening. The next moment, Ethan struck his opponent so quickly that he did not have time to react. During this, he laughed like a madman, saying that he was very sorry. Grabbing Ethan's hand, Thomas said the guy was just crazy. The hero only smiled, looking appraisingly at the man, after which he said that it was quite convenient to be able to accelerate to 100 meters per second. Thomas asked in bewilderment if Ethan was really able to see other people's abilities. The guy replied that anything was possible, after which, with a look full of madness, he asked whether he should cut off the man's ankles. He was curious about what would happen to a person if the means of manifestation of his soul essence was destroyed, after which he struck the man in the shoulder. The more blood there was on him, the more madness took hold of Ethan. The toy that ended up in his hands was too interesting, and he wanted to play with it to the fullest, experimenting with what would happen if he hit this or that point on Thomas's body. Lewis, still in the booth, watched what was happening in horror, not believing his eyes. A large tremor ran through his body, and he unconsciously began to retreat back, whispering Ethan's name. Hearing his name, the hero was distracted from his toy. Lewis froze as the hero looked at him with a look of madness. Ethan asked if Lewis had called him. Noticing the horror reflected on the guy's face, the hero asked what exactly he was so afraid of. Lewis forced himself to leave the booth, his voice shaking as he said that Ethan needed to run away as quickly as possible. The hero laughed at his words. He replied that Lewis was wrong here and asked who, in his opinion, really needed to leave here. He stood up slowly, holding Thomas's limp body, Ethan keeping his eyes on Lewis the entire time, waiting for his answer. The guy couldn't utter a word because of the fear that gripped him. For several long moments, Ethan stared at Lewis standing opposite him. Suddenly, the madness receded and our hero regained consciousness. At that very moment, a severe headache struck him. Ethan shook his head from side to side, trying to suppress his crazy side that was breaking through, causing his glasses to fall to the floor. The next moment, the guy again grabbed the still conscious Thomas by the collar of his jacket. With all his might, Ethan shouted at Lewis to get out of here as fast as he could. The boy winced when the hero said that the nature of his ability to turn his hands into a blade meant that Lewis's body could not be destroyed. Ethan advised him to think about it. Swallowing, Lewis did as Ethan asked and ran towards the exit. After this, the hero breathed a sigh of relief, saying that now he did not need to worry about witnesses. Thomas laughed and twirled his finger at his temple, saying that the guy had definitely gone crazy. Raising his eyes to the man, again full of madness, Ethan said that he would still have to carry out plan number 13. The man had absolutely no idea what this guy was talking about and was thinking that he absolutely had to report this psycho to his boss. However, his plans were not destined to come true because the next moment Ethan slit his throat. At the same time, Alicia felt much more confident when she finally had the sword in her hands. Douglas studied the girl's weapon with interest, saying that the sword matched her cute face. Placing the sword in front of her, Alicia replied that he would change his mind after the first blow. Getting into a fighting stance, Douglas asked if she was so sure she could defeat him. The next moment, he attacked the girl. Alicia blocked his strike with her sword. Douglas looked at her with eyes full of surprise. Smiling, the girl answered his question that her victory was already obvious. Alicia was becoming more and more interesting to him, and returning to his original position, Douglas asked if she really didn't recognize him as an ability. Looking at her sword, he had a hunch that it was somehow weakening his ability. Douglas said that Alicia had a strange sword. The girl replied that many people told her that she robbed her family by taking this sword. She said that it was created specifically for fighting strong opponents. Thanks to the constellations applied to the blade, the sword has the power of the stars, thanks to which the owner, having a high level of sword mastery, can destroy an A-rank opponent and above. Having finished her story, the girl attacked the man. The next moment, her doubles appeared on either side of Douglas. He laughed, saying that Alicia was quite an interesting opponent, and asked again if she would like to join him. The girl replied that her opinion had not changed at all since last time. Raising his sword above his head, Douglas said that it would be a shame to kill Alicia now, when he had not yet fully enjoyed their battle. Afterwards, he attacked the girl along with her doubles. Alicia managed to cover herself with her sword, flying to the side. But her doubles, having fallen under Douglas's attack, began to disappear. The man didn't give Alicia time to catch her breath and immediately made another attack in her direction. The girl blocked his attack with her sword, but Douglas's attack was too strong. The next moment, the man applied even more force, causing the girl to fly to the side, after which he said that he was stronger than her. Gripping her sword tighter, Alicia said that he had too much self-importance and ran towards Douglas. As Alicia approached him, she created 2 more doubles. They all attacked the man at once, who didn't even move when she used the technique again. Douglas struck quickly and hard, disposing of Alicia's doubles. The girl hoped that her doubles would be able to distract the man, giving her a chance to attack when Douglas was open. But this plan failed. Her doubles disappeared too quickly, and Alicia found herself alone with her enemy again. Jumping back, Douglas said that he was beginning to like her more and more. Alicia was no longer so confident in herself. Her opponent turned out to be stronger than she expected. Douglas asked the girl if she still thought she was stronger than him. Without waiting for her answer, he said that what he had shown should have been enough to convince Alicia to join him, standing in a stance. The girl replied that this was not enough for her. At that very moment, the military entered through the main entrance, dragging the escaped students behind them. Alicia was surprised that they had already managed to catch someone during this time. Noticing that they appeared from the street, the girl assumed that the entire police force had come here because of the noise, but they couldn't do anything because of the hostages. Douglas asked why his subordinates were only bringing children in from the street if they had previously gone up to the upper floors. One of the men said they split into 2 teams, one of which raided the upper floors while the other waited outside the building to catch the students jumping out of the windows. He also reported that those who still had not returned went up to the upper floors to look for those who remained. Alicia was very surprised when she heard that the men immediately went outside, and during all this time, the police did not make a single attempt to save the hostages. The current situation seemed too strange to her. Looking at Alicia, Douglas said that all her thoughts were written on her face. Throwing the sword over his shoulder, he said that all her guesses about why the police hadn't arrived yet would be wrong, because they had temporarily closed the bank using their abilities. When Douglas said that, it was like a bucket of cold water had been doused over her. Meanwhile, the man continued, explaining that he would not have carried out the attack without proper preparation, even though the bank looked the same from the outside as usual, but no one would guess what was really going on inside. Alicia found it hard to believe that there was no one from the outside who could help them. She had previously thought that it would be enough to just hold out until the police arrived. But now the situation has changed a lot. Even if she manages to escape to bring help here, by the time she returns, everyone else will already be killed. The girl clutched her sword. She realized that it was useless to drag out time further by fighting, but Alicia didn't know what else she could do in this situation. Looking at her, Douglas asked where her former warrior spirit had gone. One of the bank employees, who was captured along with the students, kept looking at the leader with apprehension. Suddenly, he stood up and used his ability to run forward. He managed to reach the nearest table with a telephone in a matter of seconds. Matt picked up the phone and pressed the emergency call button, after which he requested security, saying that their bank had been seized by terrorists. As he spoke, the man turned around looking at the invaders who, for some reason unknown to him, did not try to stop him in any way. There was no answer to his messages from the receiver, and Matt asked excitedly if anyone could hear him. Silence answered him again, and then the man realized that for some reason the connection had been blocked. At that moment, Douglas came up and threw the bag on the table in front of Matt. He smirked and asked if Matt hadn't heard his conversation with a young lady a few minutes ago. The man fell to his knees in fear before Douglas, who in turn explained that among his subordinates there was one who specialized in isolation, which meant that neither the phones nor the emergency call button worked. After his words, Michael and Sean took out their phones and saw that there was indeed no connection. Matt asked why someone as important as Douglas would burst into a bank in broad daylight. Tilting his head to the side, he replied that a man should not belittle his position because all professions are equally important. Ignoring his words, Matt shouted that if the special forces found out about his location here, Douglas would be in trouble. Smiling, Douglas replied that the point was that no one would be able to find out anything because of the isolation, which he had already talked about twice. After this, the man's gaze became more bloodthirsty, and a terrifying aura began to emanate from him. Matt froze in horror, realizing that he was about to be killed. The next moment, the sharp blade of Douglas's sword was pointed at him. The man said it was time for Matt to learn an important lesson. Douglas then raised his sword over his head. At that moment, Alicia shouted at him to stop, calling him a monster. The man froze in surprise at her words. Turning to her, he asked if he had misheard and if she had really just called him a monster. Alicia suggested that they fight again to determine the true winner. She sincerely hoped that Douglas would agree and leave this man alone. However, contrary to her expectations, he replied that the girl had already suggested this to him earlier, after which he asked if she understood the meaning of the words she had said earlier. Raising his sword above his head, Douglas said that she did not have to answer. The next moment, he chopped off Matt's leg, causing him to scream in intense pain. Alicia took a step back, watching such a horrific scene. Ignoring Matt's pleas for mercy, Douglas raised his hand for another blow and said that if she had known what her words meant, she would never have called him that. The next moment, Matt's screams stopped and the floor and walls were stained with the man's blood. Alicia closed her eyes at the last moment, not wanting to witness such cruelty. A few moments later, Matt's severed head flew past the girl. She opened her eyes when she heard something fall, and holding back a scream, she took a few steps back. Douglas pointed his sword at her, saying that since she had decided to challenge him a second time, he would not be as polite to her as before, but would simply cut off her legs and arms, after which he would carry them with him in a bag. He said that he would do Alicia a great honor by giving her death at his hand. Suddenly, the door leading to the stairs opened, making a loud sound. Everyone in the room turned their gaze in that direction. The next moment, Lewis came out from there, raising his hands up. Douglas turned to him and asked who he was. One of the subordinates stepped forward, saying that he would immediately seize the stranger, but Douglas stopped him. Lewis felt very awkward having so many eyes studying him. He thought that Ethan had been wrong in his assumptions that it would be hell here when he warned him about the situation on the first floor. Looking at the students trembling in fear and the pools of blood on the floor, Lewis was sure that this situation was much worse than just hell. In the bathroom stall before Thomas came in, Ethan told Lewis to run to the first floor as soon as he activated his ability and tell everyone he was there. The guy asked in bewilderment how he could leave Ethan alone in such a dangerous situation. Smiling, the hero asked Lewis to just trust him. Now he was on the first floor, and all he had to do was reveal Ethan's location to fulfill his request. When Douglas asked the boy to introduce himself, he gave his name and said he was a 10th grader in medical school. After which he said that all the money was on the 5th floor. Smiling, Douglas asked if the safe was really located in such a strange place. Lewis explained that his friend had moved everything there a little earlier. The man was alarmed by the guy's words about this strange friend. Without turning around, he asked his subordinates why those who went upstairs to look for the students had not yet returned. Looking at the fighters standing behind him, Douglas asked menacingly why they were standing there doing nothing while a child was walking around the floors of the building. One of the subordinates sat down on one knee in front of his commander, bowing his head. He said that he would check everything himself and bring the child here. As Douglas approached him, lowering his sword near his leg, Joshua began to beg the man for a chance to right his wrong. Douglas placed his hand on his trembling subordinate and told him that he was lucky that his hands were already stained today, and then ordered that the last student be brought here, taking the money with him. Joshua immediately stood up and saluted, thanking his commander for the service he had rendered him. Turning around, Douglas looked at the rest of his subordinates, telling them that they would also go with Joshua, and warned that he would not be so merciful if another mistake was made. Then he turned his gaze to Lewis. The boy flinched when he met Douglas's gaze, which did not bode well. The man asked if he was going to go up with the others or if he should do it himself. Lewis sighed and replied that he would go up to the 5th floor accompanied by Douglas's men. Having received his answer, the man smiled, praising the guy for making the right choice. After which he approached the student sitting on the floor, saying that while his subordinates would be busy with his friend, he would also have a little fun here. The next moment, Douglas pointed at Alicia and asked if everyone could see her clearly. Without waiting for an answer, he said that he would spare the life of anyone who brought him her leg or arm. Douglas was curious to know what they would do next. After the man's words, the faces of Alicia's classmates turned whiter than canvas. Clenching her fists and hanging her head, Erica asked if they should really go against Alicia. Douglas smiled as he watched the seeds of doubt begin to form in the students' minds. Sitting nearby, Catherine asked how Erica dared to think something like that when Alicia had fought for them from the very beginning, risking her life. Erica looked at Douglas and replied that the situation had changed and the winner had long been known to everyone, and besides, it would depend on him who would be left alive. Suddenly, Douglas asked if anyone had a watch, saying he would start the timer because he was tired of waiting. After his words, the two guys said that they simply had no choice, and Alicia had a wealthy family that could provide her with a good life even without a pair of limbs. The girl herself found it very unpleasant to hear such words, but she understood perfectly well that their lives were at stake. Suddenly, Lewis approached her. Alicia asked him indifferently what he wanted. The guy whispered that she shouldn't worry. She just needed to hold on a little longer. The girl looked at him in surprise, asking what this meant, but Lewis just smiled back at her. Alicia said that he should have stayed in his hideout longer because the enemy now had one more hostage. The guy replied that he came to help. Hearing his words, everyone else looked at Lewis as if he was crazy. One of the men, a former bank employee, contemptuously asked if the guy wanted his hand as a thank you. Lewis ignored the question and turned to Alicia. He smiled and said that he and Ethan were now best friends. The next moment, Douglas destroyed one of the nearby tables, drawing attention to himself. Rubbing his neck, he said wearily that he would kill everyone here if they made him wait too long. The next moment, trembling with fear, everyone began to apologize to Alicia, saying that she should understand them. Without taking their eyes off the girl, they said that they simply had no other choice. Douglas turned to Lewis, asking whose side he was on. Smiling awkwardly, he replied that he would take Alicia's side. The man chuckled, then said that in that case he would also need a part of this guy's body as payment for saving one life. Everyone looked at each other excitedly when they heard that the number of those who could survive had increased to 10. Lewis smiled awkwardly, asking Alicia if she could protect them both. The girl called out to Douglas, calling him a North Korean puppet, and the man turned around, asking how much longer she would treat him so disrespectfully. Alicia ignored his question, asking what would happen if she simply killed all the hostages. Would he then leave her and Lewis alive? She argued that everyone should have a chance to survive. The next moment, Douglas's booming laughter echoed through the room. He said that Alicia was saying some rather interesting things. He accepted her offer, promising that he would let them live. Alicia gripped her sword, pointing it at the students standing in front of her. Seeing that she was serious, they cowered in fear. The girl said that she also had no other choice but to stay alive in this way. Catherine looked uncertainly from Alicia to Douglas. The man, smiling bloodthirstily, asked what everyone was waiting for. They just needed to choose, namely a part of Alicia and Lewis's body or their own heads. Catherine turned back, saying that in such a situation it would be fair to save the majority. She tried to convince Alicia that it was too selfish of her to kill them all for the sake of 2 lives. Alicia replied that she had no other choice, after which she created clones and ran towards Catherine. The girl activated her ability, creating a striking glove. As Alicia approached, she told her to fight with all her might. The next moment, she pointed the blade of the sword at Catherine. She clenched her fist, gathering all her strength. The next moment, her fist collided with Alicia's sword. As soon as the double was dispelled, the real Alicia appeared before the girl. Catherine recoiled, not understanding what had just happened. Pulling her towards her, Alicia delivered a powerful blow to her opponent's stomach. The next moment, she whispered in Catherine's ear so that she would listen to her carefully, after which she asked the girl for a favor. Catherine's eyes widened in surprise. When she finished, Alicia threw the girl towards the other hostages. Catherine showed no signs of life and lay unconscious. Everyone started discussing the fight they had just seen. Looking at Lewis, they decided that he would be easier to defeat than Alicia. Hearing their plan, the girl sighed heavily. The next moment, she stepped forward, telling Lewis to stay behind her. Watching this, Douglas could not hold back another burst of laughter, hiding his face with his hands. He looked up and said that this spectacle was becoming more and more exciting. Not everyone in that room shared his opinion, and they had to desperately cling to life playing by the rules of this crazy man. Alicia stood with her sword pointed towards her opponents, ready to repel their attack if they dared to attack her. Douglas, having recovered from his fit of laughter, shouted for them to amuse him further by killing each other. At that moment, an empty Coca-Cola can flew past him, attracting the man's attention. He turned around with a murderous look and asked what it was. However, there was no one behind him, only an open door leading to the stairs. Ethan, who threw the can, stood a little away from the entrance so that he could not be seen. He smiled bloodthirstily, glad that everything was going according to his plan. Douglas picked up the can, trying to figure out where it came from. Looking at this half-Coke can, Lewis immediately understood who exactly had thrown it there. The next moment, the man turned around and threw the can so that it bounced off and landed near the door. Douglas noticed the silhouette of a man at the entrance and, grinning, asked if he was Lewis's mysterious friend. Instead of answering, the boy attacked the man. Douglas dodged the weapon thrown at him, then asked irritably if he was suicidal for attacking him in such a way. However, when the man looked down to see what exactly he was being attacked with, he froze in place. He saw that these were torn-off parts from the masks of his subordinates, whom he had sent to explore the upper floors. Douglas looked again in surprise towards the door, where a few seconds ago an unknown young man stood, but he disappeared as suddenly as he appeared. He had absolutely no idea what was going on here. Grabbing his sword, Douglas thought that the boy had made a mistake in underestimating his opponent. The next moment, he slashed the air with his sword, putting all his strength into the blow. No one understood why Douglas was delivering powerful attacks, cutting through the air above him. A few moments later, he stopped and the ceiling suddenly began to collapse. Everyone watched in horror as the collapsed section of the ceiling fell on their heads. Alicia ran to the center of the room where the ceiling had collapsed, creating clones along the way. She made it in time, and she and her clones managed to hold that concrete layer over the hostages' heads before anyone got hurt. Douglas, without the slightest surprise in his voice, noted that the girl was very strong, after which he asked her to be patient a little because he needed to meet someone else. Alicia looked at him with hatred, not believing that he was actually going to kill them all. Coming to his senses, he looked at the girl and said that if even one person moved from the spot, then everyone would die. Just as the hostages relaxed and rejoiced that they were all saved, Douglas knocked the air out of their lungs again. Turning around, the man added that now was the perfect time to cut off Alicia's limbs. He advised them to think carefully about his words. At that moment, the girl asked him if he really thought she would just stand there and wait to be dismembered. With a mocking grin on his face, the man replied that if things were different, she would not be standing now with a heavy cloth on her shoulders, after which he said that he needed to leave for a while. Immediately after that, he jumped into the passage he had made in the ceiling with his own hands, flying floor after floor. Alicia and the rest of the students remained in their places, afraid to even move. Suddenly, the girl said that she wouldn't last long, and if they didn't want to die, then everyone should get out from under this piece of ceiling. Lewis ran up to the girl and shouted that everyone really needed to get out of there. However, a woman who came forward stopped the guys, saying that if everyone came out, they risked dying later at the hands of Alicia. Sean, who was trapped, shouted that if they stayed here, the boulder would crush them to death. Michael approached Lewis, telling him that he should step aside because Alicia had previously stated that she would kill them all, so now was their perfect chance to do it first. Lewis asked in bewilderment if no one had seen her rush to save people. He tried to explain to everyone that Alicia had not really intended to kill anyone, because if that were not the case, she would not be standing now holding up the collapsed ceiling. He suggested joining forces and running for the exit, even if there were enemies waiting for them outside. Together they could break through. Michael interrupted him, asking what would happen to them if Douglas decided to return at that moment. Catherine, who had come to her senses, intervened in their argument. The girl looked at Alicia, who was holding on with all her might. At the same time, Ethan heard footsteps behind him and turned around, saying that his guest was a little late. Looking around, Douglas asked if there was anyone else there besides them. He found it hard to believe that some schoolboy had taken on a squad of his best fighters single-handedly. Noticing that the man was staring at the corpses of his people, Ethan said that he had had a lot of fun with them. With a look full of madness, the boy said that he would have dealt with it faster if they had attacked him as a whole crowd at once. Smiling widely, the man thought that the girl he fought with earlier had impressed him greatly, but the guy standing in front of him had managed to completely outshine her. Douglas wondered where this monster had come from. Ethan ignored his question and ran his index finger along the blade of his dagger, a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Douglas extended his hand to the boy, asking if he wanted to join him. He even promised Ethan a good position if he accepted his offer. After his words, the hero put his palm to his face, carefully thinking about something. A few moments later, he broke into a happy smile, saying that it would be best to take the ninth path. Immediately after this, he took off, approaching Douglas through a zigzagging pattern. The man stood up when the boy was close enough. Seizing the right moment, Douglas attacked Ethan, but he dodged his sword. The man made several more attempts, but the hero never got hit by a single blow, jumping from side to side. Then Douglas decided to show the guy one of his trump cards, using one of the strongest attacks in his arsenal. However, this time too, our hero successfully escaped the attack by moving behind his opponent. Douglas didn't expect to hit the guy with his last attack, as it was done with a completely different purpose. Seeing Ethan running towards him, the man smirked, thinking that the boy had fallen into his trap. No one knew that his ability allowed the sword to pass through surfaces. When the man activated his ability, Ethan had the opportunity to study it as he quickly approached his opponent. Once at a sufficient distance, the hero said with a smile that Douglas had a rather long name for his ability. The man froze for a few moments, not understanding where this bastard found out about his ability. This hesitation was enough for Ethan to push off from the sword and jump behind Douglas, asking along the way why the name was so long. The man remained motionless, trying to understand what had just happened. Having landed not far from him, the hero continued to bombard the man with questions. With his back to him, Douglas lowered the sword raised above his head. He asked Ethan if he was able to see other people's abilities, to which he received a positive answer. When the guy asked why he had several pluses near his rank and what the enhancement coefficient was, the man shuddered. He asked what the name of this annoying little rascal was. The hero, with a mad expression on his face, said his name, stretching out the syllables. After this, Douglas asked if his ability was related to vision and said that if he could really see the ranks and abilities of people, then Ethan would have no equal in his squad. The hero interrupted the man, saying that Douglas was the strongest person he had met in recent times. The man did not understand why he suddenly started talking about this and asked once again if the guy wanted to join him. Completely ignoring Douglas's words after looking closely at the man, Ethan said with displeasure that he only saw 9. Not understanding what the guy meant, the man asked what else he could see. The hero replied that he saw only 9 ways to kill him. The man was surprised that this guy could do even such things. Covering his face with his palm, he said that he envied Ethan. Having grabbed the dagger more comfortably, the hero said that one method would be enough for him to kill his opponent. The man chuckled and said he was sorry their talks had ended so quickly, after which they charged at each other with bloodthirsty smiles. At the same time Glenn was hiding in the control room, he deliberately disabled the elevator so that he would not be found so quickly. He reasoned that this building was located in the city center, so a simple call would be enough and the police would immediately rush here. The guy decided to sit there a little longer because he might get into trouble if he left his shelter too early. Ethan rushed towards Douglas with a crazy grin. He read all the man's attacks and dodged them with ease. Now Ethan disappeared right from under Douglas's nose, making the man quite angry. He looked up and saw this guy sitting on the blade of his sword. Ethan smiled contentedly. He enjoyed making his victims angry. Gritting his teeth, the man shouted that the hero only knew how to dodge and then told him to attack. Ethan did as he was asked, jumping towards Douglas, aiming his dagger at his right eye. As the sharp blade almost caught up with him, the man managed to dodge at the last second. The hero flew past the man, landing a few meters away from him. Douglas managed to avoid losing an eye, but the guy managed to wound him in the shoulder. Ethan wasn't going to give the man time to rest, so he attacked his opponent again, surprising him. The hero rushed past the man at high speed, once again inflicting a deep cut on him. Ethan had no intention of stopping at just 2 wounds on the man's body, continuing his high-speed attacks. Shielding himself from Ethan's attacks with his sword, Douglas realized that the boy had been just having fun this whole time, mistaking him for a toy. During one of the next attacks, the hero asked in a bored voice whether he would receive a return attack from his opponent. Afterwards, he stopped in front of the man, saying that he was already bored with their game and it was time to end. Grinning, Douglas said that if he continued to hide his main trump card, he would definitely die here. The next moment, the man extended his hand towards Ethan, who noticed that it was wrapped in something strange. His eyes widened in surprise. He didn't expect Douglas to have such a surprise in store. He understood that if the man touched him, it would be bad, so the hero jumped back with lightning speed. Once at a safe distance, Ethan carefully examined the man standing opposite him, whose hand was wrapped in strange tentacles. The guy asked in bewilderment where Douglas got 2 abilities from, since a person can only have no more than 1, because everyone has only 1 soul. He tried to determine the level of this strange ability of the man, but all information about it was blocked. Ignoring his question, Douglas said that speed would no longer help Ethan. The hero asked where his opponent got such a strange hand. He grinned and asked why he was so interested in this. Ethan suggested that Douglas had become stronger with the help of this hand, and then, smiling bloodthirstily, said that now the real fun was finally about to begin. Pointing at Ethan, the man told him to stop acting like a fool because if he kept fighting like that, he would end up without a scratch. When the hero asked in surprise if Douglas was going to run away from him, the man smiled bloodthirstily, replying that he had not heard those words for a long time. Ethan wondered how his opponent had managed to escape from him. Grinning, Douglas replied that he had one option up his sleeve, after which he squeezed his sword tighter, saying that he would remember such an interesting opponent. The next moment he pointed his sword upward and using his ability began to cut his way out. A few moments later, the roof of the bank building was breached. When this happened, the walls of the building shook as if from an earthquake. A huge hole appeared in the roof, passing through most of the floors of the bank. Hearing a loud sound, Glenn came out of his shelter and froze in shock when he saw the floor and ceiling pierced through. He walked closer and looked down, thinking that Alicia couldn't do something like that, so it was most likely Douglas's doing. As soon as the passage was ready, the man jumped up. Watching him, Ethan asked if Douglas wanted to play hide-and-seek with him. The hero happily said that he liked the idea and that he would also join the man. Looking over his shoulder, Douglas said that he should stop joking because no one could climb that high. However, the next moment, Ethan jumped after him, flying several floors and ending up next to Douglas. Looking at the approaching guy, the man thought that if he didn't get out of here immediately, he could really get hurt. At that moment, he noticed Glenn on the top floor, who was looking at him in surprise. Smiling, Douglas said that luck was on his side today. The next moment he jumped onto the roof, Glenn did not immediately notice the guy pursuing the man. When he recognized him as Ethan, he asked in surprise what he was doing there. Instead of answering, the hero rushed at Glenn, completely forgetting about Douglas. He was delighted at the appearance of another new toy. At that moment, the hero's consciousness became clouded for a few moments, and he simply flew past his dumbfounded classmate. He looked behind him in surprise, watching how Ethan, who had just been burning with the desire to kill him, was now lying on the floor. When he fell, he hit himself quite hard, so he couldn't get up right away. Glenn ran up to him and asked the lying guy where he came from. Watching them, Douglas asked the fair-haired guy if he knew this crazy guy. Turning around, Glenn asked the man what happened since he had recently fought with Alicia. However, he was in no hurry to tell this boy anything, making some conclusions in his head. Having never received an answer from Douglas, Glenn tried to figure out on his own what had happened here. When the strange thought came to him that Ethan had forced such a strong opponent to flee, the boy immediately brushed it aside, denying even the possibility of its existence. He turned to the hero, asking with irritation what had happened here. At the same moment, Ethan's madness again took over his mind. Glenn noticed that something was wrong with him and took a couple of steps back. Instinctively, he felt the danger emanating from him. Douglas also noticed that the kid he was fighting had returned to his previous state. Calling out to Glenn, he thanked him for drawing the attention of this psycho onto himself. He looked at the man with incomprehension, asking what he meant. Douglas again did not answer his question, only saying that he always remembers those who helped him. After which he smiled and quietly said that even if the assistant himself does not realize the service rendered. Glenn was completely at a loss, and Douglas's words confused him even more. Rising to his feet, the man advised him to run to the first floor as quickly as possible if he wanted to stay alive. The boy looked at Douglas with a stunned face, not noticing the approaching steps from behind. As the man jumped off in an unknown direction, Glenn shouted after him that he was not going to fall into this trap, knowing full well that Douglas's men would be waiting for him on the first floor. The man grinned and just wished the boy luck. He was glad that he had followed his instincts and decided to head south. Glenn, still confused, looked at Ethan, whose behavior was too strange. The next moment, Ethan straightened up and looked at Glenn with a maniacal expression on his face. Approaching him, the hero asked, stretching out the syllables, what the leader of the squad was doing here. Ethan cocked his head to the side and said that Glenn had let his toy escape, so he would have to take over the role. Glenn recoiled from the look Ethan gave him, beginning to understand the meaning of Douglas's words. The guy turned around and, looking at the hole made in the floor, thought that if he didn't run away now, nothing good would come of it. The next moment, he used his ability to pull out one of the stones and jump down. He glanced over his shoulder to make sure Ethan hadn't followed him. The hero stood near the hole, watching the guy walk away. Smiling even wider, he said that he was once again taking the role of water in this game. The next moment, he flew after his leader, moving in a zigzag motion. A few moments later, he managed to catch up with Glenn, saying that he was already tired of this game and suggested playing something else. Turning around, Glenn tried to hit Ethan, yelling at him to leave him alone, but he easily dodged it. For a couple of seconds, the hero looked intently at the guy. He saw over 15 ways to kill Glenn and tried to figure out which one would be the most fun. Having chosen the most suitable one, he smiled bloodthirstily, pronouncing the name of his squad leader. The next moment, he approached the guy, grabbing him by the throat. Glenn begged Ethan to let him go while simultaneously trying to pry his hand away from his neck. Ignoring his requests, the hero said that he had come up with a new game for them called Cut Off an Arm or Cut Off a Leg. Upon hearing Ethan's proposal, Glenn shouted that he was a complete psycho. After which he waved his hand, which held the huge stone, forcing the hero to let go of it, after which he told him to play his own games. Pressing himself against the broken ceiling, Ethan replied that he didn't really like the idea. The next moment, he pushed off the surface and flew after the leader. The boy watched in horror as Ethan approached him at breakneck speed. Suddenly, he felt someone else's arms wrap around him, and with the same smile, Ethan said that it was quite difficult to keep up with the leader, but now he had nowhere to go. Glenn tried to get this psycho off of him, but all his attempts were unsuccessful. Not knowing what else he could do, the boy said that if Ethan didn't let him go, they would both crash to their deaths. Pressing himself even closer to Glenn, the hero said that he would not die. Suddenly, the leader of our hero's squad heard a familiar voice calling out to him from below. Glenn gritted his teeth and thought that preserving his pride wasn't the most important thing now that his life was on the line. The next moment, he clenched his fist, concentrating all his strength. He then pointed his fist at Ethan's face, saying that he did not intend to die at his hands. Ethan dodged his attack, saying that Glenn was too slow. The next moment, he noticed a sword flying towards him. When the blade was a few centimeters from his face, he smiled, saying that someone else wanted to play with them. The next moment, he threw the sword aside. Glenn looked at the guy in bewilderment, trying to understand how he managed to do this. A couple of seconds later, he looked ahead, shouting at the girl standing there to move aside. After waiting a little while, he threw the stone he was holding down. Glenn himself flew several meters to the side. Ethan landed right after him. Rising to his feet, he looked towards where his next toy was supposed to be. However, instead of a man, he found in that place the sword with which he had been attacked earlier. He chuckled and said that all his toys were enjoying playing hide-and-seek today. At the same time, Alicia was still standing, holding up the collapsed ceiling. Although she tried to pretend that everything was fine, one could tell from the girl's trembling hands that she was at her limit. Alicia tried to think of some way out, but all her ideas led to a tragic end either for her or for those she was now protecting. At that moment, Catherine stepped forward, activating her ability. Without taking her eyes off Alicia, the girl created a striking glove. Those standing behind called out to her, saying that they had to do it first. Lewis desperately tried to stop Catherine and the others from making a mistake. However, none of his words or pleas helped. They started threatening him that if he didn't step aside, he himself would suffer. Despite this, the boy stood his ground, asking if their conscience was bothering them for their intentions towards Alicia, who had been fighting for them all this time. The bank employee replied that Lewis was still too young and did not understand many things, and that she had to survive by any means necessary for the sake of her family and children. Alicia could not hold on any longer, experiencing severe pain throughout her body. The students sitting under the collapsed ceiling began to scream in fear as the ceiling began to come down. Catherine said that Alicia was at the end of her strength. She demanded that Lewis immediately step aside, ceasing to protect the girl who was struggling to hold up the ceiling. The guy also activated his ability, saying that if Catherine came one step closer to them, he would have to attack. Sighing and clenching her fist, the girl replied that in that case she had no choice. The next moment she turned around, ordering her squad to start rescuing people from under the ceiling and to stand up for their comrade in arms. Everyone looked at Catherine in bewilderment. A few moments later, the members of the first squad stepped forward, following their leader's orders. They stood behind Catherine, shielding Alicia and Lewis. Alicia told Catherine to stop showing off in front of everyone and to hurry to help her deal with the problem on her shoulders. Michael and the bank employee couldn't believe that someone else was taking Alicia's side. The woman stepped forward, saying that it would be best to sacrifice 2 people and get out of here alive, but was stopped by Catherine. The girl said that if anyone else came closer, she would have to use force. The bank employee raised her hands in a surrendering gesture and took a few steps back. A few moments later, Anna said that all the students had been brought out from under the ceiling, and now they needed to carefully free Alicia. Immediately after this, Lewis and Catherine destroyed the ceiling, freeing the girl from her heavy burden. "Stretch her joints," Alicia said with relief that she was finally out. Lewis approached her and asked the girl to explain everything to him. Alicia touched Catherine's shoulder, replying that she simply trusted her comrades. After her words, Lewis looked at Catherine with confusion. The girl said that in the moment before Alicia hit her, she reminded her of what they were taught at school and asked her to pretend to be scared. Immediately after that, Alicia pushed her back. As she sat up, the girl thought that she had actually forgotten what they had been taught due to her intense fear. They were told that members of the plague never leave witnesses of their atrocities alive. Remembering this, she realized that even if they killed Alicia or Lewis, Douglas still wouldn't leave everyone else alive. Catherine walked up to her squad, saying she had something to tell them. Having outlined the situation in general terms, the girl said that in the future, whatever she ordered, they should carry it out without question. When Catherine finished her explanation, Alicia said with displeasure that she had asked her to just pretend that she was scared and not to start showing off. Suddenly, they heard a loud sound and then felt the building shake. Alicia looked up and asked in confusion who Douglas was fighting with. At that moment, Lewis came to his senses and shouted Ethan's name, causing the girl to look at him with incomprehension. Trying to explain to her what was happening, the guy asked if she remembered the reason why Douglas went upstairs. The girl replied that someone lured him there. Grabbing Alicia by the shoulders, he said that it was Ethan. When he said this, the girl looked at him like he was crazy. Pushing the guy away from her, she said that Lewis shouldn't joke like that. Even though Ethan had good stamina and reaction speed, he was still an F rank. Lewis asked with a serious face who else it could be besides Ethan if everyone else except him and Glenn were here, but the leader of the third squad would not be able to resist Douglas. He then pointed towards the hole in the ceiling, saying that they should hurry. Looking at the girl's shocked face and the lack of any reaction to his words about them needing to hurry to help Ethan, Lewis turned around and ran towards the stairs alone. Alicia watched the guys retreating back, not believing that Ethan had actually entered into a fight with Douglas, but judging by Lewis's face, he was definitely not joking. Although she understood everything with her mind, it went against her usual image of Ethan. The girl became angry when she thought that the guy could die at the hands of an enemy that even she couldn't handle, and involuntarily activated her ability. The next moment, she walked up to a surprised Catherine. Alicia asked the girl for one favor. A couple of minutes later, she and Lewis were hurrying up to the 5th floor. They stopped in front of a large door, behind which the battle between Ethan and Douglas was supposed to take place. Alicia walked up to the door and looked at the guys, saying that she was going to open it. The next moment, the door began to open slowly. Entering inside, they froze in horror. Seeing the huge pool of blood containing the dead bodies of Douglas's subordinates, Lewis covered his mouth with his hand to suppress the urge to vomit. Looking around, Alicia found it hard to believe that Ethan had actually done all of this. She also noticed marks on the walls left by Douglas's sword, and from their number, the girl realized that the two had been fighting for quite a long time. The next moment, she looked up in surprise, thinking that the hole on the 1st floor was not even close to being comparable to this huge tunnel. Without lowering her head, Alicia realized that in the fight with her, he had held back, but for some reason he decided to fight with all his might with Ethan, which seemed very strange to the girl. Lewis, who approached her, also looked up in surprise, not understanding where this huge hole came from. The next moment, Alicia noticed 2 people flying down. Taking a stance, she grabbed the sword and tried to see who exactly was there. A few moments later, she managed to recognize Glenn in one of the flying ones. But the girl could not see the face of the one who was chasing him, because he was too far away. Her eyes widened in surprise when a few seconds later she saw Ethan there, but he looked very different from his usual self. Lewis, standing nearby, asked in confusion what was going on. Alicia felt like Glenn was in danger and drew her sword from its sheath. The next moment, she threw it, aiming at Ethan, turning it so as not to hurt the guy too much. After that, she grabbed Lewis by the hand and ran with him to the side, away from the hole in the ceiling. A few seconds later, a huge rock fell to the floor, raising a column of dust. Rising to his feet, Glenn looked in horror in the direction where Ethan was supposed to land. At that moment, Alicia ran towards him. The girl asked the guy what happened here. Before Glenn could say a word, Ethan's voice came from behind Alicia and Lewis, causing them to turn around. The hero approached them with a smile on his face. Seeing that all his comrades were gathered, he stopped, and with a satisfied face, invited them all to play. It was the first time Alicia had seen Ethan in such a state. Looking at his friend, Lewis said uncertainly that perhaps he shouldn't have come up here. The hero stood there with a bloodthirsty smile, waiting for their answer. Taking the silence of his comrades for consent, he began to slowly approach them. When Alicia asked if he was definitely Ethan, the guy looked up at her, saying that she had a rather interesting ability, but it was useless. The girl asked in bewilderment what this meant. In response to her question, Ethan repeated that her ability was too useless, which made the girl angry. Glenn, who was standing next to her, said that this was no longer the same F-rank loser they knew before. The guy had already opened the door, getting ready to leave. When the girl turned around, asking what he meant, Glenn explained that Ethan was chasing Douglas all over the building. In return for Alicia's help earlier, he advised her to run away from here as far as possible while Ethan was busy chatting. Remembering how the guy had become after he finished speaking, Glenn said that if they wanted to survive, they had to run. Immediately after that, he ran down the stairs, ignoring Alicia's request to explain everything properly. When Lewis said that Ethan had become even crazier than before, the girl asked in surprise if he had seen the hero in such a state before. The guy replied that he was more sane that time and it was possible to talk to him. Ethan didn't pay attention to their conversation, looking at the girl with interest. He thought carefully about the best way to kill her, trying to see new ways. A few moments later, his mad laughter was heard, covering his mouth with his hand. Ethan said that he couldn't take it anymore. Alicia grinned sarcastically and said that with such patience he wouldn't get far. The girl said that it was not so easy to please her, after which she asked if he could claim anything with such behavior. With the same maniacal smile, Ethan ran his finger along his dagger, asking why he didn't just kill all the candidates and the girl herself along with them. With a heavy sigh, she told Lewis that she would try to buy some time, but he should run away from here. After that, Alicia ran forward, leaving the surprised guy behind. Having assessed her strength, she assumed that she would last for about 30 seconds. The hero also jumped up and ran to meet her. Alicia dodged Ethan's blow, noting to herself that his actions were very fast and precise. During their battle, she didn't notice how she received several cuts. Suddenly, the girl stopped, realizing that he had a rather strong ability, but it was difficult to control. In this, their abilities were similar, but with Ethan, everything was much more complicated than with her. When the guy asked why she stopped, Alicia smiled tenderly and said that it had been very difficult for him all this time, but he had done great. Ethan froze at her words, even if only for a moment. But his gaze changed, and Alicia could tell that deep down he had been missing such words of support all this time. The next moment, the guy smiled, saying that she had also tried hard, after which he said goodbye to her and dealt her the final blow. The next moment, Alicia fell to the floor. Looking at her motionless body, Ethan smiled even wider. When our hero was in his first year of elementary school, he lost both his parents. He remembered the day he came to the morgue with his uncle. The official version of their death was a robbery, but it took the investigator a long time to establish their identities because the bodies of the boys' parents were so badly mutilated. A funeral was arranged shortly thereafter. Ethan's only blood relative was his uncle, who and his wife adopted him. Soon after moving in with them, his life became like hell. F-ranked losers, so they tied up Ethan and took out their anger on him by beating him unconscious. To hide the traces of the beatings, he had to constantly wear a warm, tattered sweater with long sleeves. One day during recess, a classmate approached him and asked if he was too hot to wear a photo all the time. Ethan didn't have time to answer because a girl appeared at the door, hurrying her friend. A classmate invited the boy to go to the store with them. He lowered his head and replied that he was not hungry. Then the girl said that in that case she would call him next time. As she left the classroom, Ethan heard her friend say that it was better not to approach him because he had no money, which is why he always wore the same dirty clothes. Immediately after classes, he was beaten by other classmates. They demanded that Ethan show them all his abilities, but he didn't have them. The children knew this very well, because he was the only one in the whole school whose heart had not awakened. And they argued their attacks by saying that they simply wanted to help him awaken it in this way. Ethan could do nothing and simply endured their constant bullying. In order to receive less from his guardians, he began to return home later. One such day, our hero was walking past a playground when he suddenly heard a rustling sound in the bushes. The next moment, a puppy jumped out from there. Wagging his tail, he approached a surprised Ethan. The boy dropped to his knees and began to pet the puppy. He responded by licking his neck with his rough tongue, causing Ethan to laugh from the tickling. From that day on, he began to play late into the night with Jimmy on that court. This continued until one day his uncle went looking for his nephew, worried that he might be considered a bad parent. Ethan was very scared when he saw his uncle angry. Having sensed her owner's emotions, Jimmy climbed out of the house that our hero was building for her and began barking at the man. Alex looked at the puppy with disgust, asking if this was why Ethan came home so late. The next moment, the man noticed that passers-by began to whisper and look at him disapprovingly. Coming closer to Ethan, he said that he could take this puppy to their home. Hearing this, the boy began to beam with joy, not believing that he was allowed to do something like this. That evening, he stayed up late with his new friend, reading him a book. When his irritated uncle asked why Ethan was still awake, the boy flinched in fear. Hastily apologizing, he turned off the light in his room. The next day, Ethan approached his uncle, who was watching a football game, and asked if he could go outside to play with Jimmy, who waved his hand towards the exit, saying that he could do whatever he wanted. The boy beamed with joy. After that, he and his friend went towards the exit to the street. Sometime later, they came to the playground where they usually played after school. Ethan was truly glad that he finally had a friend. The boy never left Jimmy's side for a second, playing various games with him. The puppy also managed to become attached to the boy and followed him everywhere. This day became the happiest in our hero's life. Ethan was so caught up in the game that he didn't notice how quickly time flew by. Seeing that the clock was already 7 in the evening, he became scared, knowing that he would be severely scolded for being late. The boy called Jimmy and ran home. When Ethan returned, as expected, he was scolded at the table. Alex asked if he really disrespected them so much that he dared to come home every time after dinner. The boy lowered his head and apologized, saying that he had forgotten about the time. The man slammed his beer can on the table, saying that was no excuse. After which he irritably asked if he really would have to run around looking for Ethan and the neighbors every evening. The boy apologized again, saying that from now on he would be more careful. The next moment, the hero shuddered in fear when Jimmy began to bark at Alex. Ethan sat down next to him, trying to calm his friend down, fearing his guardian's reaction. The puppy's barking made the man even more angry, and clutching the empty can, he said that he should have been minced right away. After his words, Jimmy began to bark even louder. Ethan begged his uncle not to be angry with the puppy, saying that he himself would scold him later. Rising from his seat, the man hit the boy, sending him flying. He looked at the hero with hatred, saying that all this time he had treated him too softly. But from today, everything would change, then ordered his wife to tie him up. The woman took out a rope and smilingly approached Ethan. She said that since the child had gotten out of hand, the parents needed to bring him to his senses. At this point, Jimmy started barking again, defending his owner. The puppy was really getting on Alex's nerves, so he decided to show him where he belonged by swinging his leg at him. The next moment, Ethan, with frozen horror in his eyes, saw his friend's small body fly to the side and hit the wall hard. Jimmy began to whine quietly as the pain shot through his body. Looking at this, the boy's uncle smiled contentedly, saying that the house had finally become quiet. The tied-up boy tried to crawl towards his friend, but the woman did not let him do so, saying that his twitching was too much of a hindrance. After her words, Ethan looked at his guardian with eyes full of hatred. Holding a club in his hands, the man asked how dare he look at his parents like that. The next moment, he began to beat the boy, not even thinking about holding back his force, while his wife giggled disgustingly, watching from the side. A few minutes later, the man stopped and looked at the boy, who was constantly apologizing and whose body was shaking violently. Sighing, the man said that weakness combined with arrogance was passed on to Ethan from his parents, after which he smiled broadly and said that this was exactly why he beat them to death. At this moment, our hero's eyes widened in surprise. Chloe excitedly asked her husband if it was worth talking about this in front of the child. Alex replied that no one would believe Ethan, even if he decided to tell someone about it. Sitting up, the hero said that his parents had been killed by a robber. The man said that he got really angry that day and beat them to death because they didn't want to share the money, and at that moment some idiot climbed through the window. He laughed as he told the story of how the man tried to justify himself in court. At that moment, Ethan was overwhelmed with strong negative emotions, and the power that had been sleeping inside him all this time began to awaken. At that moment, Jimmy rose to his paws and growled, looking at Alex. The next moment, he ran up to the man and sank his fangs into his hand. The boy was very scared for his friend and shouted for him to run away from here. But the puppy only grabbed his hand tighter, and then the enraged man swung his club at Jimmy. The next moment, he hit the puppy on the head, causing it to fall to the floor. The boy, with tears in his eyes, began to apologize to Jimmy for deciding to bring him here. Ethan said that if the puppy met a loser like him, he would have a better life. The boy's eyes widened in surprise as he felt Jimmy lick his tear-stained cheek, reassuring his master. Then he made a happy face, looking at Ethan. The next moment, the spell disappeared, and the boy saw that the puppy was still lying motionless on the floor. No matter how much the hero called his friend by name, he did not react in any way. Alex said with irritation that the creature had died too quickly, because he had not yet had time to throw out all his anger, after which he told his wife to throw its carcass in the trash can. The little boy did not understand why these people were killing everything that was dear to him, after which he began to wonder whether killing was really so easy and fun. The next moment, a small dagger appeared in his hand with which he cut the rope that bound him. After that, he slowly approached his guardian, smiling broadly. The man didn't notice any changes in the boy. He just looked with interest at the dagger in his hand and asked where Ethan got it from. Suddenly, he realized that the boy's abilities had finally awakened. Alex laughed, saying that he was just as much of an F-rank loser as they were. The next moment, the man poked Ethan in the stomach with a baton, asking if he was going to be like his adoptive parents. Without saying a word, the hero broke into a smile. When Alex said that Ethan's parents would be proud of him, the hero swung a dagger at his face. The man sat down on the floor, covering the deep wound with his palm, trying to stop the bleeding. The woman immediately rushed to her husband. The hero took advantage of this moment and cut off her hand. Ethan watched the guardians cowering on the floor with a sadistic smile. The man tried to escape through the front door, but the hero quickly caught up with him and struck the man one blow after another until he died. After this, the boy turned his attention to the woman who had cowered in a corner out of fear. Holding the blade to her eye, he said that he would not kill her because death would be too light a punishment for her. After gouging out the woman's eye, Ethan began to laugh loudly, saying that he now understood how hard it was for them to restrain themselves from killing his parents much earlier. A few moments later, the boy stopped laughing and, still looking at the ceiling, said that he was not at all amused. Ethan opened his eyes, waking up from his sleep. He breathed heavily, still haunted by the memories of his past. The next moment, a nurse came to see him. Raising himself on his elbows, the hero asked where he was. Eliza replied that they were now in the hospital. The girl approached the guy and touched him, saying that it was too early for him to get out of bed. After that, she forcibly put Ethan back down. The boy looked at his hand, saying that he had a bad headache, and found that his palm was covered in blood. He immediately jumped out of bed. Ethan wanted to ask the girl something, but she didn't let him start, saying that he absolutely couldn't get out of bed right now, after which she asked the guy to calm down a little and listen to her request. The hero ignored her and grabbed Eliza by the robe, asking what happened to the bank and those who were there. The next moment, he turned pale as he asked where Alicia was now. He remembered perfectly well how he tried to kill her. The horror from these memories filled the guy's mind. Seeing the state of her patient, the girl asked him to take a deep breath, but Ethan did not hear her words at all, saying that Alicia suffered because of him. Raising his head, he looked at the girl in front of him. Eliza smiled uncertainly, telling the guy that he shouldn't worry about anything right now. Ethan ignored her words and, with fear in his eyes, asked where Alicia was now. Eliza asked the hero to calm down, after which she said that the girl would come here in a couple of minutes. He froze when he heard that she was alive, but now he was worried about why she was going to the hospital now. The most logical explanation was that she had received serious injuries. The next moment, he rushed towards the exit of the ward under the surprised gaze of the nurse, thinking that he had to see everything for himself. The girl stood there, realizing that trying to stop this guy would be a waste of time. She sighed and said that it would be better if he lost his memory. Ethan continued to run as fast as he could, not paying attention to the fact that he was getting worse and worse with each passing second. He blamed himself and his cursed ability for what happened that day. Meanwhile, Alicia was returning from the store in high spirits with bags full of groceries. Seeing the girl walking briskly, Ethan could not believe his own eyes. She was not wounded, and that day he did not cut her throat. He stopped in place to catch his breath, thanking God that Alicia was alive and unharmed. The hero fell to his knees in front of the girl, causing her great bewilderment. Putting her hand on his back, she asked if Ethan had really recovered so quickly that he could already run. She recoiled in fear when the boy began to roar at the top of his voice. Not understanding what was happening, Alicia sat down next to him and asked in confusion if he was in pain or if something had happened. She tried her best to console the sobbing boy. Immediately after their encounter with the plague, the school was closed for a week. On the day of the incident, as soon as they got out of the building, Glenn told everyone about what happened to them and Douglas's escape. Afterwards, the entrance to this building was temporarily closed due to the investigation. Alicia was interviewed for details about her battle with the leader of the terrorist gang. Immediately after this, the girl visited Ethan, who was in the hospital. She wanted to tell journalists about him and his achievements, but they simply wouldn't believe her. Looking at Ethan, the girl thought that if she hadn't seen everything with her own eyes, she would never have believed that an F-rank student had fought back against Douglas Taylor himself. The moment the boy raised his dagger to attack, Alicia was sure that she was about to be killed. But contrary to her expectations, Ethan merely cut off her horn, deactivating her ability. She looked at him in surprise, not understanding why he changed his mind. The girl noticed that his gaze became more conscious for some reason unknown to her. The next moment, he lost consciousness. Alicia put her hand out to stop him from falling to the floor. She tried to bring the guy back to consciousness, but he did not respond to any of her actions. Taking Ethan's hand, she told him that he should stop crying and get up from the cold ground. Ethan looked up at the girl with tear-stained eyes and began to apologize for what happened. The girl got tired of listening to this, and she pulled him towards herself, forcing the guy to switch his attention. Looking into his eyes, she said that he had not hurt her and that she was completely fine now. But her words made the guy cry even more. A week later, they were back to school. After that incident, everyone began to look differently at our hero's class. Ethan was tired of their constant talk about meeting the plague. Our hero couldn't stop thinking that even though they were criminals who intended to kill them, the way he treated them was too much. He still had before his eyes the scene where he stood in a pool of blood among a bunch of his brutally killed opponents. Ethan previously thought he could control his power, but he was wrong. The hero kept blaming himself for the fact that Alicia could have died because of him, but she was lucky because her ability miraculously turned off. He didn't want a situation like this to happen again, so Ethan decided that he needed to study his ability well, and for this, he needed a person who had already seen it in action and had enough knowledge. This man was Antonio, who had developed his strength to the limit. Antonio was surprised to see Ethan there and asked if he should take the entire week off. The hero replied that he needed to ask something. Antonio stared at him for a few seconds. Interrupting the exercise, he asked what was worrying our hero so much. When Antonio came down, Ethan asked him if it was possible to divide souls by rank. He explained that the essence of a person's soul manifests itself in the form of a person's abilities, which determine a person's position in the ranking. Antonio asked Ethan if he was interested in what effect the rank letter had on the soul. Looking at his hands, the hero nodded. When Antonio said that rank had no effect at all, Ethan looked at his interlocutor in surprise. He explained that rank only opens access to various skills but has no effect on a person's soul. A single tear rolled down the hero's face. For the first time, someone told him that souls cannot be divided by rank. The next moment, tormented by doubts, he said that a person's powers directly depend on the rank of the ability displayed. Antonio replied that this was indeed the case, but it did not affect the soul. When Ethan wanted to object again, the guy realized that his words were not truly heard and asked if the hero was trying to verify the correctness of his judgments with his help. Ethan flinched when he heard this. Looking down, he saw his feet stained with blood. The hero always thought that souls cannot be divided by rank, because his soul, thirsty for murder, must have the highest rank. His ability to drag Ethan into the abyss of madness and the factors that provoke it made him doubt that souls really cannot be divided into ranks. Over time, he became convinced that the main purpose of his soul was murder. The people he killed haunted him in his dreams, calling him a devil with a damned soul. They stood in silence for a few moments. Antonio sat down on the floor and, taking one of the discs, said that the first time he met Ethan, he advised him to start training. Looking at him, the guy admitted that at that time it seemed to him that the hero was not one of those who liked to work hard to achieve his goal. But to his surprise, even despite Ethan's constant whining, he still came to their training. Antonio watched him closely, realizing that not everyone could handle his training, but Ethan did. The hero, without raising his head, listened to his interlocutor. He clenched his fists, preparing to explain everything to Antonio. But he didn't let him say anything, saying that the ranking system was set up in such a way that the higher the rank, the higher the overall combat ability. Previously, he himself wondered whether it was possible to obtain the highest level of combat ability with a lower rank, because in that case, the meaning of the existence of ranks loses its meaning. As Antonio squatted, he said he was well aware that Ethan had not come here because he was forced to. He was sure that the hero wanted to confirm his thoughts with him because the rank of his general combat abilities was higher than his main rank. Afterwards, he said that in reality no ranks exist. Ethan realized that he was simply denying his abilities. The hero was firmly convinced that such a dirty power could not be recognized as exceptional for its high rank. That's why he became interested in Antonio. Noticing Ethan's intent gaze on him, the guy asked if he had managed to answer the question that had been tormenting him all this time. Antonio was different from everyone he knew before, as he managed to raise his fighting ability to A+ rank while his main rank was B. Looking at him, the hero said that there was one more thing he would like to discuss. He told him about his real ability. Antonio listened to him without a drop of surprise on his face. Afterwards, he said that on the day of their meeting, his intuition did not fail him, and that time he really saw his true strength. Ethan asked in surprise if Antonio really believed his story. Returning the barbell to its original position, the guy replied that there was no point in the hero lying to him. Ethan bowed his head and thanked him for his trust. The next moment, Antonio asked if the hero wanted to learn to control his power. Ethan sat down on the bench next to the guy and said that earlier he hoped that he would be able to resist her at least a little, but he was wrong. After he hit one of the enemy group members, his sanity began to leave his body. With each new person he killed, madness took hold of him more and more. Ethan said he didn't want to lose control of this power anymore. Looking at Antonio, he asked what he would do if he were in his place. Sighing, the guy replied that it was necessary to create a healthy body and mind, which could only be achieved through hard training. Jumping up from his seat, Ethan said in annoyance that he had trained all his life, but nothing had changed. Antonio looked at him seriously and said that people who were unable to control their strength had one common characteristic. Standing up from the bench, he said that these people do not love themselves. Antonio pointed to Ethan, saying that someone who doesn't love themselves can't admit their efforts, and that they should start being proud of themselves because they worked so hard all this time. The hero threw away his interlocutor's hand, saying that such things as love were not meant for him. With a sad smile, he said that he was a murderer who enjoyed watching others suffer, so he was not worthy of love. Antonio asks Ethan if he's been working all this time to become a killer, which takes the guy by surprise. He smiled and said that he needed to love himself. Antonio advised the hero to think in a different way, because all this time it was not the murder-obsessed Ethan who was working hard, but his other side. It was this side of our hero that worked to suppress the thirst for blood. Antonio's words struck a chord with Ethan. The next moment he fell to his knees. Looking at the guy sitting in front of him, Antonio said that he always wanted to be the best. He admitted that he was not as strong before as he is now. Previously, he could not achieve success no matter how much effort he put in. During his 3 years in high school, Antonio never once managed to get to a strong opponent, losing every fight without lasting even a couple of minutes in the ring. At that time, he was too fixated on his weakness and hated his low rank. One day, he wondered if he knew well enough about the power he possessed. Then he decided that he should study his own soul and realize his limits. Through hard training, he was able to understand all his strengths and weaknesses. Over time, he was able to unlock the true potential of his power. One day, one of Antonio's classmates, who bullied him for his weakness, challenged him to a fight. He accepted the challenge, and using his revealed ability, he was able to catch his opponent off guard, quickly approaching him and grabbing his arm. The opponent tried to free himself from the hold, but was unable to, and Antonio knocked him to the floor, winning against him for the first time. Holding his shirt in his hands, he said that even now he continues to improve, wanting to become the best. Afterwards, Antonio looked at Ethan, asking what he thought about it. The hero took off his glasses, already knowing the answer to this question. The next moment, he threw them aside. Rolling up his sleeves, he looked at Antonio with a serious gaze and said that he, too, would surpass himself. The next day, the school put the students through a test, with them all being placed in a room filled with acrid smoke. Mr. Reed said that firearms were completely useless against a person with abilities, but a chemical attack, on the contrary, would be able to take their life before they had time to activate the ability. Glenn didn't want to die like that and ran towards the exit. He pounded on the door, completely unable to understand why they needed to train their stability in this way. The guy demanded that the door be opened for him immediately. At this point, another teacher wearing a gas mask approached Mr. Reed, saying that the cloud of poison gas was too thick for the students. After these words, Mr. Reed turned to the students and told them to start singing the national anthem. He promised extra points to those who finished the song. Among all the students, the only one who started singing was Ethan. Sometime later, the door finally opened and the other students watched in excitement as a cloud of black smoke billowed out of the room. Ethan was the first to come out, followed by teachers pulling out unconscious students. Approaching the chemistry teacher, the guy said that all the officers had fallen, so he would act as a speaker. The man covered his face with his hand, protecting himself from the smoke, and replied that Ethan could begin his report. The hero reported that the total number of people in the 3rd detachment was 11, 10 of whom dropped out due to gas poisoning, and 1 remained. This is where he ended his report. In all subsequent tests, Ethan took first place. He was determined to get a rank badge. Whether it was a regular run or a test of observation skills, the hero gave it his all, putting in maximum effort, trying to surpass himself. At the end of the testing week, all the results were handed over to the school principal. Each of the teachers left notes, after reading which it was clear that Ethan was going beyond the grading system of their school. The man reread the documents he had received several times. He didn't understand how an ordinary F rank could have such good physical indicators. Teacher Reed said the other students got high test scores. Roger looked at him and replied that it was not enough. The teacher looked at the man with confusion. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, the principal announced that the 998th Brigade was heading to their school. He threw the folder on the table, saying that they didn't like the fact that their school was now supported by the state and that most likely the school would be disgraced after their arrival. The man pulled the calendar closer, arguing that everything was fine with the 11th graders. The only problem was with the 10th grade. The director said that they need to step up their training. Mr. Reed asked what kind of training was involved. Roger placed a calendar in front of the teacher, replying that short-term training sessions were needed to increase the fighting strength of the students. After which he smiled meaningfully, saying that the 10th graders would be sent to their training base. The next day, our hero's class was busy unloading heavy boxes. Alicia looked at Ethan in surprise and asked why he was carrying 2 boxes at a time. Smiling, the guy replied that since they were currently training, he didn't want to miss this opportunity to get in shape. The girl said that he had also been training during lunch. Without removing the smile from his face, Ethan replied that this training was a little different. Sighing, the girl turned around and said that they had better hurry. As they passed their classmates, who were struggling to hold on to 1 box, Ethan noticed their surprised looks. He turned to Alicia, saying that everyone was looking at her. She replied that there was nothing surprising about it. It was her everyday reality. Ethan paused for a moment, looking around at his classmates again. The next moment, he said that today they were looking at the girl especially intently. Alicia replied that this time they were looking at Ethan, not her. The hero looked at the boys in surprise, not understanding how he could have attracted their attention. When he suggested that it was because of his beauty, the girl hesitated. The next moment, she said irritably that she would pretend as if she had not heard anything. Ethan continued walking, looking around, and because of this, he didn't notice how he bumped into Glenn. Unable to keep his balance, the hero fell. Ethan apologized to his leader, saying that he was distracted and didn't see him. Having encountered the guy's piercing gaze, the hero smiled awkwardly. Glenn wanted to say something but changed his mind. He turned and walked on, telling Ethan to watch his step more often. Approaching Alicia, the hero said with amazement that their squad leader had changed somehow. When he asked what this could be connected with, the girl looked at him skeptically. The next moment, she asked if Ethan really didn't understand why no one had been picking on him lately. When Ethan, with a face full of confusion, suggested that it was because he was talking to her, Alicia sighed and wearily replied that it was because he had become different and everyone could feel it. A few minutes later, they entered the building. Ethan followed the girl, asking her various questions. When he asked why Alicia didn't ask anything about his ability, she stopped. Putting the box on the floor, the girl replied that she was not interested. Ethan said he could explain everything to her. Smiling, Alicia said that he shouldn't try to get a girl's attention in this way. Hiding her embarrassed reaction, the girl said that she held back only because she was who she was, but anyone else in her place would have fainted. Smiling awkwardly, Ethan said that he had already told Antonio everything. Hearing this, Alicia, in a fit of rage, grabbed the hero by the vest. The enraged girl, shaking the guy, asked why he didn't go to her first, completely unaware that they were no longer alone in the room. Glenn, standing next to him, looked at Ethan with hatred. He remembered very well the feeling of fear he felt when he was in front of him that day. If he had not followed Douglas's advice, he would definitely be dead by now. Glenn didn't understand at what point everything turned upside down. He turned around, deciding he needed to get this all sorted out. Ethan smiled awkwardly, saying that he would tell her everything when they were alone because people were looking at them now. Alicia let the boy go, telling him not to dare tell anyone about this again. The hero looked at the boxes they had brought and asked why they were carrying them. The girl replied that it was to prepare for training. Ethan did not understand what she was talking about and asked what kind of training. As she left the room, Alicia replied that they would have special training. A few hours later, they were given bags of equipment and uniforms, after which they walked from the school to the school base. Glenn was very unhappy that they were forced to drag themselves so far across the entire city. Ethan, in turn, was thinking that he should have taken 5-kilogram weights with him. Upon hearing this, Alicia looked at him in bewilderment, asking if he had caught sunstroke. The girl asked why he had previously tried with all his might to avoid training with Antonio, but now he was so into sports. Ethan froze in place, not listening to the girl to the end. The next moment, Alicia also stopped, noticing the painfully familiar bank building. Ethan tried to distract the girl's attention by saying that if he were in Antonio's place, he would already be carrying a 10-kilogram hex in each hand. Alicia gave him a skeptical look, saying that interacting with this jock was taking too much of a toll on him. When the teacher suddenly announced that they were taking a 10-minute break, Ethan noticed the girl's changed expression and asked if she was okay. Alicia said that she should be the one asking him if he was okay. Smiling, the hero pointed to the building behind him and said that he had no reason to worry because it was all in the past. After his words, the girl breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that she had worried about him in vain. At that very moment, someone approached her. Several passers-by surrounded the girl and began to bombard her with questions and ask for an autograph. Alicia smiled, thanking these people for their support. She was sure that this had all been planned by the director, and the break in this place was specially planned to advertise their school. Just talking to the students at their school will be a good boost to the school's rating. Although Alicia had previously given interviews on the news, it was not enough. Even shop owners came out to talk to the students of the notorious school. The girl assumed that the teachers had already taken care of everything in advance. Among the students, Alicia was not the only one who was weighed down by the memories of what had happened here. This kind of behavior on the part of the management put a lot of pressure on everyone else, too. When Teacher Reed approached her and also began to thank passers-by for the support they had given him. A couple of minutes later, he announced that their break was over and they needed to move on. Ethan looked at the girl worriedly, asking if she was okay. Alicia asked him not to touch her for a while because she had a headache. Before moving on, the hero paused for a moment and looked at the bank building again. He lied when he said that he didn't feel anything when he came here. He was overwhelmed with many emotions. A few moments later, he pulled himself together and walked on. Ethan has forever decided that he is above his own soul and that there are no ranks for him. At the same time, Teacher Reed contacted the principal. He informed him that, as planned, they had passed by the bank, giving good publicity to their school. The man walked out into the street parking lot and said that he would join them soon. Once in the car, Roger said it was his job as a battalion commander to offer words of encouragement to the tired students. After that, he hung up and left for the base. A few hours later, as they left the city, Teacher Reed stopped, warning them that the trail ahead would be very steep, so they would need to take a long break. Alicia took off her bag and called Ethan over to her. When the girl asked if he would like some chocolate, the guy's eyes lit up and he thanked the girl for her concern. Then she took out the chocolate and handed it to the guy. Ethan turned around when he heard the sound of an approaching car. The next moment, a white car stopped right in front of Alicia and our hero. When the door opened, the man who came out said that it was too hot in here. Teacher Reed ran up and greeted Principal Roger. He nodded to the man and then turned his attention to Alicia, asking if she was doing well here. The girl replied that she was not having any problems. Hearing her answer, the man laughed contentedly, saying that it was not surprising and that she could be relied upon. When he noticed the guy standing next to her, he immediately introduced himself, saluting the director. The man had heard Ethan's name too often lately, so he immediately remembered that he was the distinguished F-rank. He looked at the hero with displeasure, saying that he had been told earlier to address him not as the director, but as the battalion commander, after which Ethan apologized for his mistake. The girl watched this and saw that the director was too biased towards the hero. The next moment he said that the guy looked somehow more cheerful than the other students. Ethan began to enthusiastically talk about his training, but the director interrupted him, telling him to open his bag. The hero's expression at that moment changed to surprise. The man explained that they were conducting an inspection and asked Teacher Reed to give him a list of all the necessary things. Alicia watched as Ethan took out all the contents of his bag. She knew that this guy was not the type to forget anything, but if he accidentally missed something, the director would seize the opportunity to belittle him. After going through the entire list, the teacher said that everything was in place. The man looked over the list meticulously. The next moment, he smiled maliciously, saying that Ethan had not taken everything out of the bag and asked to show him what was in there. The hero smiled and replied that he had taken something with him to train during breaks. The next moment, he took out several bags of sand weighing 5 kilograms each. The surprised man asked if he knew why they had come here. Ethan replied that they would have guerrilla training, where they would train not only strength, but also endurance. When Roger wanted to ask the hero another question, the teacher decided to intervene, noticing how desperately he was trying to set this guy up. He said that their break was over and it was time for them to move on. After his words, the man got back into the car. Alicia looked at the teacher, not understanding why he decided to intervene. The coaches were already waiting for their charges and watched from above as they almost reached their base. Noticing Alicia in the crowd, Olivia said that among all of them, this girl was the most worthy and worth trying. Antonio kept his gaze on Ethan, saying that it would be best to focus on him. Olivia mockingly said that he was just a low-ranking loser and not worth wasting time on. She didn't understand Antonio's strange fixation on this guy at all. The girl knew that Ethan had good endurance and speed, but that was all. His ability is too weak. Antonio said that she shouldn't be so prejudiced against him. Sighing, the girl said that because they trained together, he considered Ethan cooler than their first squad. Antonio looked at the girl seriously, saying that this guy was not just better than the first squad, he was much cooler than their entire platoon. Olivia's eyes widened in surprise when she heard his words. The next moment, turning her head towards him, she asked Antonio with a threatening voice to repeat once again who was cooler. The guy said that her attitude towards Ethan was based only on the previous battle of the squads, and she did not take into account his recent successes at all. Olivia chuckled and said that Ethan had only joined his club 2 months ago. Looking back at the hero, Antonio said that he had changed a lot in these 2 months. He was confident that this week of preparation would result in Ethan's solo performance. Once in the barracks, everyone split into rooms. Having taken the bed closest to the exit, the guy began to unpack his things with a smile. Seeing his number on the uniform, Ethan came to the conclusion that there were only 300 students here. When everyone had finished changing, it was announced that the students needed to hurry to the departmental center. Ethan recognized Antonio's voice, which meant that the rumors about the 11th grade being their coaches were true. The guys with whom the hero was placed in the same room sank to the floor and began to say that they were completely useless and that they would all come to an end. Ethan cast a disdainful glance at the boys. A few minutes later, all the students gathered at the designated place. Antonio, standing on the dais, announced that he had been appointed responsible for guerrilla training. Before sending everyone to the dining room, he wanted to make some important announcements. Antonio said that the best students would be placed in the first room, and the rest will be distributed among the remaining 9 rooms according to their numbers. The guy explained that the numbers on their uniforms were a school-determined rank of their overall fighting abilities. However, during training, the student's score will not depend on the number. This week of preparation will significantly affect their final grade. The students were surprised to hear something like this. Meanwhile, Antonio continued, explaining that depending on their efforts in training, one could greatly improve the rank of their fighting abilities. Then he looked at his watch and said that it was now 12 o'clock. They had lunch until 1 o'clock and rest time until 2. The instructors would tell them about the detailed schedule a little later. After dinner, the tenants of the 10th room returned back, regretting that there was absolutely nothing left for them from dinner, because those who came before them had eaten everything. When one of them suggested intentionally injuring themselves to get kicked out of training, Pavel replied that there was a nurse there, so there was no point in it. Suddenly, Ethan burst into the room with 4 bags filled with food. Approaching the bed, he poured all the contents onto it. The boys immediately surrounded him, taking apart the food. While opening a bag of chips, Ethan said that he hadn't stolen anything so they could eat in peace and quiet. A few minutes earlier, he had approached Antonio, saying that he did not have enough food. Smiling, the guy said that he heard that they decided to examine him during training. Afterwards, he went into the room reserved for the instructors and asked how much food he needed. When the hero answered that he needed enough to feed 15 people, Antonio froze in surprise, after which he laughed loudly. When his colleagues saw Antonio taking all their supplies, he tried to stop him. The guy looked at him with a murderous look and said that the instructors were given an extra lunch, so there shouldn't be any problems. Justin was afraid to argue with Antonio, so he was forced to retreat. Returning to Ethan, he gave him the bags of food. When the food was eaten, the hero asked if everyone was full. The guys nodded their heads vigorously and began to thank the guy, calling Ethan their hero. When one of them promised to repay him for this service in the future, the hero looked at him carefully. Afterwards, he said that if they really wanted to thank him, they should promise something. Faced with their blank expressions, Ethan asked them to all give it their all in the upcoming training sessions. Nick and Ryan looked puzzled as to what was the point of trying if they were all from the last room and were the worst students. Ethan interrupted them, saying that he knew this very well. When Ryan asked if he realized that they all had terrible abilities, the hero smiled and asked if there was anyone here who had a rank lower than F. After this question, everyone looked away. Alfred stepped forward and said that Ethan had changed a lot lately and he wanted to become better too. Nick exchanged a glance with Ryan, after which they nodded to each other. The next moment, Alfred put forward our hero's candidacy for the role of their leader, and everyone supported him. An excited Ethan rose from his bed, asking if anyone was definitely against the idea. An hour later, their training began. Smiling, Ethan easily completed all the exercises, giving it his all, and the guys from his room tried to keep up with their leader. The instructors noticed this group, which stood out from the rest. Olivia watched Ethan with bewilderment, not understanding where he got the strength to laugh during training. Antonio, standing nearby with a satisfied face, said that he expected nothing less from a member of his club. The girl said that not only Ethan distinguished himself, but also all the students from the last room. She was confused and had no idea what was going on. A few hours later, Antonio announced the end of training. Immediately after this, the exhausted students sank to the ground. He also said that the schedule was already posted and they could look at it on the notice board, then turned to Ethan. Ethan stepped forward at the instructor's request. Antonio said that all residents of room 10 receive extra points. Nick and Justin looked at each other happily, not believing that they had actually managed to achieve anything. Everyone else was no less happy. That same evening, Ethan waited for the girl at the agreed place. Looking at his watch, he thought that he had arrived too early. However, the next moment, a familiar silhouette began to appear from the shadows of the trees. Alicia approached the guy and asked how long he had been waiting. Smiling, Ethan replied that she shouldn't worry about it. Looking at his bike number, she said when he was going to leave the last place. After thinking about it, Ethan replied that after his gorilla training, the girl looked at him in surprise, saying that he was very self-confident. Turning to her, the hero said that by the end of next week, he would definitely receive a rank badge no matter what it cost him. Sighing, Alicia asked what rank he was aiming for. Ethan replied that if he could, he would try to reach colonel. The next moment, he smiled and said that it was possible even to the sergeant, which made Alicia, who was walking next to him, laugh a lot. She folded her hands behind her back and said that that would be good. Ethan didn't hear the girl's words and asked again what she had just said. Alicia replied that he had just imagined it and that she hadn't said anything. Early in the morning, their training began again. Glenn was not happy with whoever was creating the schedule for them, forcing them to get up so early. Suddenly, someone rushed past him at breakneck speed. The guy looked at Ethan's back in bewilderment, amazed at his energy reserves. The instructors and the nurse watched their training from the balconies. Olivia could not hide her surprise when our hero began to outpace the entire group by as much as 2 laps. Eliza replied that she was not at all surprised by this, but the other guys from room 10 worried her. They looked like the living dead. She asked Olivia if she remembered yesterday, after which she said that no one dropped out of training yesterday. She also added that none of the guys took advantage of medical assistance or endurance restoration. Olivia was perplexed. It was hard to believe that after such a hellish workout, no one began to restore their stamina. Now they were practically real dead. Antonio had been silently watching his ward's team all this time. He smiled and said that the dead team was a great name for these guys. In the evening, a list of students who entered the top 20 and would receive additional points was posted. Ethan was in the leading position. Alicia was in second place, followed by all the other residents of room 10. The next day, Justin led Ethan's team. He was unhappy that he was assigned to be the instructor of these particular students. He could literally feel their burning gazes on the back of his head. The guy was trying to figure out how they managed to get into the top 20, since they are the weakest here. Lost in thought, he didn't notice how someone called him. When Ethan suddenly touched the instructor's shoulder, Justin became scared. Turning around, he asked what happened. Smiling, Ethan said that he was curious about something. Looking at him, Justin thought that this guy seemed quite normal, so he decided to relax a little by talking to him. He said that this was the first training like this for the hero, and if he needed anything, he could safely contact him. Ethan thanked the instructor and asked him to tell him how he could quickly overcome the obstacle course. Justin clicked his tongue and said he wouldn't advise them to do that. The hero looked at him in bewilderment, asking the reason since additional points are given for quickly completing tasks. Justin replied that points would only be given after completing the entire workout. Antonio would meet them at the physical training tasks and give them additional tasks against the clock while all the other students completed the obstacle course. When he heard a strange laugh behind him, he turned around, looking at Ethan in bewilderment. Smiling broadly, the hero asked his team if they had heard everything. He punched himself and said that the faster they finished, the higher the score they would get and the longer their training would be. Looking at them, Justin realized that Ethan was the one leading these psychopaths. Soon, everyone had successfully completed the obstacle course except Ryan, who was afraid of heights. Mary, who was standing next to Justin, asked if he had instructed them correctly because they could not complete the task so quickly. The guy handed the girl a progress report, and she was surprised to see that they had completed absolutely everything. Touching the bridge of her nose, Justin said that she just didn't see them at the beginning. When Ethan says jump, everyone jumps. If he says climb, then everyone climbs. Mary had a hard time believing his words because during the battle of the squads, this guy kept running away. At the same time, Ethan encouraged his comrade, shouting that he would succeed and that he should be braver. Ryan looked down at his leader, thinking that he shouldn't let their entire team down because of his fears. The next moment, he jumped down screaming in horror. When he found himself at the bottom, our hero rushed to happily hug the guy, saying that everything had worked out. Justin, with a skeptical expression on his face, said that they would now go to Antonio's training. Ethan raised his hand and happily said that it was time for training, and everyone picked up on his cheerful mood and followed him. Covering his face with his hand, Justin offered to switch teams with Mary, but she declined, wishing him luck. On the third day, Antonio said that they would train their own abilities. He said the training was scheduled for another day, but extreme heat forced changes. Everyone began to discuss the training session ahead of them, making assumptions about how exactly it would go. Antonio concentrated and thought that although the weather had disrupted the entire schedule, it was not critical, because in such heat the limit of endurance becomes more obvious. The purpose of this training is to ensure that all students can continue to fight using their ability even when they are at their limit. Previously, they only used their abilities when she was in her normal state, but today they can reveal their full secret potential. He was confident that after completing this training, students with strong wills would become even more interested in their abilities. After announcing the start of the training, Antonio warned the students that it would be aimed at using the ability. Then he pointed to the boulders behind him. When the boy said that they must use all their strength to break them, the students shuddered in horror. Meanwhile, Antonio continued, explaining that each of them would try their strength depending on their ordinal number. Those who failed to reveal their strength must give way to the next student. Many were confused because their abilities were too weak or unsuitable to break such a boulder. Overhearing their conversation, Antonio said that they shouldn't jump to any conclusions so early. Approaching one of the boulders, he said that many of them already knew about his ability. Afterwards, the guy stood with his back to them, concentrating. The guy stood in a stance and activated his ability. The next moment, he moved lightning fast to the boulder and squeezed it with all his strength. The stone began to crack under his fingers. Ethan watched Antonio in amazement. A few seconds later, he managed to lift the huge stone with his bare hands. Suddenly, he tightened his grip and slammed the boulder into the ground with all his might. The next moment, it split into pieces, raising a large column of dust. Antonio turned and walked towards the students. One of Ethan's eyes turned red, and he could see that this guy was much stronger than when they first met. Not only can he now move quickly over long distances, but the weight of the target he chooses no longer matters to him. Looking at Antonio, the hero scratched the back of his head uncertainly. It was hard for him to even imagine how much training he needed to do to advance so much. All the students lost their last shreds of confidence when the instructor told them they had to do the same. Seeing such a reaction, Antonio asked with a threatening voice if everyone understood their task. His gaze sent goosebumps down the students' spines, and they realized that they would not leave here until they completed what the instructor had just shown them. Antonio walked up to Olivia, who had the group list, and called the first person. Alicia came out with her sword in her hand. She ran her hand along the blade, calling on the power of her weapon. A few moments later, she stood in a stance, and Antonio gave the go-ahead to begin. At that moment, her clones appeared behind the girl. With a few swings of her sword, Alicia cut the boulder into several pieces. She completed this task brilliantly in just a few seconds. Everyone looked at the girl with admiration. Olivia also looked at Alicia's retreating back, thinking that her abilities were on a completely different level than the others. Then she called the next student. Using his ability, Glenn pulled a huge tree out of the ground and walked towards the instructors. The guy was determined to show everything he was capable of. He didn't want to give in to Alicia or even that loser with an F rank in strength. He stood in front of the boulder and raised the tree trunk above his head. The next moment, he hit the stone with all his might. No matter how much Glenn hit the boulder in front of him, there was no result. Watching this guy, Olivia thought that his ability was somewhat similar to hers. A few minutes later, the tree couldn't take the pressure and broke. When Glenn threw it aside in irritation, Antonio said that he didn't have to worry because he would take the boy's ability into account when evaluating him. Then he called the next person. The third student also coped brilliantly with his task, breaking the stone into 2 parts. And so, sometime later, Antonio called the last one on the list. Ethan stepped forward. He chose the largest boulder among the remaining ones and walked up to it. Everyone looked at him in surprise, not believing that he could really handle it. Many were sure that this task was only meant for someone like Alicia or Antonio. The next moment, they remembered that this guy was the leader of the 10th team, whose members seemed to have gone wild and did not give up until the very end, smashing boulders. Meanwhile, Ethan activated his power and created a dagger. The students looked at him in bewilderment, trying to understand how this guy was going to destroy such a large block with such a small weapon. The next moment, the hero looked at Antonio with a silent question in his eyes. The guy understood what exactly Ethan was asking permission for and silently nodded his head. Having received permission, the hero closed his eyes and carefully began to release his dark side. He concentrated all his energy into his right hand, not allowing it to get out of control and take over him completely. Glenn sensed the change in Ethan and recoiled in horror, afraid that he would turn into a psycho again like he had that day. Alicia also became worried and pulled out her sword from its sheath, preparing to attack him at any moment. A few moments later, Antonio gave permission to begin the task. The hero squeezed the blade tighter in his right hand and covered his mouth with his left, biting the inside of his palm. The next moment, he made a series of quick and precise swings with his blade, causing the boulder to crumble into small pieces. Ethan threw punch after punch, concentrating on his movements. At one point, his control over his power weakened and his madness tried to break through. Ethan bit his palm painfully, regaining control. Olivia watched the guy's actions in a stupor, not understanding where the F-rank got such strength from. Antonio looked at his watch and said that there was still a little time left. A few moments later, the boulder broke into small pieces, raising a huge column of dust. Ethan, sitting on his knees, tried to deactivate his ability, but it was beyond his control. Antonio approached him and told him to call him if he needed help. Ethan thanked him and bit his lip painfully, trying to take control of his power once again. He couldn't afford to constantly rely on others for help. Looking at his hand, he wanted to at least partially learn to control his ability. When the dust fell to the ground, all the students began to look at each other in surprise, not understanding where that boulder had gone. Antonio, standing next to the hero, smiled and said that he had succeeded. Rising to his feet, Ethan showed him his right hand, saying that this was only possible thanks to his help. He smiled contentedly because he managed to master the partial kill skill, which was A rank. Running to Alicia, the hero said that although it was not perfect, he did a good job. Looking at him, the girl admitted that he made her seriously worried. She wanted to say something else, but at that moment Ethan was surrounded by his team members, and with eyes full of admiration, they began to shower their leader with congratulations. Alicia, standing to the side, watched as the hero was quickly picked up and thrown into the air. Sighing, she decided that she would have to give up Ethan to these guys for today. That same evening, the hero came to the teacher's room in the hope of finding a nurse there, but no one opened the door for him. No matter how much he knocked, Ethan thought that the girl had gone somewhere. He was determined to wait for her arrival, because since the training had started, the guys from his room had never asked for help to restore their stamina, and in his thoughts he had not noticed the approaching footsteps. When the man with bags in his hands asked who was there, Ethan turned his attention to him. He looked at his teacher in surprise. The man asked irritably what Ethan was doing here, since he had been told earlier that he couldn't come here without permission. The hero did not know what to answer to this remark. Suddenly, the man started to approach Ethan, causing him confusion. The boy couldn't think of anything else to do but shout down the entire corridor, leaving the teacher confused. Leaning towards his troublesome student, Teacher Reed asked him to be quiet because if he was caught here, he would be severely punished. Ethan looked in surprise at the man who was trying to persuade him to leave here as quickly as possible before one of the teachers came here. The next moment, Teacher Reed's fears were confirmed when the door to the teacher's room opened and a man came out asking what was going on. The teacher immediately noticed our hero. Spreading his arms out to the side, he said that he never expected to meet the one and only F-rank student like this. Approaching the hero, the man mockingly asked if he had come to complain to his teacher about the training being too difficult. Mr. Reed decided to intervene before things went too far and told Ethan to go back to the barracks. Throwing his arm over the boy's shoulder, Teacher Ron said that he shouldn't be so harsh with his students. Afterwards, the man walked into the room, dragging Ethan along with him, and said that since everyone was finally here, they could relax a little and have a drink. After his words, the teachers began voting on which nearby restaurant they should go to. Leaning close to Ethan, Ron said that there were no instructors here, so he didn't have to be shy. Afterwards, he asked if Antonio had been too hard on them during training. The guy smiled and replied that he enjoyed the training sessions he provided for them. At that moment, Teacher Reed grabbed Ethan by the hand and pulled him towards him, asking if it was time for him to go to the barracks because it was almost lights out. Teacher Reed said that there was no need to rush the guy because there was still time, and then asked what brought Ethan here. When he replied that he was looking for a nurse, the man laughed and, turning to Eliza, said that the boy had come to see her. After he headed to his place, Ethan at the same moment told the girl that he came here to talk about restoring the stamina of his guys from the 10th room. When Teacher Ron went into his laptop to check the current grades for guerrilla training, he was very surprised to see our hero's name in first place. Other teachers were also shocked by this and assumed that it was just some kind of mistake. Ethan was shocked by the irresponsibility of the teachers, who had not bothered to look at their students' grades even once in the past 3 days. Teacher Ron looked at the boy with disdain, asking if he had bribed Antonio to give him and all the other students from the 10th school high marks. Ethan was deeply shocked by such arguments and replied that Antonio was not the type to be bought by money. Pointing at the monitor, the teacher asked in bewilderment how a student with a low rank could take first place in ability training, if not through bribery. The hero shouted that all the results he and his comrades had received were earned honestly, and his teacher, Reed, who was holding him back, said that he had better stop and go back. After that, they turned around, and the teacher was about to pull the door handle when Ron asked if Reed was too late to start protecting his students, since they were on the verge of death because of him, after which he said that from tomorrow he would have to start watching the 10th grade. Teacher Reed ignored his words and pushed Ethan towards the exit, saying that they needed to go. However, our hero could not just allow the teachers to devalue the work he and his team had put in. Suddenly, he shouted out that he had a question. Teacher Ron looked at the boy with bewilderment, wondering what he would say. Without turning around, Ethan asked what would happen if in front of all the teachers the entire 10th room entered the top 30. The next moment, he turned to the teachers and asked with a smile what they would do then. For a few moments, the teachers fell out of reality. After recovering from the shock, they all started laughing, Ron saying that Ethan had a great sense of humor. Still smiling, the hero said that he was completely serious. The next moment, Teacher Ron said that if something like this really happened, he would promote the entire 10th room to corporals at once. The other teachers supported this proposal and immediately began to place bets. After that, Ethan headed towards the exit, saying at the end that the teachers should be sure to keep their promise. Eliza rose from her seat and followed the guy out. When she caught up with him on the street, Ethan apologized to her for the commotion he had caused in the teacher's lounge, and the girl said that she should have apologized for not getting him out in the first place. Looking at her, the hero replied that everything was fine, after which he said that he would need her help as a nurse. He explained that if the 10th room is restored, they will easily enter the top 20. Eliza smiled and said that he was very confident in his abilities, after which she asked him to show her the way to their room. Ethan replied that it would be best if she came in after he cleaned up their room a little. At the same time, students from other rooms were beating up Ethan's team, trying to find out where he was now. Looking at the beaten boys, Casper said that the rumors that their F-rank leader had conspired with the instructor were true. Alfred objected, saying that there was no collusion. However, Caper didn't let him finish, kicking the guy in the face. Making Alfred kneel before him, he said that the 10th room had developed too much self-importance, since someone dared to dispute his words. Ethan sat around the corner watching from the sidelines. Casper was making him very angry, but the hero understood that now was not the right time to get into trouble. It was too obvious that they were deliberately trying to provoke him into a fight. He wondered who would be best to call for help in this situation, the teacher or Antonio. Ethan was brought out of his thoughts when someone fell next to him. The next moment, the hero's face changed. Nick lay in front of him, shaking in pain. When the guy told Ethan that he better not get involved in this, common sense left our hero's body. Turning around, Casper said with satisfaction that Mr. Deceiver had finally decided to honor them with his presence. Approaching him, Ethan asked what Casper wanted from his team. The bully ignored the question addressed to him, after which he asked if the hero was taking on too much, deciding to try on the role of the main one. Ethan wasn't going to listen to all this, and said that if Casper left right now, he would keep quiet about what happened. Bending down, the bully asked what he was going to do otherwise. Casper said that most likely the hero would run to complain to Antonio, who was covering for him, or to the teachers. Turning to his buddies, he declared that their number one was losing ground and was incapable of anything without cheating. Listening to these annoying taunts, Ethan's crazy side began to break through, and he had to bite his palm again to come to his senses. At that moment, Glenn appeared in the corridor. Calling out to Casper, he said that if he wanted to fight so badly, he should try his hand at training tomorrow instead of showing off now, after which he slammed the door to his room. However, Casper and his comrades ignored his words and began shouting for their leader to show this loser the power of the 7th rank. Ethan still stood there, covering his mouth with his hand, trying not to lose control of himself. He thought that if he entered into a fight now, he might lose too much later. The hero couldn't afford to just miss the opportunity that had arisen for him and his team to be noticed. Standing opposite him, Casper tried to get at least some kind of reaction out of Ethan, goading him in various ways. But the hero did not react to his words in any way. Then Casper assumed that he was so scared of him that he could not utter a word. The next moment, he activated the ability and decided to attack Ethan, extending his limbs. The hero didn't expect that this guy would decide to use his power in such a place. He turned around and was about to run, but the enemy's arms grabbed him, not allowing him to escape. A few moments later, Casper had completely enveloped Ethan's body. Looking into the eyes of his opponent, the hero chuckled that looking at his hands and feet, he looked more like a worm than the stick insect that they call him. Afterwards, Casper tightened his grip on the hero's neck, asking where he still had the strength to chat. Squeezing Ethan's entire body, the guy advised him to try cheating again, just like in training before he broke a couple of his bones. With every second, the grip on his neck grew stronger, and Ethan had practically nothing to breathe with. Looking at him, Casper asked with interest whether the hero would not even try to pull off some kind of trick. Ethan really didn't intend to do anything. He just wanted to let his opponent do whatever he wanted, and when he was done playing, he would leave satisfied. Our hero's team members couldn't just watch their leader sacrifice himself. They tried to divert Casper's attention to themselves. Looking in their direction, the guy asked with a grin if they would really dare to attack him. After his words, the guys from room 10 actually got up from the floor and ran towards him. Ethan watched this in horror, reminding himself that he just needed to be patient for a little while, and then the nurse would come. The next moment, Casper attacked the guys running towards him, throwing them back. When everyone was back on the floor, he said that if they were weak, they should sit below the grass and not stick their heads out. Shaking in pain, Nick stood up, saying that they had lived like this all their lives. But their leader was different. Ethan looked at him with confusion. Meanwhile, Nick continued, telling that he was also there that day when Glenn called Alicia to the roof. At that time, he was too stupid and full of strange beliefs. Even when Ethan stopped Alicia's punch, they still considered him inferior to them, since he was only an F rank. Ryan bowed his head and admitted that he had been there that day too. Nick turned his gaze to the hero, saying that he had been wrong all this time because unlike them, who only supported Glenn's cruelty, Ethan was the only one who tried to stop the fight, which is why he is much more amazing than them. These words touched our hero. The next moment, the boys got up from the floor and ran towards their offender again. Casper knocked them aside again with one blow. He said with irritation that since his words were not reaching them, he would have to show them everything with a concrete example. Ethan, looking at his guys, realized that he had been very wrong in thinking that everything could end so easily. After all, it was he who taught them not to give up. The hero remembered that he had promised Alicia that he would be able to get his rank badge within this week. It was because of his selfish desire that he went into a bet with the teachers, saying that his team would be able to get into the top 30. Just because he wants it doesn't mean that the other guys want it too. Ethan realized that today they would fight to the last, even knowing that their opponent was much stronger than themselves, because it was he who taught them this. The next moment, he created a dagger. Noticing this, Casper said with a grin that this was not the first time he had seen his pathetic ability. Ethan ignored his words and turned to his team members, telling them to listen carefully. Looking at Casper, he said that if they fought with only their strength, they would not be able to defeat even such a pitiful insect. Ethan relaxed his grip on his power and said that Casper was being too arrogant, relying only on his ability. The next moment, he threw off his opponent. Taking a stance, the hero said that it is not at all necessary to have a strong ability to win. Casper looked at the boy in front of him in confusion, trying to figure out how he had managed to free himself from his grip. The next moment, Ethan approached him. Having been shot in the leg, Casper fell to the floor with a loud scream. The hero looked at him with confusion, asking how, with his inability to endure pain, he managed to get 7th place in the ranking. Looking at Ethan standing in front of him, Casper began to beg him for mercy, saying that he was very sorry. The hero dispelled his ability and looked at him with arrogance, saying that he was too pathetic. Casper began to crawl back, seeing how the guy in front of him changed his gaze. But he didn't manage to get far. Ethan quickly caught up with him, and the next moment Casper's cry of pain was heard throughout the entire floor. Tying his hands into a tight knot, Ethan looked at his team, saying that they too could handle him without using their powers. Then he looked at Casper and asked with a smile if this was the specific example he wanted to show. The boy screamed in fear, afraid that he would be hit again. The next moment, he couldn't take it anymore and lost consciousness. Ethan got up from the floor and said that Casper was boasting about his strength in vain, but when it came down to it, he immediately passed out. All this time, his friends were watching from the side and recoiled in horror when the hero remembered their existence. Turning to them, Ethan asked with a smile that he should sort out all the trash. Their next morning began again with an exhausting run. Glenn still can't stop being amazed at how fast Ethan rushes past him. He really didn't understand what kind of monster you had to be to not even be out of breath after 10 laps around the training field. The next moment, he noticed something strange. Looking around, the guy noted that the guys from room 10, unlike the previous days, were barely dragging their feet today. The instructors watched the students closely from their seats. Olivia looked at Eliza, asking about the condition of student number 7. The girl wearily replied that although with difficulty she had managed to restore his condition, but he had suffered a strong emotional shock, so it would take some time for him to be able to return to training. Rubbing the bridge of her nose, she added that she had also managed to patch up the guys from room 10 a little after the fight, but they still hadn't been able to regain their stamina, so today would be tough for them. Antonio sighed sadly after the girl's words, looking at Ethan's team. When the run was finished, he called our hero to him and asked if the guy had any idea why he had been called. Receiving his answer in the form of a nod, Antonio said that because of what happened yesterday, Ethan had been given penalty points. His eyes widened in surprise when he heard that he had been demoted back to rank 300. He had expected the punishment to be severe, but he didn't think it would be that severe. Afterwards, the instructor turned around and said that everyone was free to go to breakfast. Ethan had no choice but to accept it. He was lucky that the audience wasn't talking about his expulsion, otherwise everything would have been much worse. But his team couldn't take this news calmly. The guys called out to Antonio, saying that it was too unfair because the students from the first room started the fight first and they were only defending themselves. The guy turned around and told them to stop showing up and hurry to the dining room before all the food was taken. Ryan stepped forward and asked why their leader was being punished for simply defending them. Antonio sighed and shouted that everyone would receive penalty points for refusing to follow the orders of their superior. After this, Ryan tore the number off his uniform, saying that he had had enough. No matter how much effort they put in, they always remained doormats for everyone else. Turning to them, Antonio asked with a menacing voice if they wanted to get even more penalty points. At that moment, Ethan stepped forward, shouting that they were ready to accept their punishment. Antonio looked at him in surprise. Our hero's team members fell silent, casting puzzled glances at him. Ethan began performing the exercises as punishment for his group's behavior. Ryan and Alfred looked at their leader with regret, thinking that he must be very angry right now. The next moment, they joined him and began doing push-ups under the close supervision of the instructor. At one point, Antonio said that on Friday afternoon there would be a competition of skills between the best fighters in guerrilla training. He said that this is where the boys will be able to show everyone else what they are capable of and prove that they are more than just doormats. After his words, Ethan lit up, realizing that this was his last chance to make up for everything he had missed. Antonio looked at his watch and saw that there were 20 minutes left until the end of breakfast. He told Ethan's team that they could go up now. The exhausted guys followed the instructor's order and got up from the ground. Smiling, Antonio said that they should hurry to the dining room. After such an exhausting morning workout, the boys barely ate as they trudged to breakfast, wondering if there was anything left for them. At the same time, Teacher Ron came out of the dining room. He immediately noticed Ethan and his team approaching. Approaching the teacher, the hero greeted him and asked how breakfast went. The man replied that he didn't like the food there and that it would have been better to eat ramen. After the man's words, the guys from Ethan's team looked at the teacher with displeasure. He noted that their team had arrived last this morning, making it more obvious that they had been using dirty tricks in the previous days. Ethan smiled and replied that they simply had no strength left due to hunger. At that moment, the teacher approached him, saying that strange information had reached him that one of the best students had been knocked out yesterday. The hero realized with horror that Casper was in Ron's teacher's class. Meanwhile, the man continued, saying that witnesses reported that Ethan was the one who beat up his student. The next moment he laughed, patting the hero on the shoulder. The man said that his student had always been good at making jokes, but this time he had outdone himself by coming up with the idea that a fighter ranked 7th could lose to an F rank at 300. Ethan couldn't believe that this teacher disregarded him so much that he didn't even believe his own students who were involved in yesterday's incident. Ron said that from tomorrow the teachers will train with them, although it is problematic, but this is the only way to prevent cheating. Teacher Reed and an exhausted Eliza approached them and intervened in the conversation, saying that breakfast was about to end and everyone should hurry. A few moments later, Ron's teacher was led away towards the exit of the building. After that, all the guys ran to the dining room, praying to God that there was at least something left there. Ethan remained where he was. He had a bad feeling. The next day, as promised, the teachers joined the students in training. Teacher Ron noticed that Teacher Reed wasn't even out of breath as he completed his fourth set of squats, 50 times each. Ron approached him and said that he expected nothing less from the gym teacher. He was doing a great job with the exercises. Olivia, who was observing the students, noted that the students were not in the best condition today. The teachers try to keep an eye on them, but because their training is going poorly, the students' mood is also off. She also noted that many have not been able to regain their stamina, so now they are just sitting it out. The students from room 10 were the ones that worried her the most. They became even more zombie-like, and to her surprise, this affected the motivation of the other teams as well. Ethan and his guys turned out to be much more helpful than she initially thought. Olivia looked at Antonio, wondering what he would do. The next moment, the guy told everyone to stop doing the exercises and listen to him carefully. Afterwards, he said that he understood perfectly well that many wanted to save their strength for the competition. So now, one person from each room would be chosen to participate in the training competition. Ethan became interested when he heard that the room that scored the most points would be going to rest for the rest of the training. The next moment, he stepped forward, introducing the 10th room. Teacher Reed wanted to follow him out as a representative of the teacher's room, but Ron came up and said that he would feel too sorry for the children if they stood up to the gym teacher, so he would go himself. Reed looked at the man walking forward in confusion. A couple of minutes later, the remaining students also chose their representatives and they came forward. Ethan thought that getting first place and then having a rest would be pretty cool, but if he overdid it now and spent all his energy here, he wouldn't be able to show himself in the competition. The next moment, Teacher Reed approached him, saying that with him, our hero would not be able to cheat. At the same time, Antonio began to explain the rules, saying that students who finished one exercise move on to the next. Those who do not make it in time are eliminated. Then he added that everyone else, except for the team representatives, should return to training. The time Antonio spent explaining the rules was enough for our hero to decide that for the sake of the guys on his team, he should no longer hold back. A couple of minutes later, they moved on to doing exercises. The teacher, who was full of energy, unlike the students, completed the exercises with ease. Looking at him, the other students were afraid that they might fly out too quickly. A few moments later, their fears were confirmed, and Antonio said that the students from rooms 4, 7, and 2 had left. Looking at them, Teacher Ron grinned contentedly. However, when Ethan, who was standing next to him, said that he had already finished the 9th exercise, the man looked at him in surprise, thinking that this guy was much faster than he thought. At the same moment, Antonio announced the elimination of several more students. Ron remembered that this Ethan was only an F rank, and it wouldn't be difficult for him to beat such a weakling with a little effort. A few minutes later, the hero announced that he had completed the 11th exercise, causing the man to freeze in shock. Looking at their confrontation, Alicia realized that it would not end so quickly and had absolutely no desire to take part in it. As she stood up and headed towards the rest of the boys, Antonio announced that the first room was out. Meanwhile, the hero continued his competition with the teacher. Ahead of him by several exercises, the man could not overtake him, which greatly irritated him. As Ethan began his third set of exercises, Teacher Ron struggled to keep up with him, glancing irritably at the boy every now and then. The man was already on the verge of fainting when the hero announced the completion of the 9th task of the 4th approach. The next moment, the teacher looked at Ethan with fury and said that he could not sit and watch the hero's team get an undeserved rest. On the 7th attempt, the man couldn't take it anymore. Under Ethan's surprised gaze, he gave in, saying that this guy was a real monster. After that, Antonio said that the teacher's room was out, and the students from room 10 could go into the shade and rest until the end of the training. Once outside the field, Ethan's comrades asked about his condition with worried faces. The hero smiled tiredly and said that the teacher had held out much longer than he expected. Afterwards, he sat down under a tree, telling the boys that they could relax and recuperate while they had time. Ethan had pushed himself too hard in his competition with his teacher, and now all of his muscles were aching terribly from pain. A couple of hours later, they all moved into a specially prepared room, where Antonio announced that they would now begin the final stage of guerrilla training, a competition of abilities. Glenn, standing waist-deep in mud, clicked his tongue when the instructor said that some people might be unhappy with this because they didn't have anything special. Antonio advised them not to write themselves off prematurely because there would be surprises in store for them in this competition. Clenching his fist, he said that he believed that students would be able to find the strength within themselves to get rid of their shortcomings, turning them into their strengths. As he was about to go into details, a joyful voice came from behind Antonio. Principal Roger, who entered with the teachers, said that the boy had done a good job all these days. Without taking his eyes off Antonio, the man said that as the battalion commander, he considered his presence necessary at such an important event as a competition of the abilities of his precious fighters. Antonio bowed, greeting the director. Afterwards, he hesitantly said that it was he who the man had left the partisan training to. The director replied that the competition was the last part of the preparation, so he had to be present at it. Antonio sighed and took the folder of documents from Olivia's hands. Afterwards, he handed it over to the director, saying that it was a competition plan. The man took the papers handed to him, and looking through them, he said that he had not made a mistake in entrusting this matter to Antonio. Having studied only the very beginning, he closed the folder and handed it to teacher Ron, saying that it was all too confusing, so he would make everything simpler. The next moment, his voice came from the speakers mounted on the wall. Ethan felt that Roger's presence here did not bode well for him. Looking at the students, the man said that he would now explain the rules of the competition to them. He said that the competition would be held both with and without the use of the ability. Anyone who ends up outside the field is immediately eliminated. Those who raise both hands are also considered losers. The same applies to those who lose consciousness during the fight. After this, the director announced that the briefing was over. Antonio approached him and asked how the man was going to separate the students. The next moment, Roger came to his senses, saying that he forgot to tell the most important thing. All 300 students would take part in this competition at the same time. The students looked at him in confusion when he said that in this royal battle, each of them would be assigned a certain rank. Meanwhile, the man continued, saying that the longer they lasted, the more points they would get, and if they helped eliminate other participants, they would also get points. At that moment, Eliza approached him, reminding him about the safety bracelet and the rule regarding those who break it. Showing everyone his wrist with a bracelet, Roger said that each of the participants should get a protective bracelet from the nurse. It is designed exactly the same as the one used in previous competitions. It absorbs the damage received and breaks. Usually, a broken bracelet means defeat. But if someone wants to continue the fight, Roger will accept their persistence and allow them to continue participating. Eliza was horrified by the man's words, and Olivia could not believe that he had pushed aside all of Antonio's plans for such a stupid idea. Ethan looked at his watch, thinking that he had no choice. He needed to try to hold out as long as possible and get more points. Although he managed to restrain his power yesterday, in his current state it might be too difficult for him. Seeing the students' surprised reaction, the principal said that they must learn to remain calm in any situation. The next moment, he looked at the wall clock and saw that it was already 2 minutes past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Afterwards, he said that they would start at exactly 2 o'clock. Alfred said with disappointment that they wouldn't even be given time to get used to the mud they were standing in. Ethan looked at Antonio. He looked at the students sympathetically. The director announced 2 harsh conditions for this competition, which went against what they had been working on throughout this week. A few moments later, when the clock struck exactly 2, the director announced the start. Michael immediately picked his target and told his guys that they should focus on the unarmed Glenn. Hearing this, the guy shuddered. He understood that he would not be able to cope with them all without the necessary strength. He began to run away from the group of opponents who had turned against him. Moments later, Glenn found himself pinned against the wall, creating a tofa in his hand. Michael said that he would deal with him before he could find an object to use his ability on. The guy grinned and said that none of his opponents were looking around at all. The next moment, he touched an iron beam on the wall next to him. After that, Glenn took out the beam, making it his weapon. Michael looked at this with horror and tried to run as far as possible through the thick mud. But he didn't have time, and the next moment, Glenn attacked him. Surrounded, Alicia looked towards the fighting Michael and his guys, telling the guys surrounding her that everyone there was fighting so hard that they should join in too. Then she turned her gaze to them and asked if they were really going to keep her trapped until the end of the competition. The next moment, she activated her ability, telling them to try to catch her. Immediately after this, the girl ran forward. Ethan's team stood aside the whole time. The guys asked him what they should do because the director loves people with unusual abilities. The hero was in no hurry to answer. He was thinking that Antonio would first let them get used to it and, based on the results of the battle, would assign each student a rank depending on their abilities. But because of the rules imposed by the principal, students with stronger abilities will draw all the attention to themselves, and it will be quite difficult for other students to get high ranks. Ethan was pulled out of his thoughts by Ryan's call, asking him to pay attention to what was happening. The next moment, a guy came forward saying that our hero's team would have to disappear before the competition without abilities began. Ethan created a dagger and shouted to his men to prepare for battle. The next moment, the two teams ran towards each other. Dodging the enemy's attacks, the hero shouted to his team to try to hold out until the start of the competition without abilities. Roger, who was watching the battles, said with satisfaction that the kids were doing well, but Antonio did not share this opinion. He said that the students hadn't even warmed up yet, and that those with strong abilities would have too much of an advantage. After his words, Teacher Ron came up to him and, putting his hand on his shoulder, whispered that although Antonio was an instructor, he was the battalion commander, so he should refrain from such comments. The man heard his words and, laughing, said that everything was fine. The teacher also needed to take into account the fact that this boy had put a lot of effort into preparing for the competition. Approaching the principal, the teacher said that he was absolutely right. Rubbing his chin, Roger said that the students should be given extra time. After that, he picked up the microphone and announced that in 30 seconds they would move on to the non-abilities competition. Ethan became more active in striking after the director's words. He shouted to his guys that they only had 30 seconds left to hold out. All this time, the other part of the students was chasing Alicia, trying to catch her in various ways. She smiled and said that she was tired of playing tag with them and it was time to stop. The next moment, the girl created her clones and ran towards the guys. Some were immediately thrown off the field. Glenn has been successfully resisting his opponents all this time. He swung the beam from side to side, aiming it at his opponents. From his strong blows, the students' bracelets broke, taking all the damage onto themselves. Watching this, the director rubbed his hands together in satisfaction, saying that Alicia and Glenn were showing excellent results, so he wanted to watch the ability competition for a little while longer. Hearing this, Antonio looked at him with displeasure, saying that it would not be fair to the other students. After his words, Roger clicked his tongue. The next moment, he told everyone to stop using the ability. After his words, the students froze in place. The students who were fighting Ethan's team decided that they should switch opponents for the duration of this round. The hero himself relaxed a little, glad that they managed to avoid being thrown out. But he was not sure that he could hold out until the very end, because his stamina was already running out. Standing in front of the opposing team, Alfred said that at this stage they couldn't be caught even if all the guys from the first room united. The next moment, Mina and Matthew nodded to each other and ran behind their team. Michael, noticing this, looked at them in surprise. A few moments later, Mina shouted to her boyfriend that now was the perfect time. He nodded and asked the boys from rooms 2 and 3 to keep their word. After that, they pushed the students standing in front. Michael looked at them in bewilderment and asked what they were doing. The next moment, several more guys from Michael's team were attacked. Jacob asked if Mina and Matthew really decided to go against their own comrades. The girl replied that the first thing they needed to do was get rid of the competitors. So while everyone was resting, they managed to make arrangements with other rooms. Matthew admitted that at first he doubted whether they would succeed, but the situation worked out well when all the students were drawn into the brawl. After his words, Michael was attacked and thrown into the water, not giving him the opportunity to rise. At the same time, Ethan's team watched everything from the sidelines, waiting for orders from their leader. The hero looked at his guys, noting that they were also at their limit. If the competition with abilities began again, they would not last long. He was desperately trying to think of a way out of this situation. Looking at him, the guys realized that Ethan was as confused as they were. Ryan got the leader's attention by shouting his name. Without turning to him, Ryan said that all this time Ethan spent his strength for them, but now the zombie squad can only do one thing. The hero looked at him in confusion and asked what he was talking about. Ryan shouted that they had to prove to everyone that they were no longer weaklings and that they weren't going to back down from anything. The other guys recoiled from them in bewilderment. They didn't expect that Ethan's team still had the strength to fight. The next moment, when they attacked, Ryan replied that they were already tired of holding back the forces. Looking at the crazy eyes of these guys, the teams surrounding them began to run away, overcome with terror. The zombie team was too dangerous in the eyes of others. Ethan himself watched his guys with an unblinking gaze. Glenn looked at them with confusion, saying that they belonged in a zombie movie, not here. At that moment, Alicia came up to him. The guy turned to her and shouted at her to get out of here. He stopped short when the next moment he saw the crowd surrounding him. Glenn asked irritably why she had brought so many people here with her, and Alicia asked in surprise if he was envious of her popularity. The guy realized that she had brought them to him on purpose. The girl extended her hand to him, saying that it was time for them to go. The time that had passed should have been enough for him to have time to collect a sufficient number of points. After hearing their conversation, the other students came to the conclusion that the two had conspired, and if they combined their powers during the skill contest, they would definitely not win. The next moment, the crowd pounced on Alicia and Glenn, intending to throw them out of the field. Seeing this, Teacher Ron looked worriedly at the principal, who was distracted by messages on his phone at the time, and said that he should take a look at what was happening. The man was perplexed when he saw that two of his best students had dropped out. He could not believe his own eyes. Not understanding how this happened, Antonio, who came up to him, said that he was not at all surprised by this turn of events. The director looked at him in surprise, asking what he meant. Antonio explained that those two could easily go against that crowd during a competition using abilities, but in a normal battle, it would be difficult for them. The other guys realized this, so they decide to team up to get rid of stronger opponents while they are vulnerable. It was initially quite obvious that in a competition without the use of ability, those who rely only on their strength would be the main target. After listening to Antonio, the director said that in the future this situation will help Alicia and Glenn to become better. But in fact, he was very worried because the press had not yet arrived and the best students had already dropped out. The last hope he had left was the guys from the first room. However, a few moments later, they too were eliminated, much to Roger's horror. Grabbing Ron's teacher, he demanded an explanation from him of everything that was happening here, why all the strong students were dropping out so quickly. Antonio watched Ethan and his team of zombies with a smile. An irritated director Roger looked at his phone. He thought it would be a quick brawl where only the strongest would survive, so he told the reporters to come here. The next moment, he grabbed the microphone and announced that in 30 seconds there would be another ability competition. All this time, Ethan stood watching his team. He smiled sadly, thinking that he could help them, but it turned out that he himself seemed to be saved. At that moment, one of the guys standing nearby shouted that even though Ethan was stronger than them in a normal fight, he was far inferior to them in a battle of abilities. Afterwards, Austin pointed to his comrades standing behind him. The hero wondered out loud whether he would be able to control his ability now that he was not in the best condition. Coming closer to him, Austin mocked him and asked what he was muttering to himself. Suddenly, Matthew called out to him and said that they should move away from Ethan right now, which caused confusion among the others. He tried to keep his comrades out of danger by warning them that Ethan was too dangerous alone. Matthew saw the fight between our hero and Casper that happened a few days ago. Then he firmly decided to stay away from Ethan. Suddenly, the director's voice came from the speakers, giving permission to use the abilities. Austin turned to our hero with a smug smile, saying that he would now be thrown out of the competition in disgrace. The next moment, he received a strong punch in the face. After that, Ethan pushed Austin to the floor. Looking at his fallen comrade, the other student did not notice how the hero appeared next to him with his fist raised to strike. Ethan punched his opponent, causing him to immediately lose consciousness. Everyone else watched what was happening with bewilderment. Coming to their senses, they rushed at Ethan, remembering that he was only an F rank. The hero did not move from his place, watching the enemies approaching him. The next moment, he ran through the entire crowd with lightning speed, avoiding blows. Everyone turned around in surprise, looking at Ethan, who had not received a single scratch. The boys raised their weapons again to strike, intending to repeat the attack. However, the next moment, all their weapons shattered into small pieces. One of the guys looked at Ethan, stunned. The hero looked at his opponents with a murderous gaze, telling them to get out of here. The boys, overcome with fear, immediately raised their hands, shouting that they surrendered. A frightened Mina recoiled back, grabbing her boyfriend's hand. He froze in place, meeting Ethan's gaze, which made it clear that he would kill anyone who stood in his way. The guy who came up to him grabbed Matthew by the shoulder, saying that he and his girlfriend had to get rid of all the high-ranking guys in exchange for the others not touching them. Matthew shook his hand off and asked in bewilderment how the 300th place had become considered a high rank. Ben recalled that it was Ethan who held the top positions throughout the guerrilla training. At that moment, Mina approached her boyfriend and said that now that the battle was using abilities, they were much stronger than the guy in 300th place. A puzzled Matthew asked if she had forgotten what Ethan had done yesterday. He tried to convey to her that this guy was too dangerous for them. Suddenly, Ethan called out to the pair, causing them to become wary. The hero irritably told them to stop wasting time and attack him. Mina and Matthew moved away from each other and turned to face Ethan, who was approaching them. The next moment, the guy overcame his fear and created a whip. After that, he took a swing at our hero. Ethan held his right hand out in front of him and said that it shouldn't kill anyone. Matthew looked at him with fear, not understanding why he was talking to his hand. The next moment, Ethan easily parried his opponent's whip. Matthew knew that his opponent was no longer the weakling he used to be, so it was expected that he wouldn't be defeated so easily. He delivered a few more blows with the whip, but Ethan parried them all with ease. The guy looked at his opponent in bewilderment, asking how he managed to do it. At that moment, the power began to take hold of Ethan, and he covered his mouth with his hand, trying to restrain himself. The hero continued to fight off the attacks, telling himself that there was very little left. Mina, standing to the side, tried to understand why Matthew's blows still never reached their target and why Ethan was fighting in such a strange position. Matthew at this time turned to the other students who were watching from the side and asked them to help him. One of them replied that if this whip hit any of them, they would immediately fly out of here. Principal Roger, like everyone else, watched what was happening in amazement, trying to remember the name of such a gifted student. Ophelia found it hard to believe her own eyes. Yesterday, this boy was chaotically striking the cobblestones, and today he was perfectly dodging the blows of the whip. She looked at Antonio. Noticing his calm face, the girl realized that he was not at all surprised by this turn of events. At the same time, Ethan parried another attack from his opponent, asking if Matthew really intended to continue waving his whip while standing to the side. The next moment, he approached him. Activating her abilities, Mina stepped forward and said that she would protect Matthew no matter what. The next moment, she created a shield, covering herself and her boyfriend. Ethan quickly approached them and struck the shield. The girl watched in surprise as her shield began to crumble into pieces from just one blow from their opponent. The next moment, the hero grabbed her face. After that, Ethan threw Mina to the side of Matthew, who managed to catch her, not allowing her to fall. The enraged girl took a step forward, saying that her shield of love couldn't be destroyed just like that with a simple blow. At that very moment, the bracelet on her hand cracked loudly. The boy and girl looked in surprise at the protective bracelet, which broke even while under the protection of the barrier. Matthew pulled the bracelet off his arm, saying that they gave up and were no longer willing to participate in this. Afterwards, he showed the removed bracelet to Ethan, saying that they had lost. Under the shocked gaze of others, Matthew led his girlfriend towards the exit. At this time, the hero noted with surprise that today it was much easier to control himself than usual. Standing nearby, brothers Jerry and John looked at the departing couple with displeasure. Ethan turned his attention to them, saying that there wasn't much time left, so they should hurry and attack. At this point, the enraged director asked with bewilderment in his voice why no one could deal with some weakling with an F rank. After his words, John and Jerry created iron bars and attacked Ethan. Looking at them, the hero noted that this was the first time he had seen someone with such similar abilities. Smiling, Jerry made his rod even bigger. After that, he attacked our hero with it, but he easily dodged. Suddenly, the spray from the iron bar hit Ethan's face, causing him to cover his eyes for a couple of seconds. He apologized to his opponents, saying he needed some time because he had dirt in his eyes. John decided to take advantage of this opportunity. The next moment, his weapon began to stretch in length. As the rod almost caught up with Ethan, John thought that the victory had come too easily for them. However, the next moment, the hero put his hand with the dagger behind his back and parried the enemy's blow. John looked at Ethan in amazement, not understanding how he was able to block the blow without even looking in his direction. Suddenly, the hero turned around and grabbed the other end of the iron rod, saying that John had a pretty good weapon. Then he pulled it towards himself. The guy was immediately drawn towards Ethan. The next moment, our hero looked at the other brother, saying that he would play by his rules. He looked at his opponent with incomprehension. A few seconds later, Ethan knocked the gun out of the guy's hands using John's stick. Everyone on the field froze, watching the huge iron rod fly over their heads. A few moments later, he fell into the mud, drenching those nearby. When Ethan asked John to lend him a rod for a while, the guy lying in the mud replied that the hero could not even hope for it. Ethan looked at him mockingly and said with a smile that it would indeed be more fun that way. The next moment, he picked up the rod and started spinning it in the air at high speed, along with the guy, who was holding onto the rod with all his might to keep from falling. Jerry tried to get as far away from them as possible. However, a few moments later, his brother flew into him, knocking him down. When the weapon disappeared from our hero's hands, Ethan sadly said that it all ended too quickly. He would like to have more fun. Afterwards, he created a dagger and looked at the remaining students who were standing nearby. Ethan didn't know when the principal would decide to intervene again, so he advised the boys to attack him quickly. They assumed that the hero was up to something, so they decided to surround him, overwhelming him with numbers. Teacher Reed had been watching his student all this time. He couldn't believe that he had actually managed to go so far. He knew that Ethan had started training a lot lately, but he stubbornly continued to ignore this fact. And he didn't pay any attention to him because he was sure that Ethan would soon leave this school due to his low rank. The man looked at the hero with regret. He remembered the day Ethan came to him and asked a strange question about souls. Then he just laughed, not even thinking about taking Ethan's words seriously. As a teacher, he should help students become better, but then he was full of prejudice and did not even try to help him, thinking that it would not bring any result. Teacher Reed covered his face with his hand, holding back tears. The next moment, he couldn't hold back and burst into tears, which puzzled the director. Ignoring him, Reed shouted through tears for Ethan to show everyone what he was capable of and prove that souls could not be divided by rank. The irritated principal told Teacher Ron to do something about his colleague. A few moments later, he dragged the sobbing man towards the exit. When the teachers finally left, Principal Roger turned his attention back to Ethan, completely confused about what was going on and why all the students who should have been the center of attention were eliminated at the very beginning. And now some F-rank is pulling the blanket over himself. The man decided that he needed to remove Ethan at any cost before the journalists arrived here. He remembered that for some students, competing using abilities would bring more advantages, but for those who specialized in close combat, it would be difficult for them to deal with everyone at once. The next moment, the man grabbed the microphone and announced that everyone should stop using their abilities immediately. Antonio looked at the man in bewilderment, his actions completely lacking common sense. Ethan looked at the director and said with a smile that he had tightened the rules too much, since now he doesn't even give 30 seconds. But this was only to his advantage. Looking at the wall behind him, from which Glenn had pulled out a beam not long ago, he noted that it was quite thin. The next moment he struck the wall, the hero thought that breaking it would be much easier than messing around with this whole crowd. After his blow, deep cracks appeared all over the wall. Ethan moved away from the impact site. A few moments later, the wall collapsed, creating a huge hole. The sudden bright light caused all the students to cover their eyes, and one of them shouted that Ethan had broken through the wall to blind them and escape. Smiling, the hero replied that he had no intention of running away anywhere. Then he nodded his head towards the hole through which all the dirt was draining down and said that they would back out. The students looked ahead in surprise. The next moment, a strong current pulled them down. Olivia sighed, saying that the building was only recently built. Thus, Ethan got rid of 104 opponents at once. When all the water and mud was outside the field, the hero took off his shoes and threw them aside. Afterwards, he headed towards the remaining students, saying that there was only a little time left. When Ethan rushed at the guy standing closest to him, he said in horror that he couldn't lift his legs. The hero grinned, because that was why he took off his wet shoes, which slowed him down. The director's rage grew stronger and stronger. He couldn't believe that a whole crowd couldn't handle just one guy. Antonio, standing behind him, understood that the purpose of this training was to teach the boys to make decisions and work as a team. But because of the individual assessment system, everyone began to put themselves first. It is because of this that their ability to find a way out of difficult situations, even with a numerical advantage, has decreased. And the director's non-standard change of regimes brings even more chaos. Antonio looked at Matthew and Mina sitting to the side. In his opinion, they acted too recklessly, targeting only Ethan. In these competitions, all students are judged based on their individual contributions, so trying to collectively eliminate the hero is too misguided. Their preconceptions about Ethan prevent them from making the right decisions, as who he is now is very different from who he was in the past. Watching the hero eliminate one enemy after another, Antonio thought that thanks to this, the 10th graders would learn an important lesson for the future. After that, he smiled contentedly. The students surrounding Ethan did not dare to come closer to him. Suddenly, the hero felt a strong weakness. This did not escape the notice of the other disciples, and they all ran towards him, intending to overwhelm him with numbers. The next moment, they all pounced on Ethan, but the hero did not fall under their weight as they expected. Ethan was holding on to the races with the last of his strength. One of the boys shouted to his comrades that they needed help. The next moment, several more people fell on top. Ethan could not stand it and sank to the floor. The director rejoiced as he watched this. Suddenly, the editor-in-chief called him. He answered the call, saying that the editor could now come inside. After hanging up, Roger grabbed the microphone and shouted that everyone could start using their powers again. After smiling slyly, he said that he expected amazing results from the remaining participants in the competition. Suddenly, Ethan began to rise. The man was dumbfounded when he noticed this. Meanwhile, the same boy shouted out that they needed more help. The guys who approached decided to get rid of two opponents at once, leaning on their former comrade. Ethan noticed that his opponents had loosened their grip. As he got up, he thought that if these guys were as careful as his zombie squad, he would have been out long ago. When his opponents noticed that Ethan was trying to get up again, they pinned his entire body to the floor. The hero decided that the strength of his right hand alone would not be enough, so he would have to go a little further than usual. The next moment, he jerked to his feet, throwing off all his opponents. It took him a few moments to regain control of the power, not allowing it to take over him. He raised his head and said with a smile that they were all just a bunch of weaklings. The director turned purple with anger. All his plans were rapidly collapsing. A few moments later, the editor-in-chief entered the room with a film crew. Spencer shook the director's hand, thanking him for the opportunity to capture such a significant event. Smiling kindly, he said that his guys would try to capture the students' outstanding abilities. With a forced smile, Roger offered to have some tea for Spencer since he had come a long way here. But the editor refused this offer and walked on, looking with interest at the fighting students. A few moments later, Spencer looked at the principal, saying that he was very selective with his students. The director smiled awkwardly, replying that this was indeed the case, while the editor turned to the guys from the film crew, saying that they had to capture every moment of this competition. Suddenly, he noticed Antonio watching what was happening below. A cheerful man approached him, saying that the last time they saw each other was at an interview. Afterwards, he asked the guy if there were any worthy participants left on the field. Antonio replied that all the students were doing well, but when he wanted to name someone who deserved attention, the principal intervened. Hitting Antonio with his elbow, the man said with regret in his voice, saying that all the outstanding students had already dropped out. When Spencer asked how this had happened, the director turned around and replied that they had greatly underestimated the enemy during hand-to-hand combat. As their mentor, he sincerely hopes that today will help them become much better in the future. Listening to his speech, Spencer said with admiration that nothing else was expected from the headmaster of such an outstanding school. Suddenly, one of the cameramen shouted that the editor needed to pay attention to what was happening on the field. One of the students was a real madman. All attempts to prevent Spencer from seeing Ethan failed miserably. Meanwhile, our hero actively blocked the arrows flying at him. When one of the students fired an arrow into Ethan's back, he blocked it without turning around. The girl shouted to the guy standing next to her that everyone with melee abilities should get close to the hero and fight him back, but the guy replied that no one in their right mind would get under her arrows because they would be eliminated before they could even reach Ethan. At the same time, Spencer looked at the director with a look full of admiration. Asking who this guy was, he was sure that with such abilities he was not lower than rank A. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, the man replied that Ethan was A rank. But Teacher Reed intervened and shouted that his student was F rank. Spencer approached him and asked if he was joking, but the teacher replied that he was telling the truth. He said that Ethan achieved everything through his own efforts. The headmaster tried to shut him up and looked at Ron's teacher, telling him to get this psycho out of here. The next moment, the teachers grabbed Reed, not resisting. He screamed for Spencer to pay attention to Ethan. The teacher's words aroused even more interest in the editor, and he looked at the director, saying that he wanted to know as much information about this student as possible. The man clenched the handkerchief in his fist in anger. He had no idea how to get out of this situation. Ethan himself was already fighting at the limit of his strength. Even though he repelled all the attacks without even thinking about it, it felt like his body was about to break. So he decided to release a little more power. When the hero did this, he was surprised to note that it was becoming easier and easier to control his desire to kill. The other students sensed the change in Ethan. The fear they felt at that moment made them freeze in place. Looking at the hero, absolutely all the students realized that he had become even more dangerous than before and began to slowly retreat. As Ethan was about to attack one of his opponents, he noticed something was happening to his dagger. A few seconds later, he changed his appearance and Ethan saw that his support ability had risen to D rank. He smiled, thinking that he was able to not only control his power but also make it stronger. The next moment, he laughed happily, glad that all his efforts were not in vain. The guys from his zombie team were also happy for their leader. Antonio didn't miss the change either, and he smiled contentedly as he looked at Ethan. Alicia just grinned, not taking her eyes off our hero. She didn't expect anything else from him. The next moment, she shouted at him to finish them all off quickly. Ethan smiled, saying that everything would be done in a matter of seconds. The next moment, he ran towards his enemies, frozen in horror at a terrifying speed. As he rushed past them, the students' protective bracelets immediately began to break. Looking at their wounded hands, they wondered how this was possible, because the bracelet should have taken all the damage. Ethan looked at his dagger, saying that this ability really suited him. Director Roger looked down in horror. He couldn't believe that he had allowed something like this to happen, and in front of Spencer. The editor was as surprised as the others. For the first time in his memory, someone had managed to defeat 60 opponents single-handedly in just a couple of seconds. Antonio approached and said that if you take into account everyone he had defeated earlier, the total would be more than 150 people. Spencer's eyes widened in surprise, and he looked at the guy, asking if he was cheating on him. Antonio replied that there was no point in him lying about something like that. He then looked towards Ethan, saying that in the end, it would all end with more than 200 defeated opponents. That same evening, Pavel returned to his office after another protracted meeting. Entering the office, he saw Douglas behind one of the chairs. He looked at Pavel, who entered, and said with a smile that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Pavel did not experience the same joy from the meeting as his uninvited guest. Sitting down opposite him, he told Douglas to say whatever he wanted, since he had come here putting his life on the line. The man spread his arms wide and asked with feigned displeasure whether it was necessary to be so rude when talking to his old friend, but Pavel interrupted him, replying that it was Douglas who had started making fun of him first. Rubbing his chin, Douglas said that if Pavel really thought that way, then he meant absolutely nothing to him. His words infuriated the interlocutor. Banging on the table, Pavel shouted that he planned his escape through the East Coast. Still smiling, Douglas asked what kind of fool would attempt such a ridiculous escape. He said he just needed an excuse to call him after a long time. When Pavel found Douglas, he was covered in the blood of his comrades, and fire was blazing all around him. When he said that their leader wanted to see Pavel at dawn, the man looked at him in bewilderment. Pavel really didn't understand why Douglas had gotten rid of several dozen of his subordinates. Douglas suddenly changed the subject, saying that while he was in the South, he had met some very interesting children, and Pavel asked if they were students at a military training school. Douglas nodded, saying that he had heard rumors that his old friend had started training kids, so he decided to check it out. But when he came to say hello, he got his ass kicked. Pavel frowned and asked what he meant. Douglas said he never believed that one day he would have to run away from a child. After his words, Pavel froze in bewilderment. He knew that Douglas had stormed into the bank and retreated for some unknown reason, but it was really hard to believe that this monster had been cornered to the point of having to flee. Clenching his fists, Pavel tried to understand who exactly could possess such power. Looking at his interlocutor's reaction, Douglas laughed, saying that his old friend himself didn't really know anything. Pavel asked irritably what exactly he needed to know. Douglas said he thought that the guy was his secret weapon, but judging by Pavel's confused face, he was wrong. The man stood up from his seat, demanding a normal answer from Douglas. He said that he had no intention of telling him anything. Looking at him with a wild look, Douglas said that he had an unexpected harvest. Meanwhile, the competition of abilities had already ended. Ethan opened his eyes and saw Alicia's face in front of him. She chuckled and said that next time he should let her know in advance how much sleep he was going to get. The hero felt like he was still in a dream, so he reached out his hand to her face. The girl was embarrassed when his palm lay on her cheek. However, the next moment Ethan pinched her cheek, surprised at how soft it was. With each passing second, the girl's irritation began to take hold more and more. She finally lost her temper and hit Ethan on the head, causing him to wake up completely. Looking around, the hero asked why they were here and not at the competition. Alicia looked at him and asked excitedly if he really didn't remember anything. The next moment, she said that after Ethan had dealt with everyone, he looked at her and asked if she had been watching him carefully and started jumping up and down. Looking intently at the girl, Ethan replied that he remembered that. The next moment, Alicia grabbed his cheek, saying that he passed out as soon as it all ended. Then she asked how Ethan was going to get married if he was such a sissy. The hero asked with displeasure how long she was going to mock the man who had just woken up. A few moments later, he turned away from Alicia and covered himself with his hands, answering that he was not going to get married in the near future. Smiling, the girl said that he should not be so categorical. A happy life awaits him with her. Deciding that Ethan had had enough, the girl leaned back on the couch and, smiling, asked if he still thought this was a dream. The flushed hero stared unblinkingly at Alicia, who seemed incredibly beautiful to him at that moment. A few moments later, the girl handed him a badge with his new rank. Ethan beamed with happiness, glad that he was no longer a newbie. Looking at him, Alicia said that a little later the teacher would give him a certificate. When he asked what certificate she was talking about, the girl patted him on the shoulder, congratulating him on his first stint in partisan training. Noticing that Ethan was not at all happy about this news, Alicia asked why he had such an indifferent reaction. Looking at his badge, he asked why he was only a private. Alicia thought the boy was just surprised that he was promoted 2 ranks at once, so she began to explain that his efforts were noticed, but Ethan interrupted her, saying that he had argued with the teacher. When the hero said that the teacher promised to make the entire zombie squad corporals if they got high scores, Alicia looked at him in bewilderment. The next moment, she gave Ethan a hard flick on the forehead, after which she said that he didn't have to worry because the teacher had made everyone corporals except him. When Alicia said that Ethan had one person to thank, he looked at the girl, trying to figure out who she was talking about. Faced with his blank look, she explained that he was keeping the nurse busy. Ethan was horrified to remember that he hadn't really thought about the nurse at all back then, and Alicia smiled and said that they could go thank her later. The hero objected to her, saying that he wanted to go alone. Smiling uncertainly, the girl repeated that she had suggested going with him. Ethan shook his head and replied that she had done nothing wrong, but that he just had to go alone. Suddenly, Alicia grabbed his cheeks painfully again. She asked in bewilderment if he really didn't like spending time with her. The following evening, the principal's office received an unexpected visitor, Teacher Reed bringing the man tea, saying that the battalion commander had left. Reaching for his cup, Duke said that apparently the rank system at this school was not yet fully organized. When Reed asked what he meant, the man explained that they had been contacted in advance by another battalion commander, but a regular lieutenant answered. Bowing his head, Teacher Reed apologized, saying that he was alone on shift today. After his words, Duke laughed and said that even if special military training was organized on the basis of their school, this did not mean that they would be able to organize the same ideal military system as the 998th. The teacher was well aware that the 998th Special Training Brigade was created by the Korean Army to train future fighters. Only students with strong fighting abilities are recruited there, and the teachers are gathered from the elite themselves, under whose guidance the students absorb many years of military wisdom. Studying there is an alternative to a higher educational institution. Putting the cup back on the table, Duke asked when the principal of this school would arrive. Teacher Reed replied that he would be here soon. Looking at the teacher, Duke noted that he had too much of a displeased expression on his face, to which Reed replied that the man was behaving too disrespectfully for a representative of another block. Duke chuckled and apologized for his manners. Afterwards, he said that he allowed himself a little rudeness because he was an enemy who had come to declare war. When Teacher Reed asked what he meant, the man looked at him, saying that this should have been known by now, but apparently the information base of this school was so weak that no one had heard anything. After his words, Reed remembered a recent conversation with the director. Meanwhile, Duke continued by saying that even though there are a couple of big names in this school, like Alicia and Antonio, not many people care. When the teacher said they had another strong student, Duke reached for the magazine lying on the table. Opening the page with Ethan, the man mockingly asked if the teacher meant him. The next moment, he threw the magazine away, saying that he had already seen this news and would never believe what was written there. He said reporters should be careful not to go overboard with details if they want a story to seem more credible. At that very moment, the director entered the office, apologizing for being late. Duke shook his hand, saying everything was fine. Teacher Ron decided not to stay there any longer and left. Suddenly, he heard loud cries from the students, which reached even here. Looking out the window, he saw that the light in the gym was still on. The guys from the zombie team were exhausted. They finally finished Antonio's entrance exam. Ethan walked up to him and asked him with excitement in his voice what he thought of these guys. They looked at Antonio expectantly. He suddenly smiled, asking why ask something so obvious. Afterwards, he congratulated all the guys on their successful entry into the club. The boys looked at their leader with surprised faces. He smiled and nodded at them. The next moment, the building was filled with the joyful cries of the children. Teacher Reed, looking out over the gym, said he believed in Ethan. Then he turned around and walked towards the stairs. Meanwhile, in the office, Duke handed Director Roger a folder of documents, saying that he had been ordered to get a seal after reading the contents. Roger signed. He knew that the document he signed had conditions that were too unfavorable for him, but he could not refuse. Taking the folder, Duke bowed and thanked the director for his time. A few moments later, Roger was left alone in his office. He was beside himself with rage. Spencer carefully reviewed the video from yesterday. He thought that this fight with Ethan, who was an F rank, would be a real sensation. Pausing the video, the man looked at the stack of pages of the article he had written. The authorities did not accept her, saying that Spencer should forget about what he saw yesterday. He stood up from his seat, wondering why the state needed this. The man realized that most people would say that the video was scripted to promote a special education high school, that the worst F-rank student could take down 200 students single-handedly. If he hadn't seen everything with his own eyes, he would have considered something like this to be nonsense. Spencer suggested that the school was protecting such an outstanding student for some reason. But if that were true, the school would have gotten rid of the interview with Alicia, who dealt with the plague. Suddenly, he realized one important thing and rushed back to his monitor. He opened the list of students who were involved in what happened at the bank. A few moments later, he smiled happily as his suspicions were confirmed. A sudden knock on the door caught Spencer's attention, and he raised his head, allowing entry. The man who entered told him that information had emerged about a secret connection between the special training school and the 998th school. Hearing this, Spencer smiled, happily saying that this was a great opportunity. Late in the evening, Ethan and his guys finished training. The hero praised them, saying that they did a great job today, just like always. Ryan happily said that no one bullied them anymore because of their rank as corporals, thanks to Ethan. Suddenly, Nick intervened in their conversation and asked if their leader was still training even after they left, to which Ethan replied that everything they did with Antonio was just warming up. Looking around, the guy said that today he hadn't seen his favorite at all. Ethan looked at him, asking who he meant. Nick explained that Alicia had previously told them to call her that because she was their leader's favorite. The hero replied that she waited for him until he said he was going to do another approach, so she left. Nick grabbed Ethan by the shoulder and excitedly said that he shouldn't behave like that with his beloved. Alfred also did not stay away, teasing his leader. Ethan couldn't take it anymore and sank to the ground, covering his head with his hands, asking the guys to shut up. Suddenly, he noticed that someone had approached him. The hero stood up abruptly, looking at the man towering over him. The other guys also froze in surprise. Smiling, Pavel apologized for his unexpected appearance. Ethan recognized the man standing in front of him and excitedly replied that everything was fine. When Pavel admitted that he was glad that the hero recognized him, scratching the back of his head, Ethan replied that there was no one in this school who could not recognize such a respected person. Looking at the guys standing behind him, the man asked if they were Ethan's friends. Ryan and Nick shouted that he was their leader. The boys' violent reaction in front of Pavel made Ethan very uncomfortable. At this point, the man said that he needed to talk to their leader. The guys replied that they would not interfere with them and would go first. Having come to his senses, he asked the guys to keep quiet about seeing him today. Looking after them, the man smiled and said that a bright future awaited them. The boys ran away from here as fast as they could, competing with each other. Turning back to Ethan, Pavel asked him for forgiveness for appearing so suddenly. When he was heading home, the hero asked why the man had found him. When he replied that he had come to look at Ethan after watching the video of the competition, the boy hesitantly replied that he was very glad that Pavel liked the video, but he was surprised that such a respected person had decided to visit a student who had just reached D rank. Looking at him seriously, the man asked the hero if it was possible to divide souls by rank. Ethan looked at him in surprise, not understanding why he was asking him such a question. Looking at the surprised face, Pavel said that it was just a random question, and then returned to the main purpose of the conversation, saying that he chose this school to carry out military training. Although it might seem too cruel from the outside, he hoped that a student like our hero could become stronger even in the most difficult conditions. All this time, Pavel relied on Antonio, but everything did not go as smoothly as he expected. Hearing this, Ethan stepped forward, saying that Antonio had a strong influence on many of the students, and without his help, Ethan and his team would not be here. After listening to the guy, Pavel smiled and said that he misspoke. In fact, he hoped that the students would start working even harder, looking back at Antonio. The next moment, he put his hand on Ethan's shoulder, after which he said that suddenly someone else appeared who actually managed to attract other students. Smiling, Pavel said that he was really glad that after meeting Ethan in person, he was able to verify some things. It was not difficult for him to guess what kind of secret weapon, which even he himself did not know about, Douglas had spoken about during their last meeting. Looking at the footage of the competition, he was amazed, but Douglas could not be cornered, just with the level of strength that Ethan showed in the competition. Pavel was sure that this guy was much stronger than he seemed at first glance. He had never seen so much living energy in anyone before as in this guy. Ethan was exactly the one he had been looking for all this time. A few moments later, the man removed his hand from the hero's shoulder and apologized, saying that he was lost in thought. Now all his thoughts were occupied by Douglas, who already had some kind of plan in his head. Turning his attention back to Ethan, the man thanked him for his time, after which he turned around and walked towards the exit. Having come to his senses, Pavel turned around and said with a smile that it would be great if Ethan won. The hero looked at him with confusion, asking who he should defeat. Waving goodbye, the man replied that he would soon find out for himself. Confused, Ethan watched Pavel walk away for a few more seconds. At the same time, Antonio was still in the gym, finishing his training. Having put the barbell back in place, the guy looked at his watch and seeing that it was only 11 o'clock, he noted with satisfaction that he had begun to fulfill his daily quota much faster. He noticed that thanks to the hero and his team of zombies, the intensity of training increased significantly. As Antonio pulled his jacket back on, he said that Ethan was simply incredible. After finishing his workout, he decided to go for a jog before heading home, thinking that he had to work even harder if he wanted to be a good example for his comrades. Suddenly, he heard someone's frightened cry. On the next street, a group of guys pinned a girl against the wall. Amelia was shaking with fear and begging to be let go. The guy blocking her path smiled, saying that no one was going to kill her. He was just suggesting that she have a little fun. At that moment, Antonio emerged from the shadows. He said they should let the girl go. Fred looked at the guy standing nearby for a few seconds. Afterwards, he took a few steps forward and, smiling, asked if he was really protecting this girl because they were from the same school. Antonio realized that these guys would not disperse peacefully, so he activated his ability. The next moment, he was next to Fred, grabbing him by the wrist. The boy looked at his hand in surprise, thinking that it was like teleportation. As Antonio squeezed his hand with all his strength, Fred fell to his knees in pain, letting out a painful cry. The girl who approached him recognized her savior. He looked at her and said, "He'll deal with this punk, and she should hurry home." The girl thanked him and ran away from there. One of the guys was about to run after her, asking with displeasure where she was going. However, Antonio, without letting go of Fred's hand, quickly moved towards him and slammed the guy face down into the ground. The guy's friends, standing to the side, shouted that he wouldn't get away with it that easily. Antonio threw the bodies of their friends at the hooligans standing behind them. The boys lay pressed against each other's bodies, unable to rise. Shaking his hands, Antonio told them to stop their nonsense, because they had been deliberately trying to lure him into this alley from the very beginning. After that, he looked at two shadows around the corner of the nearest house. Adam, hiding in the shadows, smirked, saying that he had been discovered too quickly. A few moments later, footsteps were heard approaching. Antonio said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. In front of him stood a smiling Adam with his comrade. Adam looked at Antonio carefully. A few seconds later, the guy said that during this time, Antonio had managed to grow up. Frowning, he asked why Adam would go to such lengths to cause trouble for other people. Still smiling, the boy replied as if nothing had happened, that he was just walking with his friends and chatting with a pretty schoolgirl. When Antonio said that the students from school number 998 had come here, Adam looked at his interlocutor with a more serious look. Afterwards, he asked with interest how Antonio understood this. The boy explained that even though the girl who had just run away was wearing his school uniform, she called him Sergeant. Adam didn't see anything strange in this and asked what it had to do with it. Antonio replied that their school had recently switched to a military system, and not everyone was familiar with the rank system yet, especially the 10th graders. And when she came face to face with him, the girl called him Sergeant, because that was the form of address she was most accustomed to. Adam smiled and said with feigned regret that Amelia had made a terrible actress. Ignoring his words, Antonio continued and pointed to the guys he had beaten, saying that Adam had called them not a friend, but a comrade, which meant that he, too, was used to army nicknames. Still smiling, the boy said that this habit did not prove anything. Then Antonio said that only 2 schools had introduced military training, and if some students used military language, then the answer became obvious. Adam laughed, saying he was pretty insightful for the trash that crawled at his feet in high school. Adam looked at him irritably and said that he needed to be reminded where exactly Antonio's place was. Tim, standing next to him, looked with admiration at the guy standing in front of him, asking if he was that Antonio. When he nodded, confirming his guess, A joyful Tim pointed to himself, about to say his name. But Adam intervened and did it for him. Tim gave him a sad look in the direction, after which he again switched to Antonio and, waving his hand, said that he was glad to meet him. Antonio turned his gaze to this strange guy. The next moment, crossing his fingers, Tim admitted that he had long dreamed of giving him a good punch. Adam smiled and told his comrade that in that case he could act. Turning his gaze to Antonio, he said that there was no way he could defeat this big guy. The guy ignored these words and activated his ability. Tim stood frozen in indecision, looking at his opponent. A few moments later, Antonio approached him and grabbed him by the arm and the collar of his jacket. Tim looked at his opponent in surprise. He didn't expect Antonio to be so strong. However, he was not the only one who could gain mass. The next moment, something happened that Antonio never expected. When Ethan arrived at school the next day, he noticed that something strange was happening at school. Sitting down at his desk, he asked Alicia why there was such a strange atmosphere at school. She asked if Ethan hadn't seen anything yet. Faced with his uncomprehending gaze, the girl sighed tiredly, saying that in the morning all the news channels had simply exploded. The hero excitedly asked what had happened. Had the plague really appeared again? Alicia tapped her finger on the back of the girl sitting in front of her, asking her to show Ethan what she had recently watched. She turned around and asked in surprise if he really didn't know anything, given that he was in close contact with Antonio. When the girl handed him her tablet, Ethan looked at Alicia, asking what this had to do with Antonio. She replied that it would be better for him to just watch the video. The hero turned his gaze to the tablet and turned on the recording. He was surprised when he saw Antonio in the alley with some strange guys. Approaching the big guy, he grabbed him, intending to throw him to the ground. However, the next moment, the asphalt beneath them began to crack, unable to withstand such pressure. Antonio's body began to tremble slightly due to the enormous weight of the enemy he was holding. He grinned and pressed his hand on Antonio's back. Ethan watched in bewilderment at what happened next. Antonio couldn't take it anymore and fell under Tim's enormous weight. A few seconds later, the guy stood up and smiled contentedly, looking straight ahead. Antonio lay unconscious in a pool of his own blood. Ethan couldn't believe that he actually lost to someone. When the hero asked who these guys were, Alicia replied that they were from school number 998. After which she said that they would have a friendly training session with them in 15 days. A few hours later, Olivia gathered all the top students from each class. She said that everyone should have already guessed the reason for such an urgent meeting. After which she said that even if the 11th graders solve half of the questions on their own, the rest can also share their thoughts during the conversation. Ethan raised his hand and asked her what Antonio said. The girl sadly said that he was given a suspended sentence, so no one from his unit could come near his room. Ethan was very upset by the information he heard. Others were also upset about what happened to Antonio. One of the guys asked if they could do anything until he was fully recovered. Olivia replied that because of his probation, he couldn't see anyone even after he was discharged, so she had gathered everyone here to discuss the next course of action. Andrew said that in that case, his candidacy was the only one among those present who could be nominated for the role of leader. Turning her gaze to him, Olivia asked if he could pull the whole school. Glenn interrupted their conversation and asked with displeasure if they had gathered here to argue about who was better or to discuss more important things. When Tyler said that the 10th graders should just follow their elders' orders and not interfere, Alicia asked if he was strong or smart enough to give them orders. Tyler lost his temper when he heard his words. The next moment, looking at her, he asked if the girl was that white jade goblin. She replied that even if it was so, then he himself was nobody and had no name. The enraged guy jumped up from his seat, saying that she didn't know her place at all. At this point, Olivia intervened, slamming the table and shouting for everyone to shut up or they might get into serious trouble. After her words, Tyler sat back down in his seat. Looking at Alicia and Glenn, Olivia said that they should also control themselves. Afterwards, she turned on the monitor, saying that at the upcoming friendly training session, there would be a container with a button at different ends of the field. The rules themselves are quite simple, namely, the one who gets to the opponent's button and presses it wins. She said that the number of students in their school is about 900, while their opponent has 3,000 people. The students were surprised by the number of their opponents. Olivia asked everyone to remain calm because she had not finished speaking. Even though there are 3 times more opponents, they have a more advantageous position for defense, and to defeat them it will be enough to hold out for only 5 hours, so they just need to defend themselves all this time. She then turned her attention to the students who were involved in what happened to Antonio. Looking at the screen, she said that Tim was in the 11th grade and his exact ability was unknown. but most likely it had a direct relationship with weight. Although he hasn't done anything outstanding, he still poses a serious danger. Ethan said it was Antonio's worst fight. Olivia agreed. The video clearly showed him using his ability to catch Tim, but he couldn't get over him and collapsed under his weight. Ethan thought that this was not the real reason for Antonio's defeat. The next moment, Olivia switched the slide, talking about another student. Although Adam did not do anything in the video, but he is the trump card of their opponent's school and is their main target in a friendly training. She knows that he went through a special transfer procedure to school number 998 right before the start of the 11th grade. Ethan was surprised to hear that he had faced Antonio in a competition in high school and had placed second. Looking at Olivia, the hero asked if she knew anything about Adam's ability. She replied that she didn't know the details, except that this guy's physical abilities increase when he gets angry. Ethan was greatly surprised when he realized that Adam's ability was very similar to his own. Meanwhile, Olivia continued, saying that thanks to these two students, the school can manipulate the press to understand the rankings. Now they were targeting Antonio, who was the strongest student in their school, to undermine their authority. Ethan clenched his fists in anger, saying that this was all nonsense. Olivia also said that they have information about the person who posted the video. After conducting a little investigation, it was found out that the place from which they filmed was an empty building decommissioned from residential use. Hearing her words, Ethan asked if this meant that everything was a setup. Olivia nodded, saying that they had deliberately lured Antonio into their trap. Clenching her fist, she said that even if they knew it was a trap, it was impossible to change the current situation. The media only pay attention to the most interesting things, and this time it was Antonio's defeat. Ethan said that they don't know what kind of tricks were used to lure Antonio there, so there is a possibility that he was unable to show his best because of some other reason that is unknown to them yet. Tyler intervened and said that he shouldn't react so strongly to any news related to Antonio because it slows everyone else down. As Ethan was about to object to this, Patrick intervened in their conversation. Pointing to the hero, he said that he could not immediately recognize him, and all this time sat wondering who it was. Afterwards, he said that he really should listen to Tyler and not attach such importance to Antonio's defeat. When he said that, aside from the surprise attack, Antonio was nothing special, Ethan winced. The hero looked at Patrick and said with a menacing voice that he should watch his words. The guy laughed, saying that what happened was clear proof that Antonio's entire strength lay in his ability to block a blow, and they were greatly overestimating him, when in fact he was only covering up his weaknesses with his physical superiority. Ethan again said that Patrick should keep his mouth shut. The guy replied that the hero was only a private, and therefore could not give any orders to those of higher rank. The next moment, Ethan asked the cheeky 9th grader to introduce himself. He began to laugh, asking how an ordinary private could allow himself to address a corporal in such a way. When Ethan repeated his request a few more times, the boy looked at him, amazed at how persistent he could be. However, the next moment the smile disappeared from his face. Ethan had a simply terrifying aura about him. Without taking his eyes off Patrick, Ethan repeated his request. Trembling with fear, the boy could not utter a word. Looking at this, Ethan said that he had too much pride, which did not allow him to think clearly. Afterwards, he looked at Tyler, saying that maybe he really did take what happened with Antonio too seriously. Ethan asked the others to understand his situation as well. Tyler glanced to the side, saying that this happens to everyone. Olivia watched what was happening with bewilderment. A few moments later, Ethan looked at her and asked if Antonio had left any plans ahead of time. Olivia replied that there was only his sketch of the team lineup, namely 3 in the middle and 1 on each side. Andrew asked in confusion what they would do if the sides were pushed out. Ethan replied that the sides were already the middle, and it would be difficult to do so. Looking at him, Andrew said, "The enemy can use the advantage in the middle to focus on the sides, and then the middle will be attacked from the flanks after the sidelines are pushed out." After thinking about it, Ethan came to the conclusion that Antonio had chosen this formation because the enemy was more likely to attack the center. When Olivia asked why he thought so, he looked at her and asked if their opponent's school was the first to request this competition. The girl nodded. After receiving her answer, he said that given the advantageous position and the condition to win when time expires, they would try to force them to focus on defense, and with the help of defeating Antonio, they decided to undermine their morale. So instead of following this plan, they should concentrate the greatest force in the middle and fill the sides minimally according to the residual principle. Andrew turned his puzzled gaze to Ethan, asking if he realized what he had just said. Even if their opponent does want to attack the middle, they can simply close in on their opponent through the sides, so they should have enough people on the sides in case their opponents decide to break through. Olivia looked at Ethan and said that she completely agreed with Andrew that changing strategy based on just one assumption was too risky. The hero lowered his head, thinking that his assumption might indeed be wrong. But something was bothering him. Ethan has a similar ability to Adam, so he understands perfectly well that he does not use common sense in battle. The next moment he said that they should put Antonio on the back line for defense. Olivia was surprised to hear such a proposal, and Andrew laughed, saying that it was not so bad because if Antonio lost, being on the front line, then the students would finally lose their fighting spirit. Olivia asked if Ethan really thought Antonio could lose to them again. The hero replied that Antonio definitely would not lose this time. When the girl asked why they needed to put him back, Ethan replied that Antonio was the strongest among them. Olivia said she had absolutely no idea what he was thinking. The other students supported Ethan's idea of putting Antonio back. Alicia said that she didn't agree with the hero's statement that this guy was the strongest here, but she also agreed with Ethan's idea. She was sure that he already had some kind of plan. Olivia sighed and said that the main task today was to pass on information. In order to finally approve the plan, they would have to meet a couple more times, so if anyone had any new ideas, they could share them with everyone. After that, everyone left the office. Andrew said that if everyone followed his instructions, then everything would go as it should. Patrick ran out of the office and called out to Ethan. The hero stopped and asked what he wanted, but the guy remained silent. Not daring to answer, Ethan began to approach him, saying that he needed to have more courage if Patrick wanted to tell him something, defending his hurt pride. Olivia approached them and asked with displeasure what was going on. Ethan smiled and replied that Patrick needed to be taught a little lesson. Realizing that nothing serious was happening, the girl turned around, telling the hero one last time not to overdo it and not to do without unnecessary casualties. Antonio alone was more than enough. Patrick shouted that Ethan was too conceited for being just a private. Pointing to himself, he declared that he would become the strongest in this school and surpass Antonio and Alicia. After his words, the hero looked at him piercingly, saying that this guy really needs a couple of lessons. A few minutes later, they both came out into the backyard of the school. Smiling, Patrick said that he would let Ethan strike first since he was weaker than him. The hero looked in bewilderment at the guy standing opposite him who was too self-confident. Using the ability, Ethan saw that Patrick could see the trajectory of an enemy's attack by determining its kinetic energy. However, if he could not identify energy that was beyond his line of sight and existed for more than 2 seconds. Taking a breath, the hero replied that he accepted his offer and would attack first. The next second, he took off, approaching Patrick. He smirked. Such speed did not give Ethan any advantage because he saw all his actions in advance. He managed to step back, dodging the attack he had foreseen. However, Ethan attacked him in a completely different way than his ability indicated. Dodging another blow, Patrick did not understand how his opponent managed to change the trajectory of his movements. Suddenly, Ethan turned his dagger around, pointing the blade at himself. Patrick was dodging his opponent's phantoms at this time. Suddenly, the hero struck a blow that Patrick could not foresee. Jumping to the side, he thought that Ethan was really strong. His blow was dangerous even without a dagger. What worried him most was that this guy's movements did not match the energy trace he saw at all. Patrick suggested that he simply wasn't concentrating enough and needed to be more attentive this time. At the same time, Ethan, who was approaching him, said that since his opponent was dodging so well, he should make things more difficult. After that, he attacked again. Patrick took a few steps back, trying to focus on his opponent. However, the next moment he saw 3 phantoms of his opponent. The guy realized that Ethan was simply moving much faster than his ability could catch anything. A few seconds later, the hero delivered a series of blows with his dagger and stopped behind his opponent. Opening his eyes, Patrick did not understand what was happening and why he did not feel any pain at all, because the blow should have already happened. Standing behind him, Ethan said that since Pavel was the one who started the fight, he shouldn't ask for compensation. At first, the guy didn't understand what the hero was talking about, but when he looked down, he saw that all his clothes were covered in many cuts. Leaning over Pavel, who was sitting on the ground, Ethan said that people who rely only on their own ability and do not put in the necessary effort into training will never be able to defeat Antonio and Alicia. Looking at him with an icy gaze, the hero asked if he had learned his lesson. When the day of the competition came, Ethan told his guys that they needed to give it their all. At subsequent meetings, he was unable to convince the others that they should use a different plan. In the end, Andrew's defensive plan was chosen as the strategy, namely, the 11th grade was placed on the left, the 10th grade in the middle, and the 9th graders and his team of zombies were placed on the right. The 11th grade was decided to be placed on the left because there are many strong fighters there who will try to wear out their opponents. Ethan thought that it would be better to prepare for a full attack due to the fact that the enemy numbers were much greater. He was very worried about Adam. He was sure that this guy would want to go for the win and destroy Antonio, sneaking up from behind to the third line. At that moment, a joyful Patrick called out to him. Ethan was confused by his appearance. He looked at him carefully, wondering what this guy was up to this time. However, the next moment, Patrick greeted Ethan, saluting him. The hero looked at him in bewilderment, completely not understanding what was going on here. Smiling, Patrick said that he was stupid before and couldn't tell the difference between false rumors and truth, and realized how brilliant Ethan really was too late. Ethan asked, confused, what rumors were being discussed. A delighted Patrick revealed that there were rumors that he had sucked up to Antonio to get first place in guerrilla training, and had also bribed the press to write an article about 1 student against 200. Ethan knew that no one would believe what had happened, but such rumors really affected him. Meanwhile, the inspired guy continued, saying that he learned the whole truth and now wants to become as strong as Ethan, so he will follow him. At that moment, Ryan and Alfred approached, asking who their leader was talking to. Patrick saluted when he noticed the two, saying that from now on he was their junior comrade. Approaching their leader, the boys patted him on the back, saying that he was incredible for being able to recruit even a 9th grader to their team. Ethan let out a tired sigh. Looking at Patrick, he said that if he became his leader, he would have to join the zombie team, which also meant that he would have to visit Antonio's club, which he had despised all this time. The guy replied that he was still ashamed of those stupid words and asked Ethan to guide him on the right path. The hero replied that if Patrick really agreed, then he needed to behave according to Ethan's instructions during training. The boy took a step forward, saying that the hero only had to give the order and the entire 9th grade, under Patrick's control, would follow him. Ethan noted that this could be quite useful, and placing his hand on Patrick's shoulder, said that he would take him into his team as a temporary zombie. The guy smiled happily, saying that he would do his best. Ethan smiled too, thinking that the chances of winning were getting better. At the same time, Antonio stood at the entrance to the bunker where the button was located. He was in a warlike mood, waiting for the moment when the enemy would come here. A few hours later, the two schools went on the offensive. The boys from the 998th school contacted headquarters, claiming an attack on their target from the direction of Delta 1. Scott was about to give his approval when the connection suddenly went dead. Bruce, standing nearby, asked what was going on, whether their opponents had really used an ability that affected the electromagnetic signal. Scott didn't have time to answer him when a voice came from the other side again. He took off his headphones and turned on the speakerphone, asking who was speaking. The voice replied that it was Private Ethan from the 3rd Squad, 1st Company, 10th Platoon. Hearing the name, Scott seemed very familiar, but he could not remember where he heard it. Looking at him, Bruce said that it was this guy who spread the rumor that he defeated 200 opponents. Robin thoughtfully asked if they really intended to disrupt their opponents' communications with their speed ability. Suddenly, the cries of their comrades were heard. Judging by their cries for help, the guys from headquarters came to the disappointing conclusion that things were not going well there. A few moments later, Ethan spoke again, advising them to send reinforcements here if they didn't want to lose their leadership. Robin pointed at Scott, saying that he needed to contact Delta 2 to confirm the information. At that moment, Bravo 2 contacted them and reported that Bravo 1 was retreating. Robin began to quickly look over the list of 9th graders, saying that there was definitely no one with a strong ability. Meanwhile, Glenn approached his opponents from the center and, activating his ability, picked up a huge pillar. Raising it, he said that it was time for him to make his decisive move. The next moment, he threw it towards his opponents. The guys standing a little further back retreated a couple of steps back in horror. The leader of their squad shouted for everyone to move as far away as possible, because if they were hit, they would immediately go to the hospital and even a protective bracelet would not help them. A few seconds later, the boulder fell near them, causing the boys to run in different directions in fear. Dusting his palms, Glenn said he felt relief watching this scene. Olivia approached him and said that her guess was correct, and his ability was most useful on the battlefield, and there was also a special area for debris that students could use for their own purposes. Glenn replied that in gratitude for the fact that he was able to enjoy the suffering of his opponents, he would turn a blind eye to the fact that she complained all the time about being put together with the 11th graders. Afterwards, he chuckled and looked at Olivia, saying that it was her turn to show her abilities, and he would relax and stand aside for now. The girl activated her ability and said that she would show everything that her class is capable of. The next moment, she shouted to her squad that even if their leader was not with them now, they had to show their opponents who was boss. After her words, everyone went on the offensive, jumping down. The girl immediately incapacitated one of her opponents, pinning him to the ground. The enemy commander ordered everyone to roll up the combat company. They needed to reinforce the forward line that Antonio's detachment had broken through. Olivia ordered her squad to take third position. Looking at her opponents, she shouted that they must show the full strength of their school. After some time, their opponents fled, retreating back. Olivia said they needed to straighten out their front line and move on. Suddenly, she felt a strange presence behind her. Towering over the girl, Adam said with displeasure that retreating in the first battle was a shame. He then activated his ability and raised his fist to attack. He said that she should get out of here as quickly as possible and bring here a fighter nicknamed Stumbling Block. The next moment, Olivia flew back several meters. As she crashed into a nearby column, Glenn worriedly asked if she was okay. The girl replied that such an attack was nothing against her armor. Looking at her, Adam smirked, saying that a fight with her would be interesting. Approaching him, Olivia said that he was indeed as aggressive as the report said. The guy smirked, saying that if you looked closely, she was quite pretty up close, and then asked if she had a boyfriend. Olivia sighed and said that just from that conversation, she knew what kind of person he was. Adam told her not to rush to conclusions. He treats girls very well. She replied that she did not intend to listen to this useless speech any longer. Afterwards, she ordered her squad to take up positions. Now was the best time to avenge their leader. Adam was surprised to hear that they were all Antonio's subordinates. He said irritably that they better know their place and bring their leader here quickly, because their attempts to seem cooler than they are really pissed him off. The next moment, the anger he had been holding back transformed into intense heat emanating from his body. One of Olivia's friends said that this guy is not to be trifled with. They will simply burn alive if they touch him. Looking at them, Adam was unhappy that his opponents were afraid of such a trifle. Everyone looked at each other in surprise when the steam suddenly dissipated. Nodding to each other, they decided that this was the best moment to attack. Alicia shouted that they needed to assess the situation better and not act so rashly. Her comrades responded that if Adam needed time to let off steam again, then it would be a big mistake on their part to miss this moment. Looking at the guys flying towards him, Adam shouted that they were complete idiots. The next moment, there was an explosion. When the dust cleared, Olivia saw that both boys were lying in front of Adam, clutching their broken limbs. The girl was shocked that even the bracelets could not save the boys. The next moment, she noticed that Adam had gathered steam in his hand again, looking at one of the guys lying in front of him. A terrified Olivia ran forward, shouting that they had to save the wounded. Adam turned his attention to the girl, asking if she was really going to save these fools. He waved his fist, letting all the steam go in her direction, telling her that if she really wanted this, she would have to try hard. Olivia moved in a zigzag motion towards her opponent, trying to avoid his steam. Looking at her, Adam smirked, saying that he liked the way she acted, after which he asked if she really didn't want to be his. Olivia said that she wasn't going to respond to his dirty words. After his words, the heat in the guy's hand became even stronger, and he said irritably that he had pitied her all this time, but now he would not hold back. As he was about to attack the girl from behind, she was suddenly engulfed in a blinding glow. Taking advantage of Adam being blinded, Olivia took one of the wounded guys, saying that they needed to be transported to the rear. Adam, clutching his face, said irritably that all this was starting to piss him off. The girl looked back after his words. The heat engulfed Adam with renewed vigor, and with a bloodthirsty smile, he asked if he should beat Olivia to death. When he attacked her, the girl created a protective barrier. She endured all of Adam's attacks with fortitude. The irritated guy had been trying to break through this barrier for several minutes, but it just wouldn't budge. Olivia thought that she needed to hold out until all the wounded guys were evacuated. At one point, Adam irritably asked how long she was going to hide behind this shield and demanded that she bring Antonio here. Olivia replied that their leader shouldn't mess with trash like him. After her words, Adam became even more angry. At this point, she was informed that the evacuation was already complete. The girl smiled and said that it was time for them to say goodbye. However, the next moment, something unexpected happened. She felt her legs being sucked into the ground. Adam asked if she really thought he would let her go that easily. The next moment, he raised his fist again to strike. Olivia stood frozen in a daze, not knowing what to do. When the guy struck again, she winced in pain. Her feet were stuck in the ground, so her position was compromised, and she knew she couldn't hold out like that for long. A few moments later, deep cracks appeared on the shield. Adam leaned down to Olivia's face, saying that everyone had already left except her. Then, with a look full of madness, he asked what would be faster, to drip it into the ground or to break the barrier. The girl looked at him with horror frozen in her eyes. Without waiting for an answer from her, Adam said that she had better not irritate him even more and hurry up with her choice. The next moment, he noticed a boulder flying towards him. The guy jumped back, a few seconds before the rock landed where he had been standing before. Olivia watched as several more followed the boulder. Adam looked at the girl and said irritably that he was almost there. Without delay, Olivia ran back. As she ran past Glenn, she thanked him, saying that it was thanks to his help that she was able to escape. The next moment, she noticed the state of the guy, who was shaking from extreme fatigue. Smiling, Olivia said that Glenn was the best thing she had ever met on this journey, and then told him that he could rest. Barely able to stand on his feet, the boy replied that it was his duty. The next moment, he fell, but Olivia managed to catch him, saying that if he corrected his character a little, this guy would be priceless. Andrew came up with the others and asked if she was okay. Pointing to the blocked path, they asked what they should do. One of the guys suggested gathering the rest and joining the center. Olivia replied that they could not do that because they had no guarantee that their opponents would not cross this barricade, but their plan to break through the left flank had reached a dead end. When Andrew asked what they should do if Adam was there too, Olivia replied that with his physical abilities he could probably escape, and since he was sure Antonio wasn't there, he would go another way. Andrew asked where he could go. She replied that if Adam was able to determine Antonio's location, then he had only one way left, the center. At the same time, Ethan and his guys were also discussing possible options for where Adam would appear, and the hero was sure that he would appear in the center. Patrick, who was standing nearby, said that the enemy could come to them as well. As the weakest unit, Ethan replied that Adam most likely already realized that they were on the left path and Antonio was in the back. Besides, he had already defeated the first military unit, so he wouldn't worry about the difference in strength between the second and third, so Adam would head to the center because it was closest to it. All this time, Patrick was listening carefully to his leader. When he finished, he asked what they would do next. They managed to move forward a little, but help had already arrived from the other side, and they had been at a dead end for quite a long time. Ethan thought about it. A few moments later, he stood up from his seat and looked at Patrick, asking if they could break through this impasse and move the battle line with just the 9th graders. Faced with the silent question in the guy's eyes, the hero explained that enemy reinforcements would head to the center, and in order to prevent this, it was necessary to get out of the dead end. After his words, Patrick looked thoughtfully at his classmates. A few moments later, he turned to Ethan and said cheerfully that they would do their best. Having said this, Patrick went to his guys. When Alicia heard that thanks to Glenn one of the paths was blocked, she asked if it was disinformation. Catherine, standing behind her, replied that it was reliable information. Sighing, Alicia pointed her sword at the enemies, saying that since the left path was cut off, then everything in the center should go according to plan. They needed to try hard and defeat the enemy before Adam showed up here. The boys from the other school looked at the girl standing in front of them with apprehension. Chad looked at Tim, telling him to come up with something to disarm Alicia as quickly as possible. Tim responded with a pained expression that it was too difficult for him. He was about to attack her, but she suddenly changed position and struck him. If he used his ability, Alicia would use twice the force and cut him into pieces. Chad said with horror that if Adam found out that they were stuck on just one person, he would personally finish them all off. Looking at the girl standing in front, Tim replied that she had single-handedly destroyed 200 people, and they definitely couldn't handle her. Hearing his words, Alicia chuckled, saying that it was a given because they were fighting one of the strongest students in the military training school, the White Jade Goblin. Her words made Tim step back. He suggested to his comrades to retreat for a while and wait for Adam. At that moment, the one he was talking about appeared behind him and irritably asked who was going to retreat where. Looking at him, Alicia was surprised that he was able to get here so quickly. She was sure that it would take him much longer. Meanwhile, Adam turned his attention to the girl, asking if she was the famous White Goblin. The next moment, he took off, concentrating the steam in his right hand and ran towards Alicia. Looking at her, he said that he was incredibly annoyed by upstarts who call themselves the strongest, although they are not even close to that. When he struck, the girl covered herself with her sword. The attack was too strong and she was thrown back several meters. After this attack, Alicia was able to tell that her opponent's fighting ability was somewhere around the A rank level. She said that she didn't want to do it until the last minute because of the cameras watching them, but if she kept getting it, it would be a bit of a hassle. The next moment, she had the white goblin armor on her. Seeing this, Adam asked if all the girls in their school wore armor. He said that he had recently destroyed someone in cool armor. Alicia realized who he was talking about and smiled. The next moment, she ran towards her opponent, saying that even if they both wore armor, she was on a completely different level. He chuckled, gathered steam in his fist, and asked what it meant on another level. Her armor would sooner or later bend under his fists. After that, he pointed his fist at Alicia, who had already gotten quite close to him. However, the next moment, the girl covered herself with her cloak, extinguishing the steam in his fist. When she attacked him with her sword, the guy managed to jump back at the last moment. Once he was at a safe distance from her, he said that this technique was very original. Smiling, Alicia replied that she didn't design it to surprise Adam. He said irritably that she knew how to get on his nerves. The next moment, steam appeared in his hands again. Adam swung it towards Alicia, asking if her cape could withstand the blow. Looking at the attack approaching her, the girl thought that if she dodged now, the guys behind might get hurt by this attack. She couldn't allow this to happen. The next moment, her cloak rose up and began to lengthen. Alicia used it to shield herself from the approaching cloud of steam. A few moments later, as the steam began to clear, she said that such techniques would not work against her. Looking at the girl in front of him, Adam became even more angry. He approached her, raising his fist to strike, and shouted at her to stop annoying him and just give in. Alicia jumped to the side, avoiding his blow. She realized that his ability drew its power from Adam's anger. If he was constantly in this state, he would be able to attack without wasting his strength. The next moment, the girl created clones and attacked him, deciding that it was best to get rid of him with one blow. Adam was confused when he saw 3 Alicias at once. He was unable to dodge their blows and flew to the side, protecting his face with his hands. Alicia chuckled and said that a goblin had taken possession of it. Looking at the girl, Adam asked in bewilderment how this was possible. Turning around, he asked Tim how long they would have to wait for reinforcements. When he replied that he didn't know, Adam became even more angry. Seeing that his gaze had changed to murderous, the guy panicked and replied that he would contact the ambush team immediately. Alicia overheard their conversation and asked what the team was. The girl looked at the wall behind Adam and his guys. She was sure that even for a ranged team, the wall was too far away. However, the next moment she saw that one of those guys could change the landscape. Alicia was horrified when she realized that they could separate her team from the center. Catherine ordered her boys to run back and not let the enemy get to the rear. Looking up at the enemy team, Alicia noted that the speed at which they were descending was too great. If they sent all their forces to the rear, then her guys would run out of steam and they would end up in the minus. Adam, who decided to attack from above, attracted her attention, asking what she was looking at so intensely that she even forgot about him. Alicia turned her attention to the enemy and summoned the clones again. When Adam hit the ground near the clones, they immediately disappeared. Looking up at the girl, he noticed that she was weaker than before and assumed that her armor was absorbing a lot of power. He asked what she intended to do with him in front and an ambush team behind him. When Alicia replied that she could easily beat him and his buddies, Adam laughed, telling her to stop acting tough because in her exhausted state, she wouldn't last more than a few minutes. The girl pointed her sword at him, thinking that she needed to finish him off at least. Suddenly, screams from the side caught her attention. Alfred and the rest of the zombie team were fighting the ambush group. The guy shouted that no one would get through. Seeing them gave Alicia hope. When Adam asked in bewilderment who these weaklings were, the girl turned a murderous look on him, telling him that he should be careful with his words because these guys were friends of her future husband. Adam looked at her with bewilderment, asking if it was too early for her to decide to play at adulthood. As the steam began to envelop his body again, he said he had had enough of these childish games. He said that he had previously felt sorry for her because she seemed nice to him, but as it turned out, he had simply wasted his time. Looking at Alicia, Adam suggested that she finally finish all of this. The girl felt a strong pressure coming from the guy standing in front of her. When she noticed that his steam turned into ice, she became even more wary. She didn't even have time to notice how Adam was next to her. He attacked her with his foot. Alicia managed to protect herself from this attack with her cloak at the last moment. She was confused by her opponent's sudden change of tactics. Alicia jumped back to a safe distance from him. Without taking his eyes off her, Adam said that he would finish with her very soon. The next moment, he attacked her again with a kick, but the girl parried his attack with her sword. The guy said that she should train more with her sword instead of waving her cape. The next moment, Alicia jumped back. Sighing, she agreed with him. saying that fighting in armor was not something she was used to. He smirked and asked if she was finally admitting defeat. Raising her sword over her head, the girl replied that she would not give up until she got rid of her opponent. The next moment, her armor began to disappear, and the power that was in them passed into the sword. Alicia raised the sword, engulfed in glow, up. Adam, without moving from his place, watched what the girl was doing. At one point, he asked in bewilderment if she really believed that such an attack would hurt him. Alicia smiled and replied that he was not learning anything at all. The next moment, her clones appeared next to her, holding the same sword. Adam stepped back. Now he understood the reason for Alicia's confidence in her abilities. All this time, she had been hiding a similar trick. The girl shouted that he should prepare himself for the fact that he would have to spend several weeks in the hospital. The next moment, she and the clones attacked Adam. Because of the rising column of dust, the girl could only hear the scream of her opponent. Alicia let out a tired breath and her ability began to fade. The guys from the zombie team who came up to her joyfully shouted that she had done a brilliant job, having dealt with Adam and his friends with just one blow. Looking straight ahead, Alicia replied that they were deeply mistaken, which surprised them. She was sure he could have blocked her blow, but he didn't, exposing his friends to the shockwave of her attack. And he himself simply jumped off the wall, avoiding her blow. Given his physical indicators, such a jump would do nothing to him. Hearing this, Alfred and Ryan shook their heads in disapproval, the latter saying that if it were their leader in his place, he would have put his life at risk to deflect the blow. Remembering Ethan, Alicia asked where he was. At the same time, as she expected, Adam jumped off the wall and landed successfully on his feet. Scratching the back of his head, he said that in any case, he just needed to deal with Antonio and press the button as previously planned. When he saw Tim in front of him, he quickly approached him and asked him in bewilderment why he was still there, since he was deliberately stalling for time to give the team the opportunity to move on. Tim didn't have time to answer when Ethan, who was sitting on the stairs, made his presence known. Smiling, he said that he had already become afraid that he would not see Adam in the flesh until the end of this competition. A few moments later, they were locked in battle. Looking at Ethan, Adam asked if the famous F-rank killer had decided to take revenge on him for that weakling from his school. Smiling, the hero replied that anything was possible. The next moment, Adam admitted that he was surprised that Ethan had guessed that they were going to attack and go through the gorge, warming up his wrist. The hero replied that his opponent was talking too much. Scratching the back of his head, the guy said irritably that the noise would probably not reach the bottom of the gorge, so it would be a good idea to get rid of it now and then just make it look like an accident. Ethan said with some delight that Adam could try to kill him if he wanted to so badly. His opponent pulled his right leg back, preparing to attack. The next moment, Adam approached Ethan with lightning speed. The hero effortlessly blocked his attack with his fist. Then his opponent jumped up and turned around in the air. When he threw a kick at Ethan, he blocked it again. The hero said with disappointment that all this time Adam had only been bragging in vain, when in fact he wasn't worth a penny. Adam jumped aside, realizing that his opponent was not as weak as he thought. Ethan dusted off his sleeve and said that Adam shouldn't slack off and show off his secret skill already. The guy said irritably that he would make him regret these words. The next moment, Adam shouted to his guys that he was going to move on to the fourth stage, so they needed to get as far away from here as possible. When Tim said that he needed the instructor's permission to move on to this stage, Adam ruffled his hair and grinned, saying that he could go and complain to the instructor right now. Tim realized that his leader was serious and ordered all the guys to run if they didn't want to get caught too. At that moment, Ethan pointed behind him and asked if they wanted to run. Could they run in that direction? Tim looked at him in bewilderment, saying that this was the path to their rear. The hero replied that if they did not want to go there, they could all fight him at once. Tim decided that it was better to take advantage of this opportunity before Ethan changed his mind, and together with his guys, ran in the indicated direction. At that moment, Adam said that although he did not know what his opponent was planning, it was already too late and asked Ethan to try not to die too quickly. After this, he released his power, entering the fourth stage of madness. Looking at his opponent, Ethan managed to find out that at this stage the energy release occurs twice as much, and the opponent, whose emotional state is in the minus compared to Adam, cannot touch this energy. Ethan frowned when he learned that when he entered this stage, his opponent would be completely controlled by his anger and lose his memory. A few moments later, Adam ran towards him. As he approached, he raised his leg to strike. However, Ethan stopped his attack with his dagger. Although he managed to stop the blow, he was thrown back several meters. He noted that the enemy's strength had increased significantly. Ethan didn't even have time to get up from the ground when Adam was back next to him with a crazy smile. He rose to his feet and assumed a defensive stance as his opponent raised his clasped hands above his head. The next moment, a loud roar was heard from the place where they were fighting and columns of dust rose into the air. Ethan emerged from the cloud of dust. Adam, standing opposite him, began to laugh. The next moment, he threw clots of energy from his body towards Ethan. The hero jumped back, realizing that he had fallen into his trap. As Adam approached him, he raised his fist for another blow. Ethan couldn't dodge such a fast attack and had to take the hit. He flew several dozen meters through the forest, leaving deep marks on the ground. Ethan thought that if Adam had used this technique in a fight with Alicia, she would not have been able to resist him. The object of his thoughts did not take long to appear before our hero again. Looking at the maddened guy, Ethan thought that he had finally found a worthy opponent with whom he could compete in his madness. The hero smiled broadly at the thought of this. He began to slowly rise to his feet, releasing his power. The next moment, he swung the blade in front of him, dispelling the enemy's energy that had enveloped him. Afterwards, with a look of complete madness, he looked at Adam and joyfully said that he had finally found someone who would want to play with him. At the same time, Tim and his guys were approaching the enemy's rear. The guy said that they better hurry up and finish everything before Adam starts having problems due to the fourth stage. One of the guys said it was all too weird and wondered why they were allowed to pass so easily. A few moments later, they came upstairs and saw Antonio standing near the bunker. He looked at them thoughtfully, saying that he had not received any information that the front line had been broken through, and that they could even be praised since they were able to come up with a secret passage. The guys behind Tim were confused. Austin couldn't believe that they put one of the strongest players at the end and ordered the others to check the area because there could be an ambush. At this point, Antonio said that he was alone here and there was no ambush. Austin shouted that they would not so easily believe the words of their enemy. Antonio said that whether to believe it or not was their business, then turned his gaze to Tim, saying that he had been waiting for him for a long time. After checking the area with his ability, one of the guys told Tim that he was unable to find anyone nearby. He replied that in that case the task was simplified because Antonio would not be able to stand against him alone. After his words, he stood in a stance and focused on his opponent. Tim didn't have time to do anything as Antonio rushed past him at full speed. In a matter of seconds, he single-handedly dealt with his guys. Frowning, Tim said that even though the others had been defeated, Antonio wouldn't be able to lay a finger on him, and in his opinion, it would be better if that guy with the dagger was put on that spot. Hearing about the dagger, Antonio immediately understood who his opponent was talking about. He no longer listened to the guy standing behind him and smiled softly at the thought of Ethan, realizing that this was his plan. Suddenly, Tim grew in size and rushed at his opponent. When he grabbed Antonio by the shoulders, intending to throw him to the ground, the boy stayed on his feet and grabbed his arms. Tim looked at Antonio with confusion. He looked at him and said that after the day he lost to him, he couldn't stop thinking about why it happened. While he was lying in the hospital ward, various thoughts came into his head. While thinking like this, he raised his hand up, assuming that he was simply exhausted from training that day. The next moment, Antonio grabbed his opponent's bike with force. He said that all his assumptions were just pathetic excuses. He was just weak, that's all. After these words, he lifted Tim up, causing him to bewilder. Antonio didn't want to allow situations like that to happen again just because he was weak, so he trained a lot to make his ability much stronger. The next moment, he rolled over his opponent, slamming him into the ground with force. Meanwhile, Ethan looked at his opponent with a wide smile. He began to chuckle and, covering his face with his hand, stretched out the syllables and said that he would like to restrain himself, but he couldn't. The next moment, he ran towards Adam. He didn't have time to dodge his sudden attack and flew back. A few moments later, he crashed into the wall, raising clouds of dust. Adam rose to his feet and screamed. Ethan followed him out of the forest. Looking at his opponent with crazy eyes, he said that he could no longer hold back from killing him. The next moment, they rushed towards each other. They attacked each other while moving in a chaotic direction. At some point, Adam jumped up. He looked with irritation at the enemy remaining below. Then he threw the energy surrounding him in all directions, hoping that one of the beams would hit the target. Ethan moved lightning fast between the clots of energy falling at him. A few moments later, he managed to climb the wall. He smiled bloodthirstily as he looked at his opponent. Adam turned to Ethan and directed the energy beams at him again. However, in the blink of an eye, he came very close to him, asking how he could amuse himself so as not to take Adam's life. After these words, he struck him, causing him to fall down. A few moments later, the hero landed near Adam. Looking at him, Ethan said with disappointment that it was too boring. Adam stood still, watching the guy standing in front of him. As Ethan began to approach him, his opponent crawled back, noticing this. The hero asked in surprise where he was going, because they were not finished yet. Ethan stopped in front of the guy, frozen with fear, with his blade raised up. Smiling contentedly, he said that now the most interesting part would begin. The next moment, the hero lowered his hand with the dagger, aiming at the frightened enemy. Immediately after this, a loud sound was heard and clouds of dust rose into the air again. Ethan and Adam were in a small crater left by the impact. Having pulled his dagger out of the ground, the hero, who had already come to his senses, said with relief that he had finally managed to destroy this annoying ability. If Adam had not lost his thirst for battle, he would already be lying dead. The guy, who didn't remember anything, looked ahead in bewilderment. When he noticed many wounds on himself, he cried out, asking what happened. Ethan scratched the back of his head, saying that he was jealous that Adam was losing his memory after all the things he had done. Coming closer to his opponent, he said that he was looking forward to meeting him because he had defeated Antonio. But now Ethan was deeply disappointed. Adam shouted in irritation that some weakling dared not compare him to someone else. However, the next moment he could not utter a word because of the fear that enveloped his entire body. Adam looked at his trembling palm in confusion, trying to understand why he was feeling such intense fear. Ethan noticed this and said that even though Adam had lost his memory, his body remembered. Afterwards, he looked at the guy in front of him with disdain, saying that since they were already finished here, Adam could go and do his own thing. The guy looked at Ethan in bewilderment. Adam didn't think long about this proposal and ran towards the stairs, shouting that Ethan would not regret this in the future. Smiling, the hero replied that something like that was unlikely to happen. A few moments later, Adam had already reached the rear of his opponent. When he saw the man standing in front of him, he was very surprised. The one standing in front stood half-turned towards him and looked straight at him. Taking a few steps forward, Adam asked with irritation what Antonio had done to his comrades. He calmly replied that he had fought with Tim and won. Adam shouted that he couldn't beat him and asked what trick he used against Tim. Antonio replied that he didn't use anything, he was just stronger today than he was that day. Adam waved his hand and shouted at him not to pull the wool over his eyes because he would never believe such nonsense. Noticing that one of Antonio's hands was covered in blood, he smirked and asked if he could stop him with a wounded hand. Adam was confident that Antonio would not be able to oppose him and that victory was already up his sleeve. However, the next moment his opponent unbuckled his jacket, saying that it would be a little difficult for him to resist in such a state. Adam looked at him in surprise when he saw Antonio wearing a vest, and he explained that it was a training vest with sand in it. The guy said that even if Antonio took off the vest, the situation would not change. But when his opponent took off the vest and it fell to the ground with a crash, Adam froze. He looked at the vest lying there and asked uncertainly if Antonio had adopted Tim's ability through the vest. His opponent ignored the question and said that they were both wounded, so it could be assumed that this fight would be an equal one. Adam wanted to say something in response, but he didn't have time because Antonio approached him with lightning speed and grabbed him by the uniform. The next moment, he fell to the ground. Jumping back, Adam said that Antonio just wanted to test what he was capable of. Concentrating his strength in his leg, Adam moved closer to his opponent, intending to strike him in the head. However, something happened that he never expected. Antonio held back his opponent's blow with one hand and suddenly asked why he hadn't done anything that time. Without waiting for his answer, Antonio said that looking at his skills now, he was beginning to realize that, unlike himself, Adam was at the same level as he was 3 years ago. Gritted his teeth and asked if he really thought he hadn't intervened back then simply because he was scared. These thoughts made Adam even more angry. The next moment, he struck again, throwing his opponent away from him. Antonio flew into the wall. Looking up at Adam, he asked if anger was the key to his ability to take away his awareness and increase his strength. He didn't move, waiting for Adam to get close enough to him. A few moments later, his fist flew past Antonio's face, who said that Adam should get to know his skills too. The next moment, he grabbed his opponent by the collar of his jacket. Antonio threw the guy into the wall behind him with a spin. The strong blow made Adam cough up blood. Looking at his opponent pressed into the wall, Antonio said that this was one of the judo techniques that deprives the opponent of all strength. As Adam fell unconscious to the ground, Antonio commented that this fight was too boring. Afterwards, he said that Ethan could now come out of his hiding place. The next moment, the hero approached Antonio and awkwardly scratched the back of his head, asking how he noticed him. The guy replied that he initially assumed that he would follow Adam. Smiling, he said that Ethan had a rather interesting plan and asked what would happen in the end. The hero also smiled and replied that Antonio should press the opponent's button. He assumed that Ethan immediately realized that he wouldn't do it. Looking back, Antonio said that according to the rules of the game, he should have dropped out because of the wound that Tim left me with, and if Adam had come here with an intact bracelet, he would have had to be missed. Turning around, he said that his job was done, so he was retreating. Antonio turned around and said with a smile that he would let Ethan finish everything. The hero saluted him, saying that he had no other choice. Meanwhile, the zombie team held back the onslaught of their opponents. Ryan chuckled and said that they would not move until all the opponents were dead. Scott shouted to his guys that if they dealt with these zombies, then only small fry would remain, and it wouldn't be difficult to deal with them. He wanted to say something else, but at that moment something rushed past him at high speed. In an instant, Ethan dealt with Steve's friends and said with a smile that the small fly was already in place. The guys from the zombie team were delighted to see their leader. Having dealt with the last enemy, Ethan admitted that he was pleasantly surprised that his guys lasted so long. Approaching them, he asked what happened here. Ryan answered that Alicia retreated, so they were pushed back a little, and if they held out for another half hour, they would win. Ethan looked at the crowd ahead, wondering if he could break through them. Hearing his words, Nick asked in bewilderment if they really needed to break through this crowd. Ethan smiled awkwardly and said that Antonio had instructed him to end everything, so he had no choice. The hero was very stressed by the time limit. If he had more time, there would have been no problems. Without his bloodlust, he wouldn't be able to deal with such a large number of opponents. He needed to think about how to distribute his power properly. He thought that the best solution would be to use his hand to increase the force of the blow. But at the last moment, he decided that to get out of this situation, he needed eyes that could foresee the outcome of the battle. The guys on the opposing side began to look at each other in bewilderment, not understanding why the other side was not doing anything. However, a few moments later, one of the guys noticed someone approaching them. The girl looked ahead, asking what kind of crazy idiot this was. There was no way he could get through them all on his own. However, when he raised his head, the girl froze in horror as she met his gaze. All this time, interested individuals were watching the competition between the two schools. Taking a cup of tea in his hand, the older man asked the young man sitting opposite him what he thought after watching the boy. Alex smiled and replied that he would win. There's no way he's going to lose to some guy with a puny dagger. The man looked at him sullenly and said that he needed to know for sure whether he could trust his precious daughter to Alex. Turning his gaze to the monitor, the man said that the White Jade Goblin family was not suitable for him. Alex replied that the elder need not worry about it. At that very moment, the monitor showed Ethan emerging from the enemy bunker with a red flag in his hand and announced that the military training school squad was the winner. Ethan himself smiled happily, glad that everything worked out for him. Smiling, Alex replied that he would take responsibility for the young lady. The news that students who were considered to be lagging behind had shown simply brilliant results attracted the attention of the press. But most of the attention was focused on their leader, who was nicknamed the F-Killer. Thanks to the live broadcast during the competition, everyone saw how the weakest student single-handedly broke through several hundred opponents and snatched victory. Looking at him carrying the victory flag in his hands, many low-ranking school children who had already given up on themselves and their future once again took heart. Ethan himself was not thrilled with the popularity that had fallen on his head. In front of dozens of journalists, the principal, who had hated and despised him all this time, declared that he was the pride of his school, and it was thanks to the preparation of their school that Ethan became who they see before them now. Also, after what happened, students began to put more emphasis on sports, devoting all their free time to it. And the beginning of such changes was Antonio. Thanks to him, the school began to change slowly and receive a lot of support from the outside. The next day, he was walking with Alicia during one of the breaks. Complaining that his previous life was better, the girl replied that now he completely understood her pain, and since they were now equal, all that was left for them to do was get married. Ethan flinched when Alicia brought up the subject of marriage and asked why she had suddenly decided to bring it up. The girl smiled, saying that she would be a good wife, and that running away from reporters together would be much more fun. Ethan said with displeasure that he did not want to walk around beaten by her every day. After his words, Alicia looked at him with a withering look, saying that since he did not want to live, then she could finish him off right here. As she grabbed him by the shirt and raised her fist to punch, someone called out to Ethan, The crowd of junior high school students enthusiastically shouted that this was indeed the F-killer, and next to him was a white jade goblin. Alicia immediately let the guy go, saying that her hubby is very popular. Suddenly, Mike and Sean approached him. Looking at their rumpled appearance, he asked if they had also taken Antonio's exam. The guys nodded. Sean said that he almost went crazy. Michael looked at his hands shaking with pain and said that he was confident in his abilities, but did not even make it to the second round, and some say that Ethan passed his exam on the first try. The next day, Michael and Sean bowed and apologized to the hero, saying that they didn't realize how hard he had tried all this time. Michael said it was too arrogant of them to ask for forgiveness after all that bullying, but now they want to become like Ethan. The hero looked at the guys standing in front of him with doubt. Meanwhile, Michael continued, saying that they failed the exam this time, but they will try again and again. He asked Ethan to teach them how to train, saying that he can treat them the same way they treated him in the past. The boys raised their heads in joy when the hero said that he understood their intentions. With a sadistic expression on his face, he said that he would personally supervise all their training. The expression on his face sent shivers down the others' spines. The next moment, the frightened boys ran away from there, shouting that they were very sorry and that they did not want to anger him. Ethan looked at them in confusion, trying to understand why they were all scared. Alicia put her hand on his shoulder and said with a smile that she was the only one who could stay by his side, so he better give in and become her husband. Ethan took a couple of steps away from the girl, saying that she had already gotten on his nerves with such proposals. When someone called out to him, the guy turned around, surprised that there was still someone there, and the girl who came up shyly asked what his relationship was like with Alicia. Ethan replied with a smile that there was nothing between them. Hearing this, the girl's face lit up with joy, which cannot be said about Alicia herself. Taking a deep breath, Flora asked him to go out, at which point Alicia covered his ears with her palms, squeezing his head between them until it hurt. She smiled and said that Ethan was too busy right now and that they should talk another time. Flora said with tears in her eyes that it was too unfair because Alicia could see him every day, and she had been waiting for him all day today and had hardly decided to come up to him and admit that she liked him. After her words, Alicia's eyes widened in surprise. The next moment, she let go of Ethan, saying that she had indeed done wrong. Turning around, she headed back to class, telling the boy that the girl wanted to talk to him. Watching her retreating back, Ethan wondered why she was acting so strangely. Remembering Flora standing next to him, he turned to her and, smiling, asked what she wanted to tell him. The girl angrily said that he needed to go after Alicia as quickly as possible, which caused confusion in our hero. He listened to her words and ran after the girl, completely not understanding what they wanted from him. Flora sighed sadly, even though Ethan said that they weren't dating, but after Alicia left, his expression said it all. When he came to practice with his guys, Ryan asked what was going on with Alicia. Ethan replied that he himself would like to know. When he caught up with her and asked what happened, the girl just gave him a murderous look and left. A few hours later, he tried again and asked why she was acting like that. Alicia puffed out her cheeks in an offended manner and asked if he had listened to that sweet student. Ethan replied that he was sorry that the conversation with that nice student did not work out, but Alicia did not listen to him any further, fixated on this fragmentary phrase. When she turned to him, a simply murderous aura emanated from her. The girl asked who exactly he called cute and why he felt sorry for it. Alicia irritably hit the guy, saying that he should have listened to her confessing her love to him. The guy replied that this would not happen and that it was more like a dream. The girl said that she tells him this every day. Getting up from the bench, she asked how he could not pay attention to an intelligent, sweet, attractive, and also strong bride. Ethan smiled awkwardly and said that judging by her jokes, she wasn't that angry, and then went on training, while Alicia became even more angry. Pulling himself up, he sadly told his guys that he had absolutely no idea what he had done wrong again. Meanwhile, the girl checked her mobile phone and was alarmed by the message she received from her grandfather. When she read its contents, she was in deep shock. Showing Ethan the screen of her phone, she said with horror that he was already on his way here. The hero who was doing the exercise did not understand at all what she was talking about. While picking up her backpack from the floor, Alicia remembered that Ethan lived alone and asked if she could stay with him for a while. Hearing her question, the hero and the guys standing nearby froze and looked at her strangely. Looking at the girl, Ethan replied that he only had one bed. After his words, the guys turned their stunned gazes to him. Alicia clutched her head and said that she urgently needed help. The hero jumped off the crossbar and asked what happened. She replied that a strange man would come here soon and would look for someone. Alex, standing on the threshold, said that he was offended by the way she called him. The next moment, Alicia hid behind Ethan's back. The guy who came up sadly said that he was upset, and she was also hiding behind another guy. Then he switched to Ethan, saying that he came for Alicia and was lucky to meet him here too. The hero looked at him in surprise, asking how he knew him. Coming to his senses, Alex introduced himself, after which he said that he had heard a lot about Ethan from the family of the White Jade Goblin. The hero pointed to himself and asked in bewilderment why Alicia's family was talking about him. Alex said that while it wasn't polite to ask for something like that on a first meeting, he would like to fight Ethan. The hero looked at the guy standing in front of him with confusion. The other students recognized Alex, who had won the recent European Youth Championships and were now trying to figure out what he was doing here, dressed in their school uniform. Ethan glanced sideways at the girl hiding behind him and hesitantly said that he was her friend and that he had picked her up, but Alicia didn't let him finish, answering that everything was completely wrong. She looked at him and said that he was some kind of mercenary sent. Ethan was surprised when Alicia called Alex a mercenary. Turning his gaze to the guy, the hero said that he should calm down first. Besides, they had no reason to fight each other, so it would be better to just talk in a calm environment. Leaning towards him, Alex replied that although he had come for Alicia, he had wanted to fight Ethan for a long time. Entering the hall, Antonio noticed that something was happening here. Stepping forward, he saw Ethan and Alex standing in the middle. Noticing him, Alex approached him and shook his hand, saying that he had come to them from Slovakia. Antonio replied that he already knew about this. Afterwards, he pointed at Ethan standing behind him and asked what he wanted from the future leader of the training unit, causing shock in the hero himself. Alex replied that he would like to fight Ethan. Antonio warned that using his abilities within the unit is prohibited because you need to get permission from a senior to do so. The guy said that he knew that Antonio was the eldest here. He looked at the guy appraisingly, thinking about something. A few moments later, he grabbed both boys by the arms, saying it would be a one-armed fight. Alex laughed, saying that Antonio really did think completely differently from others. The current unit leader said he would assume they both agreed to that condition. Looking at Ethan, he said with a menacing voice that he had to win because the honor of their unit was at stake. At that moment, Alicia pulled him towards her by the ear. With the same attitude as Antonio, she said that he had to win at any cost. Ethan sighed heavily and said he had a bad feeling about this. Alex called out to Alicia, getting her attention. Smiling, he said that he would definitely win for her, so she needed to watch the fight carefully. These words sent goosebumps down the girl's spine. A few moments later, Antonio announced that there would only be one round, no other restrictions, and asked if they were ready to begin. Having received their consent, he started the timer. Confident of his victory, Alex reacted with lightning speed. He was the first to strike accurately. Ethan noted that his opponent's strikes were too fast and sharp. Looking at him with a sharp gaze, Alex asked if the hero believed in the existence of ranks. Waving his bruised hand, Ethan asked if the boy could repeat his question. Alex replied that there was such a thing as ranks in the world, even in this fight. Ethan asked if he thought that souls had ranks too. Activating his ability, Alex replied that he does not consider everyone with weak abilities weak, but also does not forget that the elite have their own special path. The next moment, he struck Ethan again. The hero decided that after hearing such nonsense, he simply could not allow himself to lose, so he also decided to resort to using the ability. When Alex said he should just give up, Ethan decided to attack. His opponent looked at the hero with great surprise. Alex had to admit that he had relaxed too much and underestimated his opponent. With a bloodthirsty look, Ethan said that Alex should be less distracted by empty chatter during the fight. His opponent asked incredulously if such a dirty aura really belonged to Ethan, but he only said that if Alex did not give in, his palm would fly into pieces. The boy did not take the hero's warning seriously and directed more force into his hand. When the boys were about to strike each other, Antonio intervened in their fight, saying that this was enough. He said that if they overdo it with force, there could be serious problems. Rubbing his palm, Alex looked at Ethan, asking again if that incredible power was his ability. The hero just grinned. But even this was enough for Alex to come to the conclusion that that dirty aura really belonged to Ethan, and suddenly the hero suggested having another round so that his opponent could make sure of everything. Looking at his hand, Alex replied that he did not want to absorb such energy. Then he turned around, saying that was enough for today. Antonio called out to the boy. When he turned around, he asked if there was a place for him to train in Korea. Alex replied that there was no such place, and asked in surprise if they were really asking him to join this unit. Antonio replied that if he had nowhere to train, he could use their equipment at any time. Alex thanked him for his concern and asked why Antonio was so generous to him, allowing him to use his hall. He replied that, judging by Alex's assessments, he was a genius with incredible ability and good combat instincts, and there was no urgent need for any training. He decided to keep silent about what he felt when he touched his hand. Turning around, Antonio simply said that even geniuses have to try. As he left the room, the guy said that Antonio was quite an interesting person. Smiling, he thought that it was not in vain that he decided to come here. Alicia didn't know how to get rid of the clingy guy when our hero entered the classroom. She called out to him, saying that Alex needed to vacate the seat because Ethan was already sitting there. Rubbing his neck, the hero hesitantly replied that he was going to training anyway, so Alex didn't necessarily need to change seats anywhere. Alicia hit the desk with such force that it became covered with deep cracks. Ethan realized that it was better to joke with her, and approaching the guy sitting next to her, he asked if he could give up his seat to him. Alex reminded him that he was going to training. The hero replied that it was none of his business. Alex turned to Alicia and, smiling, asked if all Koreans were this difficult. The girl howled in helplessness, no longer knowing where to go. Suddenly, an announcement was made over the microphone that she was being called to the medical unit. Her face lit up with joy. The long-awaited salvation had finally come. She immediately stood up from her seat and teleported to the door, saying that she urgently needed to go. After she left, Ethan let out a tired sigh and said that he had to go to training, at which point Alex asked to give him a couple of minutes because they needed to talk. Looking in his direction, Ethan sighed again, coming to the conclusion that he wouldn't be able to practice today after all. A few minutes later, Alicia walked into the medical office. Sitting in front of a huge tray of donuts, Eliza happily waved at the girl, apologizing for calling her during lunch and offering to eat dessert together and talk at the same time. Alicia glanced uncertainly at the plate with the so-called dessert. But she still sat down in the chair opposite Eliza, deciding that it was much better than sitting with Alex. Smiling happily, Eliza said that if this treat was not enough, she had more. Alicia asked in bewilderment if she always ate such a big lunch, and the nurse replied that she had bought a bigger one on purpose so she could chat with her. Afterwards, she took one of the donuts and asked if Alicia had thought it all through. The girl shuddered, holding the donut in her hand. Noticing her reaction, Eliza apologized, realizing that she might be putting a lot of pressure on her since this was the first time Alicia had received such an offer, but she replied that everything was fine. She then added hesitantly that she was honored to receive an offer of this kind. Looking at her, Eliza said that she was sure that Alicia could become an excellent master. Extending her hand, she again asked the girl what she thought about joining the Mystery. Mystery is a group of Korean masters that only the best can join. It differs from other unions where representatives of only one clan gathered. One day, Korea's greatest leader, called upon to respond to emergency situations, created a special squad. It included the best masters in each direction. This is the Mystery. Eliza invited Alicia to become one of the masters. The girl answered doubtfully that she was not sure she could accept this offer because she was only a mid-level swordsman. While chewing on a donut, the nurse said that she invited her to join not only because of her sword skills, but also because she had amazing defensive abilities, skills that were valued even higher than her sword skills. Lowering her head, Alicia replied that she should only succeed as a sword master. Rising from her seat, Eliza said that she realized one thing when the girl asked her for advice about her aura. Sitting down next to her, Eliza said that in Mystery, Alicia would be able to become stronger than she was now with the help of other masters, only if she herself wanted it. Alicia looked at the nurse sadly, saying that she was a goblin who was bound to the sword, so she needed to become the best at wielding the sword. Eliza looked at the girl with incomprehension, saying that in Mystery no one would forbid her to continue to improve in this matter. When she said that it would be great if Alicia became a swordsman who could perfectly repel attacks, the girl sighed sadly. Eliza completely did not understand what she wanted to say. As a child, she dreamed that she had no ability for fencing. She did not want to be the best and hurt others. But even when Alicia wasn't trying hard enough to swing her sword, her abilities grew and eventually she managed to reach the level of an expert, despite her reluctance to become one. When she wanted to try to explain again, Eliza beat her to it, saying that her family must be very worried about her because the people from the White Jade Goblin clan were not exactly ordinary. If Alicia was nervous about having to operate in secret, Eliza said she could join the Mystery, learn everything she needed to know, and then return to the clan. The girl looked at her sadly. Alicia understood that this woman was already a master who had reached the top. Usually such people have a much higher sense of self-worth and a desire for self-improvement than others, and she could not understand someone who did not have the desire to become better than everyone else. Standing up, Alicia apologized, saying she needed time to think things over. Looking back at Ethan, the girl understood that he was trying to prove his abilities to the people around him, who had been underestimating him all this time, and it was for this that he had put in a lot of effort. That's probably why Alicia was so happy when she was able to create the armor. But when she saw Adam running away, she realized that she could deal with him with a simple counter of aura. Such an attack, filled with the power of aura, forced him to flee and smash the enemy army. As she approached the office, she thought that if the strongest masters could not change their approach to education, then even ordinary defense would turn into a technique capable of taking lives. At the same time, the guys moved to the roof, where Alex said that Ethan should give up Alicia because she is completely unsuitable for him. The hero looked at him in bewilderment, asking how he could refuse something that had never belonged to him. Although Alex thought Ethan's strength was amazing, he was sure that Alicia shouldn't get close to someone like him. Ethan said that Alex got something wrong when he saw Alicia making fun of him. The guy frowned, reminding him that the elite had their own path. He tried to convince Ethan that he could never make Alicia happy. Exhaling tiredly, the hero said that he should have guessed earlier, back when Alex started talking about abilities. Looking at him, the hero became convinced that for Alex, it was not the person who was more important, but his skills. Alex himself came to the conclusion that for Ethan, people come first, not his abilities. Suddenly, the hero asked him if it was possible to divide souls into ranks. The guy answered without hesitation that it was possible. Frowning, Ethan asked how a person of lower rank should act. Should he really spend his entire life groveling before others? Alex replied that lineage comes with certain obligations, just as high status and power come with certain obligations. He was a firm believer that the elite were at the top of the food chain and needed to be taken care of first. Ethan said he didn't intend to listen to his nonsense any longer. Afterwards, he said that souls have no ranks, and some letter of rank cannot influence a person's soul. When Alex said that with that kind of thinking, Ethan would never be with Alicia, the hero took it a few steps further, saying that he shouldn't limit other people's possibilities. Standing next to him, Ethan thought that he didn't care how Alex thought about people, but he shouldn't try to limit someone like Alicia. He couldn't watch this calmly. Ethan understood perfectly well that the girl was trying to find her own path and change on her own, without acting on someone's orders. Looking at Ethan with displeasure, Alex said that the role of Alicia's companion should be entrusted to someone who possessed the same outstanding abilities as herself. The hero asked if it was really worth ignoring her own desires. Alex said that Alicia's achievements were simply incredible, and she shouldn't waste her precious time on someone like Ethan. With a heavy sigh, the hero replied that she had her own life. Whether she wanted to become a swordsman or a cook was entirely her choice. Alex said that abilities are determined from birth, and Alicia was chosen to become the strongest swordsman. Ethan turned around and replied that they were talking about completely different things and headed for the exit. Alex agreed with him, saying that he immediately understood what kind of person he was when he saw him on the video. Stopping, the hero repeated again that souls have no ranks, and his interlocutor should also understand this. Getting into a fighting stance, the guy replied that although he admitted that Ethan was quite strong, this strength was imperfect. The hero decided that they couldn't do without a fight, and created a dagger. He didn't know what kind of power the enemy had, but he knew one thing for sure: it hadn't been fully activated yet. The next moment, he approached his opponent, saying that now he should show the full power of the so-called elite. When Ethan attacked him with a dagger, Alex stopped his blow. Holding the hero's hand, he asked irritably where his former mood had gone. Then he pointed the hand holding the dagger at Ethan himself, saying that he could not win by fighting only half-heartedly. The hero pulled his hand out of his grip and jumped back. He was surprised that Alex managed to stop his blow using only normal force. After activating his ability, the guy said that if Ethan continued to not use his power, he could die. The hero replied that he had not expected his opponent's physical abilities to be so well developed, because Alex did not seem at all like a person who was keen on sports, and he replied that he had never really trained, because he had no need to. Hearing his arrogant speech, Ethan said that this guy was starting to irritate him more and more. Smiling, Antonio replied that it was all because of the difference in their abilities. Holding the dagger in his hand, the hero thought that since Alex was physically superior to him, he needed to try a different tactic. The next moment, Ethan attacked his opponent, saying that if he ended up in the hospital, there was no point in complaining later. Dodging his attack, Alex asked in surprise if he had finally decided to fight at full strength. The hero carefully watched the movements of his opponent, waiting for the right moment. The next moment, he raised his dagger to strike, saying that he would immediately take Alex to the hospital so he could not worry. Having defended himself from this attack with his strength, the boy replied that, unfortunately, something like this would never come true. Holding the sword created by his energy in front of him, he said that he had been waiting all this time, hoping to see the power of Ethan that he had shown in the hall. But since the hero does not intend to do this, then it's time to end everything. A few moments later, they were locked in battle. While fending off Ethan's attack, Alex asked why he wasn't fighting at full strength yet. The hero retreated, realizing that his opponent was blocking all of his attacks perfectly, and his attack tactics were putting a lot of strain on the hero. Raising his sword above his head, the boy said that he was disappointed that he was not taken seriously. The next moment he attacked Ethan, but he was able to dodge. Once at a safe distance from him, the hero came to the conclusion that Alex was deliberately copying his attack technique. Pointing his sword at Ethan, the boy suggested ending their fight as quickly as possible. Clutching his head, the hero said in disappointment that it would be nice to win with just a dagger, but that would definitely not happen today. The next moment, his gaze changed to a more bloodthirsty one. Alex did not fail to notice the change that had occurred, and standing up, he said that his opponent had finally decided to have a normal battle. Looking at Ethan, he noted that his aura was even more poisonous than last time. The hero responded with displeasure that this was not something to judge by a person who copied other people's techniques. Alex said he did it to stir up Ethan. He chuckled and asked if he was being too cocky. Gripping the sword tighter, Alex said that he had absolutely no idea what Ethan meant. When his opponent activated his ability, the hero saw that his sword could embody the movements of the target the wielder was fighting and make them his own. The next moment, he said that with such an ability, one can be arrogant, especially since Alex has the appropriate physical abilities that allow him to control his strength at the proper level. Alex looked at him in confusion, alarmed by the fact that Ethan spoke as if he knew about his abilities. Clutching the dagger, the hero thought that since his killing power had not worked on his opponent, then his life was not so simple either. The next moment, he attacked Alex. Holding his sword, the boy said that apparently Ethan did not like the fact that he was being copied, so this time he would show his own abilities. The next moment, he deflected his opponent's attack with one swing of his sword, causing him to fly back. Ethan looked at the guy standing in front of him with bewilderment. He had never seen anyone before who could pull off such a trick from a defensive position, throwing the opponent back. Pointing his sword at him, Alex said that this was just the beginning. The hero noticed that his opponent had only changed his stance, but the situation had instantly changed. While at first glance it may look like a normal sword stance, this guy has actually turned around to hide his vulnerable area and taken a comfortable position that allows him to parry the blows. Ethan said that he had incredible skills. Looking at his opponent, Alex asked why he was hesitating. Deciding that the hero was not going to attack, he made the first move, attacking Ethan. He managed to repel the enemy's attack with his dagger. But before he could even notice, Alex had returned to his original position, preparing to deliver the next blow. This time, Ethan failed to dodge or defend himself and was thrown to the side by the blow. A few moments later, he hit his back against the wall. Alex, standing a little further away, asked what the hero was so desperately trying to hide. He looked at him puzzled, saying that now was not the situation in which it would be worth smiling. As he stood up, Ethan said with a smile that it was the first time he had seen a person who was superior to him in every way. A terrifying aura began to envelop the hero's body. He admitted that he was even a little ashamed for looking so impudent. Looking at the dagger in his hand, the hero said that until the very end, he hoped that he would be able to cope without this power. Ethan shifted his grip on the dagger and pointed it at his opponent, saying that Alex was truly amazing. The guy was glad that his opponent had finally shown the same strength that he had seen in the hall earlier, and holding his sword in front of him, he said that he had been distracted that time, but this time everything would be completely different. The next moment he ran towards Ethan. When he attacked the hero with his sword, he blocked the attack with a dagger. Alex looked at the guy in front of him in bewilderment. It was almost impossible to stop such an attack with just one hand. Looking at him, Ethan said that he previously thought that Alex was doing well, but without this power, he was not at all interesting to fight. The next moment, he put more force into it and threw Alex away from him. Looking at him bloodthirstily, the hero said that since he wanted to see his full strength so much, his opponent should be held accountable for his actions. After that, he attacked Alex, but he blocked all of Ethan's attacks with his sword. The guy was confused by what was happening. Although his opponent continued to maintain his strength, but his right hand was getting stronger, he asked in bewilderment. Isn't Ethan's ability to concentrate all his strength in one point? The hero chuckled at his words. Then I asked him if he really thought in that way. He jumped away from Alex, giving him a little breathing space. When the guy looked at Ethan again, he said that he was going to show him something interesting now. The next moment he attacked Alex again, who hastily put his sword in front of him to defend himself. However, the next moment Ethan threw the sword aside. Pointing the blade at his opponent's body, he said that this was not all. After these words, he went on the attack. The hero, with quick movements, struck several points on his opponent's body. For a few moments, Alex's ability began to fade. The guy asked in amazement how Ethan managed to stop at the last moment, because if it weren't for that, the last blow would have sent him straight to the hospital ward. The hero grinned and asked if Alex really wanted to do it again. The guy shook his head, saying that Ethan was much more capable than he thought, and asked if this right hand was the basis of his ability. The hero replied that with the help of a dagger he could also imitate Alex, although not so perfectly, but he replied that even he could not keep up with such a technique of the right hand. Suddenly pointing at himself, Ethan asked if Alex hadn't absorbed his ability because it was too dirty for him. He smiled and asked if the hero had the ability to analyze the abilities of other people, and then replied that he only eats delicacies. The hero chuckled, suggesting that if Alex consumed him, he would have an eating disorder. When he heard that the abilities Alex could absorb were predetermined from the start, Ethan froze. The guy also said that before this he needed to empty his stomach. He became wary, picking up on the aura of danger emanating from Ethan. It felt like he was ready to tear apart anyone who got in his way at that moment. Looking menacingly at Alex, the hero said that it would be better for him to stay away from Alicia. The guy shrugged, saying that it was the choice of the head of the family. Ethan clicked his tongue in irritation. He knew perfectly well that he couldn't interfere in the family's affairs. Suddenly, Alex said that he could actually intervene. The boss had wanted to meet Ethan in person for a long time. The hero asked in bewilderment why they had been fighting all this time. The guy replied that he just wanted to see his abilities before taking him to the boss. Since the hero had won, he decided to give him one piece of advice. Don't even try to persuade the leader, because he was even more difficult than Alex himself. Ethan had a hard time even imagining what kind of monster this was, who was even more arrogant than Alex. Suddenly, the hero asked him why he was following the orders of the head. He replied that the head of the clan would tell him about this personally. Ethan was shocked when he heard that their meeting would take place today. Meanwhile, Pavel arrived at the international airport. When he got out of the car and saw the situation around him, he simply had no words to describe it all. A huge bear raged, destroying everything around. The animal screamed that he was ordered to get up and eat as much meat as possible. Paul was very surprised when he heard that the ability was capable of having its own mind and speaking freely. He knew that some could summon their ability in the form of a monster, but this bear was simply huge and also had intelligence. When the people saw the military advisor approaching them, they were glad that they would now be safe. Hearing the joyful cries of people, the bear turned around and saw a man standing opposite him. The next moment, he lay down on the ground in front of him, saying that he smelled nice. The man said that it was the first time he had seen the ability to speak and asked who its owner was. In response, the bear shouted that the owner had ordered him to get up and eat meat. Smiling, Pavel said that the bear should rinse his mouth with seawater after lunch. The next moment, his gaze became colder, and the man added that this would only happen if he managed to survive. When Pavel's body was enveloped in a bright light, the bear closed its eyes and turned away from it. Like the White Jade Goblin, the man worked hard to create a special ability similar to various heroes from legends. But most of his attempts ended in failure, and only a few were able to keep the legend in their souls. In the last experiment he conducted, he managed to obtain the soul of a legendary hero. Dressed in armor, the man extended his hands to the side, summoning a double dragon sword. A few moments later, a sword appeared in each of his hands. Pavel immediately attacked the bear, aiming at its paws. The bear cub watched what was happening with interest, completely unaware that they were going to kill him. However, the next moment, a sharp flash of pain pierced his body. Rising up on his hind legs, he roared in pain. Looking up at him, the man asked him to be quieter because his ears were already hurting from shouting so loudly. The bear cub ran towards the water, screaming that he didn't want to eat poisonous meat. A few moments later, he splashed into the water, creating a huge splash. Pavel sighed sadly, saying that he wanted to ask him more about the owner. The next moment, he gripped his swords tighter and began to cast a spell. Having finished it, Paul pointed one of the swords into the cloudy sky. A few seconds later, numerous lightning bolts began to strike the sea in a chaotic manner until one of them hit the bear directly. He couldn't get out of this trap, helplessly floundering in the water in pain. The man decided not to waste time and ran to the water. Suddenly, the lightning stopped, and instead the remaining electrical discharges in the water began to gather around the bear, causing him confusion. A few moments later, the lightning began to heat up strongly, turning the water into real boiling water. Pavel, who was watching this, noted that this bear had simply incredible endurance. This whole strange situation with an ability that not only had its own mind but also terrifying endurance did not give the man any peace. Deciding that there was no point in torturing him any further, Paul crossed his swords and shouted the name of the ship. The next moment, 12 huge warships appeared in the air. When the man ordered all ships to attack, they opened fire. They fired directly at the bear, which tried to protect itself with its paws from their attacks. When several shots hit him at once, he screamed in pain again. The man watched everything from the side, once again amazed by the endurance of this creature. The bear turned to him, asking him to just let him go. But Paul was merciless to his enemies. He crossed his swords again and pointed them at the enemy. The next moment, the ships approached the bear, surrounding it from all sides. On Pavel's orders, all the ships simultaneously fired at the bear. The last thing he managed to say before his death was that he did not want to die. When the enemy was finished, Paul's armor was scattered. For a few moments, he stood looking at the smoke dispersing into the sea. He wondered what the owner of this bear would do. That same evening, Douglas entered one of the rooms of their secret base. Coming closer, he asked if the chief's eyes hurt from such darkness. The woman standing in front was dressed in a dark cloak that completely hid her face from strangers. She turned around, hearing a familiar voice. Douglas reported that thanks to her intervention, everything went smoothly. The woman said that she had something to say about this. In the place he had spoken of earlier, another one had disappeared. Douglas chuckled, saying that it was entirely possible, since he was sent to fight Pavel. The woman explained that if he died, the body should have floated up, but he simply disappeared. After her words, Douglas's look became more serious. He assumed that Pavel was keeping that bear with him. The woman said that then his presence would be felt, but he disappeared completely. Douglas threw up his hands, saying that Pavel had simply amazing abilities. Turning to him, the woman said that soon another one would appear in the south. But this time it would need to be monitored more carefully and not allowed to repeat today's situation, otherwise all their plans would be disrupted. Scratching the back of his head, Douglas said that they couldn't just go and fight Pavel. He suggested simply forgetting about this bear because he was of no particular use. He even forgot that he was forbidden to go into the sea. Looking ahead at the huge circles with pentagrams, the woman said that perhaps this really would be better. At the same time, Ethan was brought to the main house of the Blue Goblin clan. The hero stood in front of the entrance, not daring to go inside. Sometime later, the servant came inside and Ethan followed him. Stopping at one of the rooms, the servant bowed and said that he had brought a guest. After waiting for permission, the servant opened the door, letting Ethan inside. Taking a few steps forward, the hero saw in front of him an elderly man sitting at a long table set for two. Looking at the guy, Harold said that the boy came quite quickly. Ethan awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said that they were too far apart to talk properly and asked if he could sit closer. The man replied that he could sit at the table. The hero thanked the man and approached the place prepared for him, noting that this old man was too hostile. They sat in complete silence for several minutes, which seemed like an eternity for our hero. Ethan decided to speak first and, looking at the man, asked if he could eat what was in front of him. Harold replied that it was specially prepared for the guest. The next moment, he pointed at Ethan, saying that because of him, Alicia had false hopes. While chewing the food prepared for him, the boy asked what empty hopes the man was talking about. He slammed the table and said irritably that it was because of him that she had gone down the wrong path. Ethan asked if he meant her armor and said that she only got this ability through her own efforts. The man said that Ethan was completely clueless and that he shouldn't have pushed his granddaughter down the wrong path. Raising his hands in a surrendering gesture, the hero asked the man not to jump to conclusions and said that he also had a couple of questions for him. Harold grinned and replied that he would give him a chance to speak when he had finished. Ethan asked what the man wanted to know since he had been called here so hastily. Harold replied that he was not pleased that such a brat was hanging around his granddaughter, but as far as he knew, Ethan was there when they were attacked and asked what Alicia was doing there. The hero realized that they were talking about the incident at the bank. He replied that, as it was said in the news, she was trying to save people. The man said that he already knew this. He wanted to know if the boy had seen whether his granddaughter had managed to pin Douglas to the wall. Ethan looked at the man in surprise, who explained that he was interested in knowing if her victory was worthy of the title of Sword Goblin. Looking away, the hero replied that her battle with Douglas was the longest. Ethan didn't know what else to say to the man sitting in front of him. Alicia actually fought Douglas the longest, but only a couple of people know that it was he who defeated him. Ethan knew that if he revealed the whole truth now, Alicia would get into trouble, so he replied that she had driven Douglas away and saved everyone from danger. Harold liked his answer. The hero was very shocked when he heard his words that if Alicia had lost, she would no longer be his granddaughter. Ethan clenched his fist and asked if this was too harsh on Alicia, since she could have died in this battle. He said that even with an A-rank ability, she was still an ordinary schoolgirl. The man replied that even if his granddaughter was just a schoolgirl, she was different from ordinary people. Ethan felt uncomfortable hearing such words. Noticing his displeased expression, Harold said emphatically that the best are always and everywhere the strongest. The hero could not believe that he was saying something like that about his granddaughter. The next moment he asked what would have happened if Alicia had actually died that day. The man was enraged by his words and replied that his granddaughter could not have died at the hands of some scum. The next moment, the man summoned the painted spirit. He slowly approached Ethan. The tiger stopped, opened its mouth right in front of the guy's face, and let out a terrifying roar. Ethan didn't react to this in any way. He just asked the beast to move away because he couldn't see Harold. The man was pleasantly surprised by the guy's reaction. He had spent a lot of effort to create such a terrifying animal, and this bastard didn't even flinch from fear. When Ethan realized that the tiger had no intention of even fulfilling his request and moving away, he released his aura, repeating his request. The tiger backed away, looking back at his master. The man smiled and called the animal back, noting that this bastard was not so bad, because he had created this tiger to be steadfast and not to bend to anyone. The next moment, the hero asked if the man was okay. He asked what Ethan meant. The guy replied that there were often rumors about him that he was very annoying. Harold replied that although the hero's energy did not correspond to his age, this was not the reason why he could be afraid of some greenhorn. Using his eyes, Ethan looked at the man carefully, saying that it was indeed so. He saw that this man's ability was to bring the paintings he created to life. He wondered if there was any point in using something that was created with such effort in battle. Looking at his face, Harold said that he could easily guess what Ethan was thinking, and then said that the Jade Goblin clan had a duty to create stronger goblins. But since he is a man, he cannot be a goblin and has reached his current level as the head of the clan. Ethan asked if Alicia was really dear to Harold. When the man replied that the boy should have listened to him more carefully since he had just told him everything, Ethan reformulated his question, namely, what was more important to him, his granddaughter or the best goblin in the world. The hero wondered if Harold would have loved Alicia if she had been an ordinary girl and not a sword goblin. Ethan understood perfectly well that Alicia's lineage existed precisely to possess a creature called a goblin, and an outsider would never understand what had been accumulating for years. It's hard for the hero to even imagine how many years they waited for someone like Alicia to appear. He used to think that she had everything and was living a carefree life, but it turned out that she was treated just like an object. Harold chuckled, saying he was a funny guy, and asked if he wanted to fight him once. Ethan replied that he might even fight a few times. But first he wanted to ask a question. Having received the man's approval, the hero asked why Alex was brought here and why a man from Slovakia should obey Harold. The man replied that this was not submission. He simply showed him his granddaughter and offered to marry her. Ethan had an inkling of something like this and asked why him. He suddenly remembered that the Jade Goblin clan's lineage did not accept outsiders in order to maintain the purity of the bloodline. Remembering Alex's abilities, everything fell into place. He asked how long they would wait until Alex used his ability. The man was surprised that Ethan knew his abilities. He sighed and replied that if Alicia didn't reach the desired level before finishing school, he would personally feed the goblin to Alex, but the man still hoped that his granddaughter would become stronger and would be too tough for that guy. The hero asked why Harold was so angry about Alicia's armor. He replied that by protecting others, she would never achieve the status of the strongest. Their clan had been waiting for the appearance of the strongest goblin for many centuries, and that was his granddaughter. Ethan sighed and said that it was simply impossible to dissuade him from anything. Now he understood why Alicia was so eager to run away from home. The man was angered by his words. The next moment, he revived the spirits from his paintings, saying that their conversation had dragged on too long, and the only reason he had called Ethan today was to warn him to leave his granddaughter alone because he was useless to the family. At the same time, the spirits surrounded him, looming over him menacingly. The irritated boy released his power, saying that he never intended to help their kind. The man realized that this kid was now showing him his ability, which he had not previously revealed. He was sure that Ethan was completely unsuitable for Alicia, having an unclear origin and an equally unclear and disgusting ability. The next moment, the painted snake bared its fangs and attacked Ethan. However, the next moment, a worried Alicia appeared in the room. The spirits immediately disappeared back into their paintings, and the hero dispelled his ability. The girl walked briskly towards her grandfather and asked with displeasure why she had to be everywhere with Alex and the patrol squad. He replied that this decision was made by him personally. Alicia shouted that she did not want to be in such company. As she was about to say something else, she froze when she noticed an unexpected guest at the table. Ethan smiled and waved at her. The shocked girl asked what he was doing there. The hero replied that it just happened that way. Quickly approaching him and grabbing him by the shoulders, she said that he should not hide everything anymore. Afterwards, Alicia smiled happily, asking if he had finally decided to propose to her, if he wanted to meet her family first. Then he should have taken her with him. When Ethan said that now was not the time for such jokes, she leaned towards his ear and apologized, promising that she would fix everything now. Afterwards, Alicia turned her gaze to her grandfather. She asked with displeasure why it was necessary to invite Ethan here. Alex alone was enough. At that moment, a female figure appeared in the doorway. The woman said in a commanding voice that Alicia should maintain her dignity because she was a goblin. The girl looked uncertainly at the woman standing in front of her. Also looking at her, the man said that he had just finished and asked Angelina to take them away. She nodded towards our heroes and said that if they heard everything, then they should hurry. Turning to Ethan, Alicia said that they really should hurry. On the way out, the hero bowed to his friend's aunt, saying that he hoped that next time they would meet in a more favorable environment, but she snapped that they would never see each other again. The hero noticed that her manner of behavior was exactly like that of Alicia's grandfather. Using his vision on her, he learned that she was a goblin of the previous generation. Turning her attention to Alicia, Angelina said that she should change clothes and explore the 3rd district with Alec, to which the girl responded with a sharp refusal. The woman frowned and replied that now was not the time for jokes. An hour ago, an unknown powerful ability had destroyed the airport in Yi City. Although it had been dealt with, a national alert had been declared and the government had asked for their help. Alicia and Ethan were shocked to hear the news. The next moment, the hero clarified where exactly the attack had taken place. The woman repeated that in the city of Yi, although the military advisor had sorted everything out, the damage was quite serious, and some patients from the destroyed mental hospital had also gone missing. In a depressed state, the hero thanked her for the information. The woman noticed a change in his mood and asked if he had any relatives living in this city. Ethan remained silent, not daring to answer anything. Looking at him, Angelina said that it was his personal business and she would not interfere. Then she switched her attention to Alicia, telling her to simply silently follow her instructions. She had no choice but to agree. At this point, Ethan stepped forward, saying that he wanted to say something. The woman looked at him with an icy gaze, saying that there was no place for anyone else here and that he should leave. Ethan looked at her silently as a startled Alicia grabbed his arm. A few moments later, he said that from that day on he would be patrolling with Alicia. Sometime later, they were both walking along a crowded street. The girl said sheepishly that she didn't expect Ethan to decide to stand up for her in front of her aunt. Looking away, the hero replied that at that moment it seemed to him the most correct thing to do. Alicia laughed at his words, but the smile disappeared from her face as quickly as it appeared. She asked if Ethan knew that their nurse was part of the mystery. He replied that he didn't know it until now, but now it was clear why she was so good at her job. When Alicia told him that she had been asked to join Mystery, Ethan said that it was pretty cool. She was still plagued by doubts about her abilities. Noticing her thoughtful expression, Ethan smiled and told her that she shouldn't dwell on it so much. The next moment, he said that when learning a new skill that can harm others, you can also learn to defend yourself at the same time. The main thing is to understand what you are doing, and the rest is not important. Alicia's eyes widened in surprise when he said she could do whatever she wanted. The girl was grateful to him for these words, because no one had ever said anything like that to her before. Suddenly, she took the guy's hand, surprising him. Alicia thanked him sincerely. The girl's happy smile at that moment seemed to illuminate everything around her. Ethan will remember this evening and Alicia's bright smile for a long time. A week later, a disappointed Spencer was sitting in the park late at night. He sighed sadly and said that the article about the battle between the two schools that they had worked so hard on was only included in the general summary. Opening his folder, he admitted that he didn't think digging up information about one student would be so difficult. He thought that Ethan had had quite a turbulent life. He had survived a bank robbery, and now his only surviving relatives, his uncle and his wife, had disappeared. Spencer also tried to find out who might be involved in the attack that took place in the city of I. Covering his face with his hands, he said that there were too many blind spots in this matter, and he had absolutely no idea which direction to take. Suddenly, a strange old woman approached him. Looking at her, the man asked what was the matter. She handed him a tattered book. Spencer thought it had something to do with religion and decided to take the book with the expectation that he would get rid of it later. However, after looking at the book more closely, it seemed strange to him that for an ordinary religious book, the cover was of too high quality. When Spencer opened it, he was surprised to find illustrations inside. He decided to look at this book. Maybe he would come across something interesting. Suddenly, on one of the pages, he saw a bear he knew. The man jumped up from his seat, realizing that if he could translate the text in it, he would be able to move forward with his research. He was too engrossed to notice the shadow of danger hanging over him. Only when Spencer heard a strange sound from above did he notice the strange shadow. He looked up in bewilderment. The last thing he saw was a large clawed paw.